Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Song Wen originally felt that his ability to upgrade the Sea Cucumber players was something he regretted very much. The second-level Sea Cucumber player only strengthened his waist strength. However, the accompanying ability forced him to spend more money to buy bigger underwear. However, when he was in the air at this moment, he realized that this additional ability he thought of might be the most useful. Because of its sufficient weight, it can even help you adjust your center of gravity in the air, or even change it. Its effect is like the long stick in the hands of a tightrope walker. This allows Song Wen to have stronger resistance in the air and a stronger ability to stay in the air. At this moment, a bold idea suddenly came to Song Wen's mind. If the abilities of the Sea Cucumber players continue to be upgraded in the future, will it continue to get stronger? Until one day he was able to use the principle of a helicopter to spirally take off directly on the spot. Song Wen's move of spreading the roots of a rock and flying like a dragon in the sky caused countless exclamations to be heard throughout the stadium. On the British Sky Sports channel, which was broadcasting live, the two anchors were arguing about the Asian player who showed amazing talent in his debut. Mellon believes that although Song Wen's current physical fitness is not good, his excellent passing ability and basketball IQ make him one of the best players he has seen in recent years. And physical fitness can be completely compensated through acquired training. Dyson believes that Song Wen's physical fitness is no longer bad, but extremely poor, which is destined to prevent the player from achieving great success in his career. The two had been arguing since Song Wen scored the first goal. As Aluka's tight defense started playing, Dyson was about to win the argument, but Song Wen's flying move gave both of them a big shock. Since Aluka did not jump, Song Wen's knee was almost over the opponent's head when he reached the highest point. This intense visual impact caused the two people who had been chattering to lose their voices on the spot. Look at this, what the hell am I seeing? Is this some kind of Asian flying man? Dyson's eyes were full of disbelief, after all. He was still saying that with Song Wen's physical fitness, it would be difficult for him to even head the ball for a high pass. How did he do that? Did someone put springs in his legs? Song Wen headed the ball and was about to rush into the penalty area. Aluka on the side only came to his senses at this time and reached out to grab him. McGoldrick in the penalty area was obviously shocked by Song Wen's leap, and he even forgot to step forward to respond in a hurry. He had no way to get the ball under the siege of the defensive players, so he could only pass the ball back directly at this moment. Aluka was so shocked that he could not be any more shocked. Song Wen, who was so weak just now that he fell down at the slightest touch, now seemed like Hercules possessed, as if even 10 bulls could not stop him. The huge pulling force almost made Aluk lose his strength. In desperation, he could only use his right hand again to hug Song Wen around the waist, trying to drag Song Wen down directly. This outrageous foul would undoubtedly result in Aluka receiving another yellow card and being sent off with a red card. But Aluka could no longer care about that at this point. He must stop this tractor equipped with a 16-cylinder engine outside the penalty area. There are only a few seconds left in the game. Even if the opponent is given a free kick opportunity, the game will end immediately if it doesn't score. Aluka put his hand on Song Wen's waist, gritted his teeth and was about to pull him back. But his hand felt like it was touching an extremely hard steel plate. At this moment Song Wen, with the blessing of his small belly and the various abilities of the Sea Cucumber players, has become extremely strong in physical fitness. Although both abilities last for a very short time, only 3 seconds. But 3 seconds is also true manliness. The muscles in his left leg were so tight that it felt like a steel pipe stuck in the grass. His right foot was raised high, and facing McGoldrick's flustered and uncomfortable pass, he chose to shoot without stopping the ball. The outside of his foot hit the ball hard, making a dull sound. And in the silent Craven cottage, it was like a huge hammer hitting everyone's chest. The ball spun at a speed visible to the naked eye, drawing a beautiful and elegant arc, passing by everyone in the penalty area. Hang straight into the blind spot, goal. Fulham's goalkeeper only saw a white afterimage, let alone save the ball. Before he could even exert force with his big toe, the ball had already rushed into his own goal. Oh my God. Oh my God, a world-class goal, a decisive goal. On Sky Sports, Myron held his head and shouted in disbelief. Umbraphobo, what a thief, Wen Song. In the last minute of the game, he scored a world-class goal, changing the score and helping Ipswich complete the reversal. 4-3, I have never seen such a thrilling game. The game is about to end, Fulham has no time left. Dyson was silent for a long time and murmured, "Perhaps I should take back what I said earlier." Today's match really seemed to be his debut performance. Myron was obviously completely impressed by Song Wen's world-class shot with the outside of his foot, and shouted when Song listened to his name. This young player played his victory song at Craven Cottage, domestic live streaming platform. When Song Wen scored a world-class goal, Fan Ji jumped up from his chair excitedly, pointed at the live broadcast screen, and was so excited that he stuttered and swore, "Awesome. Awesome, so awesome though, so awesome. This ball was kicked, what a world-class goal. What a buzzer beater, 2 goals and 2 assists. Oh, it's incredible, it's really incredible. If this kid keeps playing like this, he won't be in the top 5 leagues anymore. I'll write my name backwards, Fan Ji. It's meaningless to write a name backwards. I'm going to kowtow to the Chinese national football team and apologize to them. Not to mention Fan Ji. Even Zhan Jun was so excited that he started talking incoherently. While Song Wen in the final stage of injury time, he kicked a huge super advanced shot. This shot with the outside of the foot is beautiful. Fan Ji looked back at the comments in the live broadcast room. It seemed that Song Wen had really become his son-in-law at this moment, with a proud smile of a father-in-law on his face. What about the haters? Where are the haters? Do you still want to criticize a player like this? Heisey speak at the game. The 20 people on the field seemed to be under a spell, standing still for 2 or 3 seconds. Then the Ipswich players reacted. They turned the score around and they won the game, before being surrounded by his teammates to celebrate. Song Wen turned around and reached out to adjust his position. "Hey Bo Ru, who's the skinny little monkey now?" Aluk silently watched Song Wen's hand straighten the stick, his face full of shame and anger, his face and eyes red. He covered his face and walked away. "Hello, dear readers. Since it is the new book period, I can only update 2 chapters a day, because this is related to the recommendation of this book. Old readers actually know that I updated 20 chapters on the day the last book was put on the shelves, and then updated 10 chapters a day for 1.5 months. After the book is put on the shelves, the volume will definitely be large. The new book period is the time to decide the fate of a book. I hope that readers can bear with it. Follow the book and vote for it. The monthly vote will be related to the ranking of the new book. Please rest assured about the problem of too many chapters for one game. I will not write about the games between the protagonist and each team in a chronological manner. What I want to write is a game that can integrate various football memes and interesting stories. Therefore, the content of a single game may be more, and I will try to make it more interesting. However, as compensation for the increase in word count, I will naturally balance and delete some meaningless games. Finally, thank you all readers for your love, and shamelessly ask for a wave of monthly tickets and follow up reading tilde. These cheers come from Ipswich fans. Due to Ipswich's recent poor performance, their home stadium seats have often been difficult to fill, and there are even fewer fans willing to follow the team to watch away games. When Song Wen scored the goal before, the Ipswich fans did cheer and shout, but in front of the large number of Fulham fans, these scattered shouts were quickly drowned out by the boos of Fulham fans. And no, for the first time, their cheers drowned out the boos from Fulham fans. From 0-3 to 4-3, it took them only 20 minutes to complete a stunning reversal. Many fans may not see this kind of game for several years. Song Wen's wonderful performance made Ipswich fans very excited. Compared to winning a game, witnessing the birth of a talented star in the team means that they are likely to get rid of their previous slump in one fell swoop. How can people not be excited on the sidelines of the court? Head coach McCarthy, who was over 60 years old, could no longer maintain the decency and composure that befitted his age. He ran and shouted with his arms open. After seeing assistant coach Connor, he threw himself into Connor's arms without hesitation. "Connor, look at this kid, I knew my vision was right. I told you a long time ago that Song is a talented player." Connor, who was hugged by McCarthy, was speechless. He remembered that when he first went to China, he said he would pay more attention to Song Wen. He didn't know why the stubborn old man labeled Song Wen and criticized him. Now this shameless old man has become Song Wen's mentor. The players on the bench were also whispering excitedly. Song Wen's performance today undoubtedly conquered most of the people present, except for Douglas, who was sitting in the corner with a gloomy face. As a good friend, forward Pittman rubbed his face helplessly and said, "Douglas, if I were you, I should try to find a way to get back on good terms with that guy." Douglas's face became increasingly gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You mean to ask me to apologize to that guy? He just had better luck. Am I really that much worse than him?" Pittman turned back helplessly and looked at Douglas with sincere eyes. Although he didn't say anything, it seemed like he said everything. Seeing that Douglas's face was already red, Pittman finally reminded, "Look at that kid. You have to understand that this is definitely not where he will end up." And with Song Wen's world-class goal, the game was put on an amazing exclamation mark. The injury time period was over, but Fulham players still needed to return to midfield for a symbolic kickoff. Looking at the dejected Fulham players, the man who was watching the live broadcast in a hotel far away in the east breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yuning swore that he had never felt as relaxed as he did at this moment in the past few days. Looking at the bitter faces of those Fulham players, Zhang Yuning seemed to see himself a few days ago. Under Song Wen's fierce bombardment, he could only return to the midfield to serve again and again. And even at the last moment of the games, he had to make a meaningless serve. Although Zhang Yuning wished that Song Wen would make a fool of himself in the championship and be beaten 7-0 by Fulham, so that he could also experience the pain of being humiliated. However, things have come to this point, and Song Wen obviously cannot empathize with him. But he can empathize with Fulham's players, after all. They are not the only ones who are so miserable in this world. It's not that they are too bad, but it's because Song Wen is too abnormal. It's all Song Zema's fault. After realizing this, Zhang Yuning felt that he was good enough again. The phone beside him kept ringing. He picked up the phone and found that the national training team group had been sending messages. He clicked on it. Feng Xiaoding, I feel comfortable. Sun Qi, I feel comfortable. Yan Junling, I feel comfortable. Wu Lei, I feel comfortable. Old Captain Zheng Zhai came out at the right time to cheer everyone up. Good luck in the next training. We must prove to everyone that we are not the worst. A rainbow light invisible to the naked eye appeared in the east. For a moment, the demoralized national team players were furious at this moment. When we play against South Korea in March, we must play in our best style and strive to win. We're playing against South Korea, fighting for a draw. Right. You only know now that we are going to play against South Korea. It doesn't matter. What matters is that what comes next is our battle of honor. Craven Cottage Stadium. Song Wen walked to the sidelines surrounded by his teammates. Obviously, Song Wen has conquered his teammates in just one game. Although this game was just an ordinary championship match, and the 3 points did not help Ipswich escape the risk of relegation. For the Tractor Boys, they have been struggling to win a game this season, and now they have experienced such a satisfying reversal victory, which can be said to be a blessing after a long drought. Song Wen came to the sidelines and chatted politely with the smiling coach McCarthy. But Douglas stood up at this time. Chambers frowned. He knew that Douglas and Song Wen had some conflicts. He stepped forward to stop them. but saw Douglas directly stretched out his hand and said, "Sorry, Song." The warm atmosphere cooled down a little at this moment. Everyone was silent and looked at Song Wen. It seemed as if they were waiting to witness a friendship between teammates that would turn hostility into friendship. And then everyone would be happy, however. Song Wen just tilted his head and looked at the white player with a sneer on his face. "You can apologize to me in private. Are you trying to blackmail me in front of so many people and media cameras?" Douglas didn't expect that his initiative to show goodwill would be met with such irony from the other party. And a trace of anger flashed across his face. If it wasn't for the contract, how could he admit his mistake to a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? Song Wen's words just hit the nail on the head, making him extremely angry originally. This kind of thing could be resolved through private communication. So why must it be brought to the surface? He just wanted to take advantage of the pressure from everyone to push Song Wen forward. Douglas stretched his hand in the air, feeling a little awkward. He was about to speak when Song Wen patted his shoulder meaningfully. Those eyes looked at him with a smile, as if they could see through his heart, making Douglas feel uncomfortable. "If you think you can force me to forgive the insult you just gave me, then you think too highly of my moral bottom line." End of this chapter. McCarthy called Song Wen out alone and said helplessly, "Song, your behavior just now was a bit too arrogant." Hearing McCarthy's words, Song Wen shrugged in confusion. "What's wrong? If an apology is useful, what do we need the police for?" "That's not what I meant," McCarthy shook his head. "I will handle Douglas's matter. But there were so many reporters here just now. If your words and actions are released, it's inevitable that—" "It's not dead, Song Wen consoled him. "I don't rely on fans to help me score goals on the field. You know I never care about these things. When I was in China, I was scolded a lot, let alone here." Song Wen's answer left McCarthy somewhat helpless to refute, because this kid really doesn't seem to care about his image. But as the coach of the team, he still wanted to protect his players. Thinking that the media announcement of Douglas and Song Wen's discord had probably been leaked, he tentatively said, "Then the press conference later." Song Wen's eyes lit up, and he interrupted without hesitation, "I must go to the press conference." McCarthy knew the boy would answer like this. He was a little confused about Song Wen. He clearly didn't care about his fans or his image, but he particularly liked going to press conferences. How could McCarthy know that Song Wen didn't care about his fans, but only cared about his haters? Not long after, the staff came over and led McCarthy, Song Wen and others to the interview room. Looking at the simple interview room and the few reporters, Song Wen couldn't help but miss the days when he was interviewed in China. Although the Chinese national football team cannot even beat the lower-level teams in the English Championship, its hardware facilities and attention are not something that the mere English Championship teams can match. What Song Wen didn't know was that it was because his performance in today's game was too outstanding, coupled with the internal conflicts in the team that were reported after the game, that attracted more media reporters. Otherwise, only a few media would come to interview as a formality. As soon as Song Wen appeared behind McCarthy, reporters turned their cameras to him. McCarthy also knew that Song Wen was undoubtedly the protagonist today, so he just sat aside quietly and didn't even bother to turn on the microphone. As a player making his first appearance in the championship, Song Wen had previously been unknown and almost no one knew him. Of course, when Song Wen scored his first goal and broke the record for the fastest goal by a new player in the championship, these media had already begun investigating Song Wen. Asian orphans. I have been in the Ipswich professional team for nearly a year but have never played. In the match against the Chinese national team some time ago, he scored 4 goals, provided 2 assists to his teammates, and helped the opponent to score an own goals, helping Ipswich to a 7-0 score. When these media first found out about this news, their first reaction was not shock but suspicion and verification, because it was hard for them to believe that a national team would be beaten 7-0 by a team at the bottom of the championship. The media felt that this was definitely fake news. When they began to verify the truth on Chinese social media, their suspicion of Song Wen quickly turned into suspicion of football. Since this was just a friendly match, not many people abroad paid attention to these things. But as the media verified this explosive fact, the Chinese national football team's magical record of 7-0 soon spread to every inch of the British Isles. Song Wen contributed 6 goals and 4 assists in the 2 games combined, averaging 3 goals and 2 assists per game. Such data naturally attracted countless media reporters to flock to him. Hello Song Wen. Today is your first appearance in the English Championship, and you have achieved such a good result. How do you feel now? The reporter's initial interview was very official. Song Wen also gave 2 very official answers, such as very excited and very happy, but soon the topic of the interview began to deviate and become increasingly sharp. Some media reported that you went to a spa called Chun Yang Spa on the eve of the match against Fulham Football Club. Does this have anything to do with you running out of energy after 10 minutes on the field? It is said that when you were in China, you made a lot of bad comments about the Chinese national football team. What was your purpose? Fulham got 3 red cards. Do you think that's fair? These questions from second-tier media made Coach McCarthy frown, and he wanted to interrupt several times. But Song Wen was only 17 years old. But he was very adept at dealing with these media, and his answers were flawless. Even McCarthy wondered whether he could be as comfortable as Song Wen. After the game, we saw that you and your teammate Douglas seemed to have some disputes. Douglas wanted to shake hands with you, but you refused. Is this true? McCarthy instinctively became nervous when he heard the reporter's question. What was coming had finally come. He just hoped that Song Wen could smooth over the matter as he had done before. However, Song Wen nodded with a smile. This is true. Even the reporter who asked the question was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect Song Wen to so openly admit that he had a conflict with his teammates. May I ask what the reason is? McCarthy lowered his head and remained silent. Things have come to this point, and since Song Wen has already admitted it, there is no other way, fortunately. Douglas was indeed in the wrong in this matter. As long as Song Wen explains it clearly, even if others find fault with him, they can only say that Song Wen is not broad-minded enough. However, Song Wen's next remarks made McCarthy drop his jaw. There's no special reason. I just saw Douglas wipe his poop with his hands, so I felt a little disgusted. Song Wen's words stunned everyone present. Only then did McCarthy understand what Song Wen meant by overestimating his moral bottom line. This kid seems to have no moral bottom line at all. The next morning, Diamao rushed into Song Wen's room early and woke Song Wen up from his sweet dream. He stayed up all night last night reading the news, and now he can't bear it anymore. Song, wake up, something terrible has happened. The internet is full of negative information about you. Song Wen rubbed his eyes and picked up his phone to look at it. Douglas took the initiative to show his friendship, but was scolded by Song Wen because he was too tired to high-five Song Wen when he left the court. Aluk said he was attacked by Song Wen's discriminatory remarks during the game. Fulham defender claims handball was caused by Song Wen deliberately aiming at his hand. Fulham Football Club has appealed against the penalty in the match against Ipswich Town. Song Wen is hated by 90% of Chinese people. Ipswich fans say they don't like Song Wen hash. Song Wen is disliked by 70% of British people, while 20% say they have no feelings hash genius or cancer. Sports quality or human character hash. As he read the news releases, Song Wen's eyes became brighter and brighter. These media are like this. As long as they are given some groundless information, they can always perform very well just one game. Song Wen's football skills began to become famous in England, but his notoriety has begun to spread far and wide. And one day he will be known to everyone in Great Britain. Song Wen looked through it again and found another piece of hot news. Norwich coach says Song Wen has more luck than strength and is an opponent that is easier to study and target. Song Wen had just woken up and his mind was a little confused. He subconsciously asked, "What's Norwich doing?" "Norwich is our opponent in the next game." Diarmao's expression seemed a little excited. "If only I could play, it's an East Anglian derby." The word derby itself comes from horse racing, but nowadays it is often used in sports such as football. Refers to the confrontation between teams from the same country or region, like the Spanish La Liga national derby, Real Madrid and Barcelona. The Milan derby between AC Milan and Inter Milan in the Italian Serie A. In South America, the Argentine League may not attract much attention in terms of games. But when the two teams River Plate and Boca Juniors collide, the public security issues will attract frequent attention from all walks of life. In the 2009 Argentine Primera Division match, River Plate and Boca Juniors players fought fiercely, and 7 players were sent off with red cards, which shows how fierce the fight was, not only in the stadium, but also outside the stadium. The news of bloody clashes between fans of both sides is not uncommon. And in England, a country known for its football hooliganism, the derby atmosphere is only getting stronger. For example, in the North London derby in the English Premier League, the fans of Arsenal and Tottenham Hotspur are already incompatible. In the football world, whenever a derby is mentioned, one would think of passionate and enthusiastic fans and fierce competition. The match between Ipswich and Norwich is known as the East Anglian Derby. Both teams have a long history. Their ancestors were once wealthy, and the distance between the two teams is only a few dozen kilometers. Although both teams have fallen into the second-tier league, it does not mean that the atmosphere of the derby between the two sides will be much worse. You have to know that those who bring the strong atmosphere to the derby are the most loyal fans of each team. In fact, before the game between Ipswich and Fulham ended, there was almost no discussion of this East Anglian derby among Ipswich fans. After all, the recent status of the two sides is too different. Judging from the standings alone, although Norwich is not ranked very high at the moment, it is still ranked 7th, only 3 points away from entering the promotion zone. Ipswich Town were second from the bottom and were still deep in the relegation zone before beating Fulham. Moreover, the two teams had already met once in the first half of the game. At that time, Ipswich played against Norwich at home and conceded 2 goals to Norwich away from home. Ipswich gave the fans a goose egg at home, in addition. This derby will be held at Norwich's home ground. Norwich is also a home-dominant team, and the derby atmosphere will increase the home advantage. Whether analyzing from the perspective of recent situation, record of encounters, venue, and other factors, even a loyal fan of Ipswich would find it difficult to convince himself that the team he supports can win this derby. So when Ipswich fans face the ridicule from Norwich fans, they can only swallow their anger, but at the same time, I also hope that God can come to Ipswich Town, save this fallen team, and slap the faces of Norwich fans in the East Anglian derby. The appearance of Song Wen made Ipswich fans feel the mercy given to them by God. 20 minutestwo goalstwo assists, and a decisive comeback to win for Ipswich fans. This violent impact is a situation they dare not even dream of. After Song Wen led Ipswich to defeat Fulham, Ipswich fans shouted in the streets and alleys, "God is coming." Although Song Wen has been constantly slandered by the media, for Ipswich fans Song Wen is just like his name, and will lead them to the song of victory. In fact, this is also due to the strong football culture in England. Most of them are very supportive of their local teams. After the excitement, Ipswich fans quickly launched a counterattack against Norwich fans on the internet. For the past half-season, Ipswich fans have been suppressed by Norwich fans and cannot raise their heads. But now they have the confidence to fight back. At first, the fans of both sides were just exchanging verbal attacks on Twitter. But as the Norwich coach's interview came out, it was like lighting a fire on gasoline, and the fans of both sides exploded instantly. "Hey, you just won a game, but you are so easily satisfied. The climax is like being opened in 3 holes at the same time. I feel sorry for you tractor boys, shut up Norwich dogs. It's win song time. We will sing our victory song at your home stadium." Country bumpkin scum ennui in Norwich will treat you well. Do you want iron bars or Molotov cocktails? The rubbish that we double-killed last season just had better luck this season. Just like a dog that got food and is raising its tail. Neil, Norwich manager, has already said that Song Wen is a very easy-to-target player. So you should not hold out too much hope, haha Neil. That bragging idiot, Song Wen, will kick the ball in his head. The tractor boys have gone mad like mad dogs. I guarantee you will walk out of Carrow Road crying. Little canary, we will crush you. Fans were arguing fiercely on Twitter. And the atmosphere of the derby was already heated up before the game between the two sides even started. At this time Song Wen, who was at the center of public opinion, was carefully reading an interview report from Norwich coach Neil. I watched Song Wen's game. I think Ipswich's victory over Fulham was largely due to luck. I think if our opponent would show 3 red cards, we would play better than them. Song Wen's physical fitness is very poor. When he was on the field for only more than 10 minutes, I clearly saw that his body was shaking when he ran. This physical fitness obviously proves that he is not a qualified football player. Yes, he does have a certain amount of talent. He is a gifted player, his explosive power is terrifying. His acceleration and jumping ability in a short period of time prove that he has enough talent. But his endurance is his fatal flaw. He can only play as a substitute. It is very difficult for him to play the whole game. This is destined to prevent him from becoming an excellent player. I'm afraid I can't reveal more details. What I can tell you is that we have studied this player thoroughly and have made corresponding targeted measures. I think when the time comes, he may not be able to play as well as he did against Fulham. Unfortunately, we have to go all out to try to get into the promotion zone. So for Song Wen, I can only say with regret that we may have to kill him in the cradle. In his first season as coach, he led the team to win the Championship promotion playoffs and enter the English Premier League. But they were relegated from the Premier League that year and returned to the Championship. Norwich, like Fulham, is also a famous team that has been rising and falling in the Premier League, jumping back and forth between the Championship and the Premier League all year round. Although the fans are somewhat dissatisfied with the relegation, to be honest, they have become accustomed to it. Neil also received support from senior management and renewed his contract this season to continue serving as Norwich's head coach. However, compared with his initial performance when he took office, Neil's coaching in his 3rd year was a bit too mediocre. The English Championship has now reached its 26th round, and the schedule is almost halfway through. Norwich ranks 7th in the standings, which obviously does not meet the fans' expectations of the team. After all, Norwich players' value is currently ranked 4th in the Championship. Of course, a player's worth cannot be directly equated with his performance. But fans don't care about that. In addition to the recent games, Norwich has not won 4 games in a row. And now there are gradually calls for Neil to be sacked. And the top management seems to be making some moves and has already been in contact with other coaches. The pressure on Neil is undoubtedly enormous. As an experienced coach, Neil naturally understands that the best way to resolve internal conflicts is to divert external conflicts. The derby against Ipswich is about to start, which is undoubtedly Neil's best chance. So he chose to accept media interviews and made some sharp remarks. If they can win this game, Neil will completely consolidate his position in the team. And if they lose, regardless of whether he speaks out or not, if they lose this derby that the fans attach great importance to, his position as coach will also be difficult to keep. As soon as the head coach spoke, Norwich fans went crazy and started a fierce war of words with Ipswich on the internet, and gradually gained the upper hand. On the other hand, Ipswich seemed to be on the verge of defeat due to its disadvantages in all aspects. This made Ipswich fans furious, but at this moment, until the end of the games, they seemed powerless to do anything but rage. This kind of impotent rage, being unable to function for 6 days, is simply an incredible torture. Just when Ipswich fans were gradually preparing to give up resistance, Ipswich fans who were still fighting with Norwich fans under the Twitter of Norwich, Coach Neil suddenly found a comment suddenly appeared in the comment section. "Hey old man, I heard you've got me figured out. I'll drive a tractor and flatten the grass at Carrow Road. And your canaries will be locked in cages." With no grass to eat, Ipswich's nickname was Tractor Boy. Norwich is called the Canaries because of its team logo. Although there was no sexual organ in this sentence, it was still very aggressive and made the Ipswich fans very excited. But fans soon discovered that there seemed something wrong with this sentence. Looking more closely, the ID that posted the comment is Wen Song. The fans were stunned and clicked on the homepage of this account. The profile picture is a high-definition selfie of Song Wen. The young man had an elegant and easygoing smile on his face. He did not look aggressive at all, but instead gave people a very friendly feeling. And next to the avatar there is also Twitter certification. Although this account does not post much content, it is basically daily training records on the court. Several pieces of evidence show that there is no doubt that this is Song Wen's own Twitter account. Song Wen's personal appearance on the field instantly boosted the morale of Ipswich fans who were about to be defeated. The fans called their friends through various channels, shouting "God is coming now." Ipswich's God not only appeared on the field, but also appeared directly in the comment section. The fans regrouped and started a new round of competition with Norwich fans. In the apartment, Diamo sat next to Song Wen, watching Song Wen's operations in amazement. Even if Diamo had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to go on the field and scold the opposing coach. What's more, after this guy finished his criticism, he didn't even plan to stop, and directly started to criticize Norwich fans in the comment section. And that's not all. He saw that while Song Wen was arguing with Norwich fans, he was also frequently switching apps. It was an app that was entirely in Chinese. And from the interface, it seemed to be a social platform like Twitter. Based on Diamo's understanding of Song Wen, this person is obviously not interacting in a friendly manner with netizens on domestic social platforms. Song Wen's fingers tapped on the phone screen so fast that afterimages flashed. And Diamo couldn't help but sigh. "Hey Song, I think you're the pianist on the football field." Song Wen ignored Diamo's flattery. The high-intensity dual-language switching and scolding was very brain-consuming. The confrontation didn't stop until Ling Feng called. "Song Wen, I have a manuscript for you to read." There was a teasing smile in Ling Feng's voice. When Song Wen opened WeChat, he saw the manuscript sent by Ling Feng. "No one blessed my debut, no one cheered for my goals. But my legend has begun." The first page of the manuscript is a high-definition photo. That was a photo of Song Wen opening his arms and welcoming the boos from the audience after scoring a goal. The photographer captured the angle very well, taking a long shot, which captured the expressions of many fans. These fans looked angry and gnashed their teeth, and many of them were visibly cursing. In this drastic contrast and conflict, Song Wen, who stood in the field with his head held high, gave off a heroic feeling of a lone hero just from looking at the photo. Song Wen was not very interested in this kind of manuscript. He just glanced at it casually and asked, "Teacher Ling, has this manuscript been sent out?" Ling Feng replied with a smile, "Not yet. I just received the manuscript a second ago and sent it to you right away so that we can have fun together." "Oh," Song Wen nodded, "I need a favor from Mr. Ling Feng. Please send this manuscript back to him." "Haha, I know. Don't be so impatient. Let me check the typos and layout before sending it out." "Ah, what did you say?" Song Wen's words obviously made Ling Feng's brain crash. "This manuscript cannot be published." "Why?" Ling Feng obviously couldn't understand Song Wen's actions. "You have to know that this is your best chance to change your reputation in China. This photo is absolutely amazing in terms of spatial composition and the artistic conception of the characters. It is a rare photo of life. Do you know how many people don't have such a photo of life?" "How much does it cost?" Song Wen sighed and lied. "Teacher Ling Feng, you know I don't need the support of domestic fans. So I would rather they continue to hate me." If they hate me, they will be more motivated. The Chinese national football team is in the critical stage of the World Cup qualifiers. We can't let them lose their temper now. On the other end of the phone, Ling Feng opened his mouth wide, but could not make a sound. Song Wen comforted. I know what you want to say, teacher Ling Feng, but you don't have to say it after all. Great flavor, no need for too much salt. End of this chapter. With the support of Feng Xiaoding's talent as a football star, Ling Feng was finally convinced by Song Wen. His tone obviously lost the excitement he had at the beginning, and he said with emotion, Song Wen, one day when the truth comes out, your name will be known to everyone's. Song Wen laughed a little guilty. My bad reputation has spread far and wide now, so it doesn't matter. Song Wen's self-mockery made Ling Feng laugh, and he said with a smile, I almost forgot to tell you that the contributor of this article is the same author who exposed you for bullying your teammates. Song Wen was a little surprised when he heard Ling Feng's words. I didn't expect that my little black guy would be conquered by me so quickly. This is not possible. Teacher Ling Feng, I have an unwelcome request. You want his contact information. Teacher Ling Feng is indeed a media expert. You guessed it before I even said it. You don't have to flatter me. Ling Feng, who was flattered, was obviously in a good mood. According to the rules of the industry, this is definitely not allowed. I can open a back door for you, but you have to tell me what you want to do after all. You are too unconventional and my heart can't stand it. Song Wen smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Ling Feng. I just want to help him correct his wrongdoings. Tell him that persistence is the key to success and that one must stand firm in one's position. And provide him with some negative information about me. Under the leadership of Song Wen, the war between Tractor Boy and Canary was in full swing on the internet. The Tractor Boys, who clearly had no favorable factors in any aspect, had a clear upper hand in this online argument. In the words of Ipswich fans, Song Wen played a role like Joan of Arc in this battle. Before the game even started, Song Wen had already become a thorn in the side of Norwich fans. Many fans even directly issued truth warnings to Song Wen. It is foreseeable that this East Anglian derby may become the hottest one in history. The Chinese boy who was at the center of the topic had already appeared at Portman Road Stadium at 4 in the morning and started his day's training. There is only one day left before the match against Norway. In the past few days, Song Wen's daily life has been very simple and boring. Apartment court spa club to maintain your feet, without the trouble of diorama. Although Song Wen's daily training volume is still astonishingly large, he no longer needs to train to exhaustion. This also allowed him to successfully obtain 5 skill upgrade points. The derby with Norwich was imminent, and he no longer had time to wait to gather 10 skill points to upgrade his level 3 skills. Moreover, no one knew what the third-level ability of the sea cucumber players was. Song Wen looked down and saw that his De Bruyne was already very great. If he was further enhanced, he was afraid that De Bruyne would not be able to bear it. Except for the sea cucumber player's ability. Not every ability can be improved currently. There are only 2 abilities that can be improved. The Great Emperor from Li Yibar's Black fans and China's own De Bruyne from Taizi. Song Wen thought about it and upgraded Emperor Li Yi's skills first. Hint, you have used 1 skill point to upgrade the Emperor's skill to level. The Great Level 1, your ball protection is like Henry, and your ball protection ability is greatly improved. Emperor Level 2, you gain a special skill Bangbu turn. On the court, the turn is a very cool dribbling action. And Zidane promoted this skill. Since Zidane was born in Marseille, France, this action was named Marseille turn. Li also mastered this skill. And since his birthplace was Bangbu, it was named Bangbu turn. Bangbu turn is a unique skill that player Li Yi created after he mastered the Henry-style ball protection. It turns 360 degrees more than Zidane's Marseille turn, and it is rare in the world. Therefore, once the Bangbu turn is used, no one can stop it. Bangbu turn when turning. Alternately step on the ball with your left and right feet to change the direction of the ball. Avoid the opponent's tackle or use your body to block the opponent so that the opponent cannot reach the ball. After stepping on the ball with one foot in the forward dribbling process, turn 360 degrees and pull the ball with the other foot. After the other foot touches the ball, pull it back. Basically get rid of the defender, then. Protect the ball with your left foot. Use the right foot as the axis. And turn 360 degrees to completely get rid of the defender. At this time, choose to continue to protect the ball or pass the ball. The Bangbu turn embodies the true meaning of protection. No matter if there are interceptions in front or pursuers behind, I will still protect the ball. When this skill is used, the whole audience is boiling. It can be said to be an extremely gorgeous and practical escape technique. It combines all the actions in football, such as stopping the ball, getting rid of passing, etc. It is extremely difficult and extremely lethal. Once the Bangbu turn is used, the game often loses suspense. Even Li himself has only used it once in his career. Looking at the abilities he had acquired, Song Wen fell into silence, logically speaking. The more words one has, the stronger one's ability is. But this Bangbu roundabout, if it is really the Bangbu roundabout he knows, is really a bit confusing. Song Wen took a deep breath, stepped on the football, and activated the Bangbu spin skill. It seemed like a small whirlwind was blowing on the court. Song Wen heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the system's Bangbu spiral had been obviously improved. It just looked a bit like drawing a compass. Speaking of compasses, he thought of the compass worth 100 million. That compass should still be drawing circles in faraway Brazil. Song Wen then chose to upgrade Taizi's abilities again. Hint, you have used one skill point to upgrade China's own De Bruyne. What? China's own De Bruyne level 1, improved game reading ability and overall perspective. Chinese people's own immortal Nai level 2, De Bruyne is promoted. Looking at the brief description of the ability, Song Wen was slightly stunned. Then he was shocked and reached out to grab it. The system didn't let him down. Maybe if he levels up 2 more times, he can really spiral into heaven. The upgrade of the 2 abilities did not make Song Wen feel satisfied. He looked at the anti-fan value from Norwich fans in the system again. The anti-fan value of Norwich fans has reached 49,000. According to past experience, when the anti-fan value reaches 50,000, the system will often grant him an ability. Tomorrow's derby is of utmost importance. McCarthy told himself that Ipswich's top management had already drawn up a contract for him. But his performance against Fulham was so amazing that the top management was embarrassed to take out the original contract for a while. But the high cost made the top management hesitate, and they decided to make a decision after the game with Norwich. This is undoubtedly very important to Song Wen, because this determines whether he will continue to order business foot bath or ace foot bath when he takes care of his feet in the future. Noon. The sky above Norfolk was foggy and not a single ray of sunshine could penetrate. There was a heavy snowfall last night. But although the temperature is still very low, there is no snow on the main roads. Fans of Norwich City in Norfolk have arrived on the streets early, ready to welcome their arch-rivals from the next town. 6 days of verbal battles have really aroused the anger of Norwich fans. When the Ipswich team bus pulled into Norwich, there were tons of eggs. This is despite the local police already struggling to maintain order. And they even just confiscated a homemade Molotov cocktail. Norwich fans are so passionate. Song Wen was sitting in the bus, waving and smiling at the fans outside through the window glass, which attracted an even more intense wave of rotten egg attacks. McGoldrick stood up switch seats with Song Wen and sat by the window. Be careful, Song, this glass is not bulletproof. Douglas, who was sitting in the last row, looked gloomy and said sarcastically, "Hey McGoldrick, is this guy your master?" As soon as he finished speaking before Song Wen could attack, McCarthy stood up and pointed at Douglas' nose and cursed. "If you say another word, get off this car now." Douglas's face twisted, but in the end he didn't dare to challenge the coach in person and turned his head away. It's not that Douglas was scared. But his good friend Pittman found him 2 days ago and said that he heard that the top management had already drafted a contract with him. And the renewal salary did not seem to be affected by the conflict between him and Song Wen. So he asked him to be patient for a few more days. Although Douglas' agent had communicated with other teams before, he did not get an offer that satisfied Douglas. The winter transfer window will close in a few days. And if Pittman does not deceive himself, then staying in Ipswich seems to be a good choice. As for whether Pittman would deceive himself, of course not. They have been best friends since they arrived in Ipswich. Douglas kept muttering to himself that as long as the contract was signed, he would sooner or later teach McCarthy the ungrateful old man a lesson. He originally just wanted to earn more money without doing anything. After all, he is already at that age. Even if he is benched for 2 years because of a conflict with his coach, it is a paid vacation which will make him happier. The team bus slowly drove into Carrow Road Stadium. At this time in the conference room of Carrow Road Stadium, the Norwich team was holding the final meeting before the game. Head coach Neil attached great importance to this game and even made a special video, analyzing and explaining the game at the same time. Appearing extremely serious, Houlihan, what did you find from Song Wen's passing and shooting just now? Houlihan is the captain of Norwich and, like Song Wen, plays as an attacking midfielder. This player from Ireland is an Irish international with superb footwork. He is also the team's most valuable player at the moment. Hearing Neil's question, Houlihan spoke directly. He is a right-footed player. He uses his left foot to pass and shoot 0 times. And when he breaks through, he also likes to break through from the right side. Houlihan paused, thought for a moment and added, he has a very unbalanced ability with his left and right feet. And football players use different feet to kick, pass, shoot, and so on according to their personal habits. Right-footed players are those who mainly use their right foot for these actions, while left-footed players are those who mainly use their left foot for these actions. This classification is based on the player's personal kicking habits and skills. Because most people develop the habit of using one foot as their primary kicking foot during their growth, knowing the opponent's dominant foot can make it easier to defend. In addition to these, there are 2 very rare types of athletes. One type is players without a weak foot. They can pass the ball and shoot with both feet very easily. This not only allows them to have more room to move, but also causes great trouble to defensive players. Another type is the double reverse football player. This type of player is even rarer than a player without any defensive skills. It seems as if their 2 legs are not their own, and the ball is out of control whether it is with their left foot or right foot. For example, the famous domestic player Gowlin is a typical player with 2 inverse feet and a non-dominant head. Hearing Houlihan's answer, Neil nodded and continued. Song Wen's physical fitness is very poor in this game. He will definitely be replaced by Old Man McCarthy as a surprise player. All of Ipswich's offensive capabilities now come from Song Wen. There is no need to be afraid of him in the first half. So Murphy, I will let you come on as a substitute in this game and keep your physical strength where it is most useful. Murphy is also a midfielder rand in the Norwich lineup. Apart from Houlihan's, Murphy is the player that Coach Neil values most, especially his performance on the defensive end, which has been very eye-catching recently. As Neil's direct player, Murphy naturally had no objection to Houlihan's arrangement. Neil looked at the other players again and said, Song Wen is a very cunning player, but his body is his fatal flaw. As long as you see him dribbling the ball, 2 people will rush forward to press him. If he wants to break through, you can foul him without hesitation. His body can't stand too strong a confrontation. We must win this game today at all costs. Amid the players' excited cheers, Neil put his hands in his pockets exuding confidence. This state continued until the 90th minute before the start of the game, when Neil saw Winsong's name appearing directly in the starting lineup. He finally pulled his hand out of his pocket. And on the other side is the Celestial Empire. Fanji has also opened the live broadcast room. Brothers, we mate again. Today, we are still going to have a game in the English Championship. Those who understand will understand, so I won't say much. Fans flocked into the live broadcast room, and soon they discovered that today's guest was not Jan Jun from the previous game. But it's Li Yi. Fuck, Emperor Li Yi is here. It's hard to stretch just a joke. I actually met Li Yi in a place other than Li Yi Bar. What? Pass it on. Fan Ji invited Henry to live stream. Fan Ji asked Li Yi with a smile, "Hey, have you paid attention to Song Wen recently? What do you think of this young man's football playing?" Li Yi thought about it and replied, "His speed, jumping and passing are all pretty good. Many people say that his physical fitness is not good enough. But I actually have a different opinion." Fan Ji became interested. "Oh, what do you think?" Li Yi pursed his lips and said, "I think his ability to protect the ball is a little bit lacking." Li Yi's words stunned Fan Ji. For a moment he couldn't figure out whether the old man was serious or just doing it for show. "Is the ball protection a bit bad?" "Yes." Li Yi nodded seriously and analyzed. "I watched his 2 games, including the championship game against Fulham. Carefully I found a problem." Seeing that Li Yi was not joking at all, Fan Ji also became serious. "Hey, this is interesting. We know that there is a reason why Li Yi protect the ball. Tell me what the problem is." Li Yi stroked his chin with one hand, looking profound. "Let's talk about the match against the Chinese national team first. It seemed like Song Wen had dribbled past Feng Xiaoding and Zheng Zhai. But if you look closely, you can see that he actually relied on his speed. His ability to fight is not good. As long as you slow down, you can get close to him. You can even use 2-on-1 to directly limit his space and make him unable to move. He also knows his weaknesses. So once he falls into this situation, he will quickly pass the ball. He knows he can't protect the ball. This is a manifestation of his lack of confidence." As for the Fulham match, the opponent had fewer players and chose to shrink their defense, which gave Song Wen too much space to shoot. Li Yi spoke so convincingly that even Fan Ji was frightened and felt as if it were really the case. When the fans in the live broadcast room heard Li Yi's words, it was as if they had suddenly been enlightened. "That's right. This guy basically relied on his speed to win before. Just don't give him the start, it has to be Emperor Li Yi. My brother Yi knows how to protect the ball. So it is not unreasonable for the Norwich coach to say that Song Zi is easy to be targeted. Okay, today I want to see a river of blood. Norwich's style of play is quite aggressive. And today is a derby." I heard that Song Zi was still cursing at Norwich fans. Norwich would be sorry to his fans if they don't break his legs today. After the last game against Fulham, some fans didn't want to watch the live broadcast anymore. After all, those who can follow the live broadcast room to watch are generally haters. The haters came to see Song Wen make a fool of himself, not to see him show off. But Li Yi's analysis rekindled the enthusiasm of the haters. Is there a way? Yes, there is a way. Today is the day to pick the horse for Song Zema. Li Yi saw the enthusiastic response in the live broadcast room. Just as he was about to continue his analysis, he heard Fan Ji beside him suddenly say, "Xiao Song, did you hear our brother Li's guidance? You still need to improve your ball protection. Find your brother Li and learn from him when you have the chance." Song Wen's laughing voice came from the phone. "No problem, brother Fan, brother Li. I will definitely visit you next time I return to China." Li Yi was stunned for a moment, his expression looking a little embarrassed. "Well, it's not bad actually. You should do well in this game. I will pay more attention to you, you have great potential." Facing Li Yi's polite words, Song Wen also replied very politely, "Okay, brother Li. I actually protect the ball more like Henry." Carrow Road Stadium. The players are warming up on the court. The game hasn't started yet, but the cheers of the fans in the stadium are already deafening. Apart from cheering and applauding for the initiative, there were attacks and insults against Song Wen. Wang Yao was mixed in the crowd and couldn't help but admire the boy's ability to withstand pressure, even with the whole stadium booing. He actually waved towards the stands from time to time, as if he really regarded the black fans as his fans. He was even worried that the kid would run over the next second and sign the Norwich jerseys in the hands of the fans. For Wang Yao, he had to admit that Song Wen conquered him in the last game. But he also felt a little disappointed with his friend. During the rest days, Song Wen went to the club every day without fail. He even came out of the club on the eve of today's game. Wang Yao originally thought that this kid was at an age when he was just beginning to fall in love, and that he might have been seduced by the club's technician. So he waited in the club for 3 consecutive days to see which slut was trying to harm the future football star. As a result, every time he saw someone coming out of Song Wen's room, it was an aunt who was over 40 years old. This made Wang Yao very angry. It's okay for him to go to the club to look for young models every day. But I've never seen him go to the club to look for moms every day. The calluses on this aunt's hands are probably thicker than your foreskin. She is not afraid of being ground into a needle. What do you want? Wang Yao thought of countless possibilities, but he never thought that Song Wen was short of money. So at this time, his feelings towards Song Wen were extremely complicated. Under the attention of all walks of life, this highly anticipated championship derby finally officially started as time passed. The domestic Hupu platform even opened a real-time scoring session specifically for this competition. Song Wen was given a high score of 0 before the game even started. Okay with the referee's whistle, the game between the two sides officially began. The players wearing green jerseys are the home team Norwich Football Club, and they are attacking from the left side of the screen to the right side. The players wearing blue jerseys are the away team Ipswich Club, and they are attacking from the right side of the screen to the left side. After Ipswich kicked off, the ball went directly to the feet of No 11 player Song Wen. Oh, these two Norwich players kick so fiercely. In the live broadcast, as soon as Song Wen got the ball, Holohan and Naismith rushed over. The two men were so aggressive that they surrounded Song Wen from the left and right, forcing him to pass the ball back to Chambers behind him. Logically speaking, after passing the ball, Holohan, as the attacking midfielder, should have continued to move forward. But instead of running forward, Holohan followed Song Wen and ran towards his own backcourt. Norwich started the game with a 4-2-3-1 formation. Holohan, who often plays as a front midfielder, chose to retreat, letting his teammates push forward instead, while he just walked with Song Wen. And it wasn't just Holohan. When Song Wen strolled into Norwich's half, Norwich's midfielder Hassan also squeezed over. When there was no ball, Norwich directly arranged 2 defenders to mark Song Wen. Lee saw Song Wen's situation and said with some concern, "It seems that the Norwich coach has found a way to target Song Wen. Under the double team, it is difficult for Song Wen to find a chance to speed up. If he wants to get the ball, it will be a great test of his ball-protecting skills." But in Neil's opinions, McCarthy had completely lost his mind after seeing a life-saving straw. With a physical condition like Song Wen, how could he possibly start? Although he was tricked and the team's midfielder Murphy failed to start, he only needed to keep pressing Song Wen with high intensity, and he believed that the kid would collapse after playing half the game. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter 4-2-3-1 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter 4-3-2-1 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. This formation is actually very dependent on the abilities of the two wingers. Otherwise, there will be problems with weak attack. But Neil doesn't need to think about that now. What he was thinking about was how to defend against Song Wen's attack and how to carry Song Wen off the field with minimal losses. Holohan and Housen were also very particular about blocking Song Wen. Holohan always kept his position on the side between Song Wen and his teammates. not giving Ipswich the opportunity to easily deliver ammunition to Song Wen. Hawson always stood behind Song Wen, guarding against Song Wen's sudden acceleration. Faced with the pursuit and blockade of the two players, Song Wen even had very few opportunities to get the ball. And Holohan followed him and occasionally sprayed a few trash words at him. "Hey kid, why don't you run away? Can't you run like a monkey?" Being an excellent player requires not only outstanding footwork, but also a sharp mouth. It is very common for players to trash talk each other on the court. How to use trash talk to cause the opposing players to become furious and lose their minds without attracting the attention of the referee is also the wisdom that a mature player should possess. Excellent trash talk can not only affect the rationality of the opposing players, but is also more likely to help him get a yellow card or even a red card from the referee. Holohan is clearly a mature player. Song Wen was suddenly subjected to verbal attacks from the other party. He was obviously stunned for a moment, looked a little confused and even paused for a moment. Noticing Song Wen's gaffe, Holohan became even more interested. He knew that the other party was just a 17-year-old boy, and it was time to give him a unique life experience lesson. "What are you looking at, little things? The court is not for you. Go back to your mother's arms and drink milk." Song Wen's expression changed again. This made Holohan feel that this kid obviously couldn't withstand his verbal attack. What he didn't know was that Song Wen was so happy at this moment. "I didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to ask him to interact." He took a deep breath. "I XX your XXXXX bitch XXX. I'm going to XXX your mother XX your father XXXXXX." If Holohan's trash talk is anything to go by, at least it still has some of the elegance of a cultured person. Then Song Wen's trash talk was just like taking off his pants and shitting on Holohan's head. In just a few words, not only greeted Holohan, but also greeted all of Holohan's ancestors. Moreover, Song Wen spoke very quickly, even with a bit of rhyme, which made Holohan think for a moment that he had provoked a black brother. Before he could come to his senses, Song Wen's mouth opened again. The series of greetings left Holohan with his mouth open, not knowing how to fight back for a moment. Even Hawson at the side couldn't stand it anymore and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey, keep your mouth shut. Where are your qualities as a player?" As soon as he opened his mouth, Song Wen, who had been talking nonsense just now, suddenly rushed forward. Holohan and Hawson's attention was undoubtedly attracted by Song Wen, so much so that they only reacted after Song Wen had taken 2 steps. Hawson, who was stuck behind Song Wen, reached out and tried to pull him. Although he failed to catch him, he did hinder Song Wen's speed. There were only 6 minutes left in the race, and although Song Wen was walking, he only had 6 seconds of maximum speed time. During this period of time, the player's physical strength is abundant, and even if they can burst out at their maximum speed, it is difficult to instantly create distance from the opponent. This resulted in Ipswich midfielder Skuse making a very comfortable pass. But when Song Wen got the ball, Holohan and Hawson had surrounded him from both sides, blocking Song Wen's movement, and the Norwich defender in front was also rushing towards him. Song Wen looked up at the field. Although McGoldrick had already started, Norwich already had players marking him, and the other Ipswich players were still a little behind. It was obvious that McGoldrick alone could not break through Norwich's defense. He has now attracted the defense of 3 Norwich players, which will inevitably create defensive gaps in other positions. What he needs to do now is not to pass the ball to McGoldrick immediately, but to wait for his teammates to reach the penalty area and tear open Norwich's defense. In the live broadcast room, Fanji spoke Song Wen, dribbling the ball forward, but he was immediately surrounded by 3 people. "Oh, it's really pointless to target him like this. The ball should be given out as soon as possible. Why haven't you given it yet? Oh, this sudden stop." Holohan's shoes were almost thrown out. Norwich's defender played very ruthlessly. After seeing that Holohan and Hawson blocked Song Wen's space on both sides, he chose to make a tackle directly, but with the protection of the Emperor. Song Wen finally showed his talent in ball protection at this moment. The moment he saw the Norwich defender making a tackle, Song Wen made an abrupt stop, then stepped on the ball with his right foot and passed it back, causing the Norwich defender to fly past him, and even almost knocked down Houlihan, who was chasing him on the side. On the other side of Song Wen, Hawson chose to take the ball without hesitation when he saw Song Wen's sudden stop, wanting to grab the ball when Song Wen's center of gravity was unstable due to the sudden stop. Although Hawson, who was running at high speed, stopped, he actually still had hidden strength in his body and pushed Song Wen to the side. Song Wen's body was shaken by the collision, but he did not lose his balance. He moved his feet again, opened his hands and leaned against Hawson with his back, giving Hawson no chance to kick the ball, but in this way, his front and the ball were exposed to Houlihan. Houlihan didn't think twice and just stretched out his leg to poke, while Hawson behind Song Wen also cooperated tacitly and reached out to pull. He could feel that Song Wen had no strength, so he just pulled lightly and Song Wen's body tilted over. But the opponent took advantage of the situation and turned around, pushing the ball over with his feet, leaving Houlihan empty-handed. The defender who had just made the tackle had stood up and kicked again. Song Wen's right foot kicked again. Song Wen carried Houlihan on his left and supported Hawson on his right, like a small boat swaying in the wind and rain. It seemed like he would lose the ball in the next second, but the ball just kept rolling around under his feet. Song Wen's sight penetrated the gap between the three people. Then he kicked the ball with his heel, and it went straight through the middle of 6 legs and found the forward winger Sears. Fan Ji in the live broadcast room widened his eyes, exclaimed repeatedly, and couldn't help but patting Li Yi's arm wildly. Ouch. Ouch, this ball protection is incredible, can you see it? It's going to kill me. How good are you at ball protection, Li Yi? He came back to his senses when he felt the movement from his right hand, and subconsciously continued, "Ah, it is indeed." Now it was Fan Ji's turn to lose his composure. Does this kid really think he is Henry on the court? Sears quickly inserted himself into the court and chose to go down the court quickly after receiving the ball. At this time, except for Sears, 4 Ipswich players have arrived near the penalty area. However, there were only 4 defensive players in Norwich's penalty area, which was obviously short of manpower. Sears Laddie once again led away a defender, and Song Wen took advantage of the moment when Houlihan and the other 2 were stunned, and quickly started and rushed out from the double team. Sears made a low cross pass and the ball came to McGoldrick's feet. Big Black raised his foot to shoot, but suddenly he felt something in his heart, and instantly retracted his strength, lightly knocking the ball to the front right. Song Wen behind him had already quickly inserted himself into the game, with no one guarding him. Norwich goalkeeper Ruddy had no choice but to take the initiative. Seeing Song Wen's toes on one side, he immediately knelt down to prevent the ball from leaking out of his lower body. But Song Wen twisted his ankle again, and then raised his toes slightly. The shot did not have much power, but the height was so high that Ruddy, who was kneeling, could not reach it even if he tried his best. The ball drew a soft arc in the air, but at this moment, Song Wen had already run towards the sidelines. He opened his arms and raised his head to celebrate. In response to his shout, the ball rushed into Norwich's goal line. Boom. There was a burst of violent boos at Carrow Road. Song Wen stood on the sidelines, facing the camera and the hostile gazes of tens of thousands of spectators. Stretched out a finger and put it in front of his mouth. OMG. Sky Sports Channel. The commentator shouted in disbelief when Song. He scored against Norwich in just 8 minutes. Look at him. He made a silence gesture to all the Norwich fans. This kid is crazy. Song Wen's goal once again caused crazy interaction between fans of both sides on Twitter. Song is so handsome. He is the god in the hearts of us Ipswich fans. I really love this guy. Look at him after shooting the ball. He didn't even look at the balls, but went straight to the sidelines to celebrate. A real man never looks back at the goals. Song is a player without any quality. Why can he do such a thing to the audience? The game has only started for 8 minutes wait. Yes, Song is the tractor god hahaha. Domestic live broadcast room. The corners of Fan Ji's mouth were harder to suppress than AK's at this moment. And his excitement made him speechless for a while. He just pointed at the screen, looking at Li Yi and then at the barrage. Without Zhan Jun's professional commentary, it seems difficult for Fan Ji to take on the responsibility of commentary alone. But General Fan will never disappoint in the matter of humor again. Oh my god, I'm going to die, it's a goal. Hey Li Yi, how can I say this goal is absolutely amazing? Is it as good as you were back then? Li Yi was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Fan Ji is still outputting. To be honest, the Bengbu roundabout that you had back then. I can say this name, Bengbu roundabout. Hearing the words Bengbu roundabout from Fan Ji's mouth, Li Yi's face turned dark, and he couldn't help but greet Fan Ji in his heart. Everyone knows that the Bengbu roundabout is a mockery of Li Yi rather than a compliment. He asked if he could say it, but 2 Bengbu echoes appeared in the dozen or so words. After Fan Ji asked, he didn't even think about waiting for Li Yi's answer, and continued directly. I think Xiao Song's ball protection is only 360 plus 180 degrees, which is indeed a little off. You can teach him when you have time, and you can make up for the remaining 180 degrees. But Xiao Song scored the ball. It seems that you protected the ball, but it was meaningless. Seeing Li Yi's face becoming increasingly stiff, the outspoken Fan Ji finally realized that what he said was indeed somewhat offensive. So he comforted, but that's not your fault. I remember you were protecting the ball well, but your teammate came up and kicked it away right. There's something wrong with this guy. This ball should have been scored. He thought for a moment and added, hey, did you ask him about it later? Did he kick you on purpose because he saw you guarding for too long? Fan Ji's wave of artillery fire directly made Li Yi autistic. The comments in the live broadcast room were even more overwhelming. Brother Fan, shut up if you continue talking. Li Yi will do a Bengbu turn and go back to Bengbu. It's so funny, Fan Ji's mouth is really killing me. Doing these things, oh my god, it's going to kill me. But to be honest, Song Zema's ball protection is indeed worthy of the Emperor to learn from. This guy did it on purpose, didn't he, before the game? I heard Li Yi say that he was not good at protecting the ball. So this time he deliberately didn't pass the ball and just protected it. Don't tell me it fits my stereotype of Song Zi. Damn, he got it right again. He celebrated without even looking at the goal after the shot. It would be nice if Fan Ji was here at this time, and he could save the ball on the goal line and let him show off. Fan Ji has become Song Zi's licker, and he even saved the ball on the goal line. If he was really there, he would probably help Song Zi kick the ball when it stopped on the goal line. What are these Norwich idiots doing? 3 people can't protect 1 person. So many good news were released before the game, just to trick you into buying Norwich. Don't you know that Norwich City is in control of the team? At this time on the court, Holohan had already found the referee as soon as possible. He was angrily complaining to the referee about Song Wen's verbal attack on him, which led to his defensive mistake. This kind of complaint is of no use to the referee. It is impossible to disallow a goal just because the opponent said a few trash words. And the referee didn't hear it at all, but at this time, Norwich's players had already surrounded them, looking extremely angry. Looking at Song Wen, who happened to be walking not far from him. In order to calm the anger of the Norwich players, the referee decided to give a verbal warning in front of the Norwich players. Song, they said you kept insulting them during the game. After hearing the referee's words, Song Wen looked confused and innocent. He spread his hands, walked over and asked, what? They said you have been abusing them with very bad words. You need to be careful if I hear them. Song Wen scratched his hair, his eyes full of clarity. What about your mother? What's wrong with scolding her? Now it was the referee's turn to look confused. Did you just speak Chinese? Song Wen nodded kindly. Sorry, my English is not good. As soon as Song Wen finished speaking, expressions of shock appeared on the faces of everyone present. Holohan swore that he had never seen anyone so shameless. Who doesn't know that you, Song Wen, grew up in England? How come you've survived all these years by using sign language? When you were arguing with Norwich fans on Twitter and posting more than 10 updates a minute, I didn't see any grammatical errors. Even the referee couldn't stand it anymore and said helplessly, "In short, stop talking trash, I'm listening." He looked at Holohan again and warned, "Same to you." Hearing the referee's words, Song Wen nodded with a smile and looked at Holohan. "Of course we are friends, am I right, son?" Holohan didn't understand what Song Wen said in Chinese at the end. But seeing that the other party looked kind, and the referee was staring at him and expressing his opinion, he nodded, yes, fuck you. "What are you saying?" I said, "We are family." Seeing the two men shaking hands and making peace, the referee turned and ran towards the midfield, directing the Norwich players to kick off again. Watching the referee run away, Song Wen also started running towards his own half. Just as Holohan was about to leave, he heard a voice floating in front of him, "Fuck you. Little bitch." Holohan turned his head suddenly and glared at Song Wen's back. I saw the other party still shaking his body in a shameless manner, holding up two fingers indicating two, and then pointing at the goals. This time Holohan's anger was completely aroused. He has been playing football for all these years, but he has never seen such a despicable, shameless, dirty person. Holohan looked at Hossan beside him and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Fuck him hard." Hossan shrugged helplessly, indicating that he had tried his best. Norwich sent the ball, and after Holohan passed it to the wing, he did not continue to follow his teammates and found Song Wen's position again. Looking at Holohan, who followed him again, Song Wen greeted him with a smile. "Hey, you look exactly like the little black one I raised 3 years ago. No matter where I go, you follow me just by smelling my scent." Holohan's face turned livid. He obviously knew that he couldn't say anything to this sharp-tongued boy, so he could only threaten him directly. "You can talk as much as you want while you can. I will pull out all your teeth later." Facing Holohan's threats, Song Wen did not take them seriously. "Aha, you can try it. I'm the best at beating dogs." If the previous derby was just a fierce conflict between the fans of the two teams, 10 minutes into the game, the players on both sides were clearly getting angry. The actions of both sides became bolder as they continued to test the referee's bottom line. In the championship, referees' penalties are generally more lenient. After several attempts in front of Ipswich's penalty area, Norwich made a cross and the striker made a very threatening header. But fortunately, the goalkeeper narrowly confiscated the ball. Goalkeeper Bielkowski chose to throw the ball out with his hand, and after a few passes, Ipswich was intercepted by Norwich again. Fan Ji in the live broadcast room frowned as he watched. "What the hell, they can even lose a ball like this. This team is too dependent on Song Wen alone. This is not the way to play the ball," Li said. "Song Wen needs to run. If he walks like this now, he won't even have a chance to get the ball. The most important thing is, you can't keep walking in the front court like this. You have to return to defense. If you don't return to defense, your teammates will be under too much pressure on the defensive end." Although Ipswich was currently leading 1-0, Song Wen was unable to get the ball and soon fell into a disadvantage on the field. At this moment, Fan Ji heard Li's words again and explained, "Song Wen's body may not allow him to run all over the court at a high intensity. I think it is difficult for a player to be good at everything. If he can be the best in one aspect, then he is already a very good player." However, Li obviously did not agree with Fan Ji's statement. "No one plays like him. He is still a midfielder. When I was a striker, I was always the first one to run back to defense. Carlos's 10-meter speed is 8 seconds. Sometimes I can run under 11 seconds. While Li was bragging on the live broadcast screen, Song Wen finally found an opening and received the pass from his teammate. However, before he stopped the ball, he heard Chambers yelling at him, "Song, watch out behind you." Song Wen turned his head subconsciously, and Hassan was already rushing towards him from behind like a missile. The opponent actually chose to tackle directly behind him. This kind of tackle is extremely dangerous on the field. And if you are not careful, you might break someone's leg. Fuck you. Song Wen simply stopped protecting the ball and jumped directly from the spot. Hassan got right under his feet. The midfielder wearing the No. 8 jersey looked up while flying close to the ground and saw Song Wen's grinning face. Oh, there was a burst of shocked cheers at Carrow Road. Before Hassan could pass under Song Wen's feet, Song Wen's body had already fallen down. Perhaps because he was frightened. Song Wen did not jump too high and his body tilted. Obviously, he lost his balance in the air. Song Wen fell down and his knee hit Hassan's chest directly. If Hassan had not reacted quickly and immediately protected his chest with his arms, this knee would have broken at least 2 of his ribs. But even so, Hassan felt as if he was hit by a car and let out a muffled groan. Beep beep beep. The referee immediately stopped the game. Song Wen had already fallen to the ground, covering his ankle with one hand and his knee with the other, and began to roll on the ground. This made Hassan on the other side stunned for a moment. By the time he reacted and wanted to perform, the referee had already arrived. The English Championship does not have VAR technology, and the referee did not see clearly whether Hassan kicked Song Wen's foot with the tackle from behind. However, when he saw Song Wen rolling on the ground, and this was a high-risk foul in itself, the referee raised the yellow card directly at Hassan. On the other side, Big Boss Rai Godric rushed up at the first moment. After seeing Song Wen being knocked down, Lao Hai felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. He didn't know that it was called protecting the master. But now he just wanted to tear Hassan, who was lying on the ground, into 2 halves. "You bitch, how the hell do you play football?" McGoldrick walked up to Hassan and started cursing at him, and even rushed forward as if he was going to fight with Hassan. Norwich players also quickly gathered around, looking at Holohan, who was standing in front of him. McGoldrick was not afraid. He pushed forward with his chest puffed out, touched the opponent's forehead with his head, and said viciously, "You better pray that nothing happens to Song. If anyone touches my brother, I'll send him to see God." Song Wen silently stopped rolling on the lawn. "I was so embarrassed that I almost stopped breathing." More and more players on both sides started to join in the verbal fight, and the game had to be stopped for a while. The match between the 2 sides had only started for 20 minutes. The atmosphere of the derby finally reached its climax at this moment. After a stern warning from the referee, the players from Norwich and Ipswich finally separated. But as the quarrel continued to escalate, everyone was feeling angry, especially Song Wen, who got up from the ground with a smile, became a thorn in the eyes of Norwich players. McGoldrick was still around Song Wen, staring at Song Wen's ankle with concern, and said, "Song, is your foot okay?" Feeling De Leaha's burning emotions, Song Wen silently walked 2 steps away. "Brother, please don't do this, I'm scared." Chambers also came over. This captain, who was always known for his good temper, now looked a little unhappy. "Song, protect yourself." He thought for a moment and added, "I'll help you as soon as I can." Feeling the deep friendship of the Ipswich players, Hassan, who was still lying on the ground, turned pale. "I didn't even kick that guy, but he kicked me instead. Now my chest is aching. The most important thing is, where are your teammates? My buddy has been lying on the ground for a long time. Why doesn't anyone come to care about him and help him up?" Hassan felt a little depressed when he suddenly saw Captain Holohan, who had left, come back. He was somewhat moved. And then he heard Holohan say dissatisfiedly, "Hassan, stop pretending and get up quickly." In the domestic live broadcast room, Fan Ji was furious. "This number 27, what is he doing? Is this how you tackle? Damn, is he going for the ball? He has no dignity left." Fan Ji spoke eloquently, and the live broadcast room had to be warned several times before it calmed down. He glanced at the barrage. His anger suddenly grew even greater. Yes, that's how you should kick it. Why didn't you kick Song Liuzi to death? It is to eliminate the evil for football. Increase efforts on the 27th, fans for life. Song Zi is such a good actor. He rolled on the ground like an oiled drums. He falls down when touched and breaks when hit. He is like a glass man, brothers, let's go big. Looking at the barrage of comments, Fan Ji became furious if Leah hadn't stopped him. The live broadcast room would have been overturned by Fan Ji. Brother, calm down, they all say you are a superhero. Fan Ji's eyes widened, Xing your grandma. Outside Carrow Road at this time, a fierce conflict broke out between Ipswich fans and Norwich fans. The fans of both sides have even gradually gone from insulting each other to physical contact, which has made the local police extremely busy. What should have been an ordinary championship match turned into chaos. But the game on the field was not affected. The game was still going on, and Holohan was still sticking tightly to Song Wen like a dogskin plaster. And his small movements became more and more frequent, and many of them were completely unnecessary. At this time, the ball was in Ipswich's hands. Midfielder Skews took the ball and looked around in confusion. He plays more as a defensive midfielder and is not very good at organizing attacks. Douglas was there before, but he is now sitting on the bench. In this game, Song Wen was strictly guarded by Norwich. The most important thing is that the midfielder actually needs to create opportunities to receive the pass by constantly running. Song Wen spent most of his time walking around the court. In this kind of tight defensive situation, the shortcomings of Song Wen's playing style seemed to be exposed. Assistant coach Connor approached McCarthy and whispered, "Coach, maybe in the second half you can send Douglas to play." "Of course, I mean let him play with Song Wen." Hearing Connor's words, McCarthy frowned and fell into thought. Although Ipswich is now leading 1-0, the situation on the field is actually unfavorable to Ipswich. In these 30 minutes apart from the first goal, Ipswich failed to launch any threatening attacks. On the other hand, Norwich almost broke through Ipswich's goal with several shots on target. At present, it seems that with Song Wen being closely watched, their performance on the offensive end has become weak. Of course, as Connor said, they would never replace Song Wen with Douglas. There is absolutely no way he would give up on the player Song Wen. And he is extremely optimistic about Song Wen's future. If Song Wen on the court made McCarthy see the endless potential of this young man. Song Wen on the training ground made McCarthy certain that Song Wen's future was limitless. The intensity of training that Song Wen demanded of himself even surprised McCarthy. This young man is always the first one to arrive at the stadium and the last one to leave. Many times, McCarthy even had to step forward to stop it. During this period, Song Wen has indeed demonstrated his continuous growth in various physical tests. However, due to the impact of malnutrition in childhood, it is obviously not possible to change it in a short period of time. Therefore, McCarthy naturally would not have any dissatisfaction with Song when walking on the court. No matter how you play football, as long as you can get the ball into the opponent's goal during the game, then you are definitely a good player. But now he does have to consider the variability of the lineup. Currently in the team, the only ones who can take on the core responsibilities of the organization are Song Wen and Douglas. Objectively speaking, Connor's proposal was undoubtedly very reasonable. But McCarthy thought about it and finally shook his head. Trust Song, perhaps feeling the trust from McCarthy. Song Wen, who had been sneaking around for a long time, raised his hand to ask for the ball the moment his eyes met with Skews's, and then suddenly rushed forward. Skews had almost no hesitation and kicked a long pass. However, the accuracy of this pass was obviously not very high. Skews did not give enough lead time, which resulted in Song Wen, who had already rushed forward, finding that the ball landed behind him. If he stopped again at this time, Holohan would just block his position. Holohan opened his hands and held Song Wen behind him. Song Wen looked at the ball that was about to fall, and the energy stored in his belly exploded at this moment, pushing Holohan forward 2 steps. This sudden power shocked Holohan, but he soon became angry. I was actually pushed out of my position by such a weak boy. Holohan, who was already holding back a rage, started to move more vigorously, waving his arms uneasily and secretly hitting Song Wen in the chest with a few elbows. Song Wen only felt a dull pain in his chest. Seeing Holohan's arm raised high again became ruthless. Fuck your mother. Then he used his head to hit Holohan's arm directly. According to anthropological research, the human skull is the hardest bone in the human body. But junior high school science also said that the smaller the area under force, the greater the pressure. Song Wen certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to hit Holohan's elbow with his head. The moment Holohan raised his hand, Song Wen had already moved a step to the side. It hit Holohan's wrist directly. Then two screams rang out almost at the same time, but Song Wen, who was prepared, was one step faster and fell with his head raised. Beep beep beep. The referee immediately stopped the game and rushed over. At this moment, the Ipswich players rushed over like a charging mob. Just now, almost everyone in the audience was looking at the ball, Holohan and Song Wen, so everything that happened could be seen by everyone. From the visual effect, it was clear that Holohan had just given Song Wen a big bag. In the live broadcast room, the haters are already laughing so hard that they are numb. Hahaha, fuck Dabai. Holohan is a lifelong fan. He did something I dare not do. The one who sent the tumor was too picky. He deserved to be beaten. McGoldrick has already entered the crazy rush mode. The speed is even faster than when charging at the front of the penalty area. The blow hit Song and the pain was felt in my heart. He vowed to teach Holohan a lesson today. McGoldrick ran up to Holohan breathlessly, his eyes red and breathing heavily, as if he wanted to eat someone. However, just as he opened his mouth to curse, Holohan suddenly looked painful, covered his hand and lay down, then rolled directly on the lawns. McGoldrick was stunned by this scene, and then he became even more angry. This guy is such a jerk. After slapping someone, he lay on the ground pretending to be injured. Could he have broken his own bones with this slap? Even the referee on the side couldn't stand it anymore and said to Holohan dissatisfiedly, "Hey Holohan, stop pretending. This isn't going to help you get any less punishment." Song Wen covered his face with his hands rolled over and observed Holohan's movements through his fingers, and found that this kid was making even more noise than himself. He made up his mind and punched himself in the nose while rolling. What? Song Wen shouted even louder. This heart-wrenching cry can make anyone who hears it sad and listen to it cry. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. The referee leaned over and asked, "Are you okay?" Song Wen did not answer, but just raised his hand tremblingly. There was bright red blood between the 5 fingers. Seeing the blood, the referee immediately called out to the sidelines, although it was obvious that he was just bleeding from the nose. According to the rules of the game, as long as blood was seen on the court, the game had to be suspended immediately to allow medical staff to treat the wound as quickly as possible to prevent infection, even if it is a minor injury. As long as there is bleeding, the game must be stopped to deal with it. But no matter whether it is the audience at the scene or the audience watching the live broadcast, nobody can see it so clearly. After seeing the medical staff on the sidelines coming on the field and running towards Song Wen, the audience immediately became uneasy. Fuck you, Norwich. The Ipswich fans at the scene completely rioted. Fan Ji watched the medical staff come in, but he couldn't see the specific situation from the camera and became extremely anxious. What the hell is going on? Does this jerk know how to play football? Shouldn't he get a red card? His hand is so unstable. If you were me in my time, I would have broken your hand. He's still lying on the ground pretending to be fine. Oh my, this guy really has no shame at all. I thought the Chinese national football team was shameless enough. But there are people who are even more shameless than the Chinese national football team. The medical staff was checking Song Wen's wound. Although Holohan had sat up, he was still holding his wrist in pain and shouting, "Ah." My hand, my hand. McGoldrick became more and more annoyed by the noisy sound. He walked directly behind Holohan, stretched out his hands, grabbed the other's armpits and lifted Holohan up. Holohan was standing on the ground. His mind was dazed. But he felt the severe pain in his hand and said to the referee who was walking over, "My hand really hurt." The referee frowned and said nothing. Then took out a yellow card. Holohan, who was already physically traumatized, was also hit psychologically and almost collapsed. "My hand really hurts." He raised his hand, shook it, and grimaced in pain. McGoldrick sneered and mocked, "You're lucky to get a yellow card. How long are you going to keep pretending, you clown?" Hearing McGoldrick's ridicule, Holohan's face turned pale. He suddenly realized that it would be really embarrassing if he slapped someone in the face and ended up breaking his own hand. But he couldn't continue playing with a broken hand. "My hand seems to be really broken." The referee saw that Holohan was still talking after he had shown the yellow card. So he looked closely at Holohan's raised hand and discovered that his hand did seem a little swollen. McGoldrick's eyes widened, his face full of black question marks, and he yelled, "Did you really break your hand, OMG?" Then an unbridled smile sounded again, ha 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 ha. After treating his wound, Song Wen was now bent over with laughter. Holohan turned and glared at Song Wen. Although he was a little unsure, he always felt that the other party had hit him with the head on purpose. Sensing Holohan's anger, Song Wen waved his hand. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at you. I'm a professional player and I normally don't laugh. Unless you really can't help it." The medical staff who were about to leave the field ran up from the sidelines again, leaving the fans with a look of bewilderment. After being diagnosed by medical staff, Holohan was finally cleared of his grievances. His wrist was dislocated, but it is not yet certain whether any bones were broken. Western medicine is not like traditional Chinese medicine, which can tell whether a bone is dislocated by just pinching it and reattach it on the spot. So under the puzzled gaze of countless people, the violated Song Wen remained on the court intact instead. Holohan was escorted off the field by medical staff. Norwich also made a substitution afterwards. Obviously, Holohan had no way to continue playing. The fans had big question marks in their heads. But soon the reporters guarding the player tunnel released the news. Holohan hit Song Wen with the palms, causing an injury to his wrist. The incident in which Song Wen smashed his opponent's hand bones with his head soon caused an uproar with various reports in the domestic media. The cancer of football caused controversy again, breaking the opponent's hand bones during the game. Why is Song Wen's head so hard? Some say it was Jiang Zhaipeng who opened his mind, and some say he had his head shaved in Shaolin Temple. Bloody conflict in the English Championship. Why is Song Wen always controversial? The cancer of football was hit in the face, and the bloody nose attracted cheers from the fans. Talbiatu teaches you how to smash the opponent's hand bones like Song Wen. Scientific analysis. How much Pascal pressure does Song Wen need to smash the opponent's hand bones? As all kinds of news hit major social media platforms, domestic media people were filled with emotion. Song Wen's sperm content is still increasing at this time. Song Wen was standing in the middle of the field. After watching Holohan leave the field, he finally couldn't hold back his expression and raised the corners of his mouth. The reason why Holohan was so irritable in today's game had a lot to do with the fact that Song Wen kept talking trash to him. But the reason why Song Wen's trash talk is so lethal is thanks to the ability he acquired from Norwich fans earlier. Black fan value Norwich has reached 50,000. And the ability Canary has been obtained. Canary, the canary's singing voice is melodious and pleasant. When you speak, the appeal of your words will be enhanced. If Feng Xiaoding gave him the ability to write about the world, then Norwich fans gave him the courage to debate with others. Although it feels like the skill points are a bit skewed, the competition on the court is far more than just footwork. It's always good to be comprehensive. The only thing to worry about now is to quickly improve my physical fitness or gain some fighting skills. He was afraid of being beaten, however. Thanks to the ability of his little belly, he can have strong combat power in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would not be able to break someone's arm with just one head. The game, which had been stopped for nearly 7 minutes, resumed standing at the kickoff point. Song Wen could clearly sense the angry looks from the Norwich players. But he doesn't care about that. Holohan had been taken off the court, and the defense of others was not a threat to him. The game between the two sides continued. Even with a 1-0 lead, Song Wen was not in a hurry to attack. After all, the Norwich guys were really angry at present. The most important thing is to protect your own health. Even if he took a walk, he would attract the attention of at least 2 Norwich players, which could help the team's defense. There were nearly 8 minutes of stoppage time in the first half. But even so, the referee blew the whistle. The score was still 1-0 Norwich dressing room. Holohan dragged his bandaged arm with one hand, his face gloomy after the incident. He carefully recalled the scene and felt more and more that something was wrong. He can guarantee 100% that although he did give Song Wen a few elbows and wanted to continue with some small moves afterwards, but as far as that one strike was concerned, he was definitely not prepared to exert any force at that time. It is impossible to make the opponent bleed from the nose while also causing fractures in oneself. Now the media and netizens on the internet are discussing the fact that he committed a foul and broke his own bone, as if they have already treated him as a joke. I'm sure that the kid hit his head on it himself. Holohan's face turned pale as he spoke to the head coach Neil. Hearing Holohan's words, Neil's face also looked unhappy. Holohan is a key player in their team, and with this injury, he probably won't be able to play in the short term. This is a bolt from the blue for Norwich, who are striving to get into the top 6. You should know that his current position as coach is in jeopardy. Not long ago, he signed a military order with the top management, promising to lead Norwich into the promotion zone within 5 games. The most important thing is that he put on such a show before the game. If he loses this game and Holohan has to miss the subsequent games, then his dismissal will be a foregone conclusion. Cutting off someone's money is like killing one's parents. And now, after hearing what Holohan said, Neil hated Song Wen even more. Are you sure? I'm sure. Holohan became more and more confident in his judgment. I didn't use any force at all. Seeing that Holohan was so sure, Neil nodded solemnly. He nodded at Murphy, who had rested for half the game, and motioned for him to follow him out. After arriving outside the locker room, Neil lowered his voice and said, "You will go straight into the second half. I only have 2 tasks for you. First, Holohan has not been able to play in the last few games. You must first ensure your own safety and ensure that you can play the following games normally. Second, while ensuring your own safety, try to make Song unsafe." Murphy was slightly stunned when he heard the coach's words, but then he nodded with a smile. As a player known for his outstanding defensive ability, Murphy naturally has his own defensive style. In fact, no player can be clean when defending. If it is really clean, then this must not be a good defensive player for a striker. A good striker is one who can get the ball into the opponent's goal no matter what method he uses. For a defender, a good defender is one who can prevent the opponent from scoring a goal in any way possible. Murphy's defensive skills are very aggressive, and he often receives yellow cards during games. Hearing the coach giving the order personally, they could play the game with full confidence and naturally would not have any objections. On the other side is the Ipswich dressing room. Song Wen didn't know that someone was already preparing to take ruthless action against him. He logged into Weibo and was editing a short essay. "Hello. Dear fans and friends, I am Song Wen, and I am taking a halftime break now. In the first half of the match against Norwich Football Club, I scored a goal by chancing. The current score is 1-0. There were some minor incidents in the first half of the game, and I also felt the enthusiastic concern of my fans. But please don't worry too much, I am in good condition now. I also want to thank at Chinese letter. If my brother hadn't kicked me in the head, I might have been lying down today. Compared to my brother's rock-like wings. Holohan's slap was just like fanning me, thank you. Brother Jaipeng, thank you to the national football team. And thank you to my fans who have always supported me. I will continue to work hard in the English Championship. I also hope that the Chinese national football team can defeat South Korea in the World Cup qualifiers in a few days and enter the World Cup. Following Song Wen's Weibo post, domestic social media instantly went viral. Although this short essay is only a few hundred words, it can be said to be extremely uncomfortable, Versailles. Shady words and even a vicious curse at the end. It can be said that the intention is extremely sinister. The keyword Song Wen blesses the national football team hash soon became a hot search. Fan Zhi's live broadcast room. Following the popularity of the last live broadcast, under Song Wen's arrangement, Fan Zhi did not continue live streaming on Weibo instead. He went directly to an app called Douyin to live broadcast. Fan Zhi didn't know much about this app. He only knew that it was a short video software launched at the end of last year. He didn't quite understand why Song Wen gave up such a big platform like Weibo and came to Douyin. Not to mention the comparison with Weibo. Although Douyin now has a certain amount of user traffic, it is still far behind in size even when compared with Quishu, which is also a short video software in fact. Douyin itself has not yet developed a live broadcast section. Fan Zhi is currently using Douyin's live broadcast test software. In other words, he is the only one live streaming on Douyin right now. It can be said that he has become the top live streaming star on Douyin as soon as he starts broadcasting. But to be honest, Fan Zhi is still not particularly optimistic. Take popularity for example. Although the popularity in the live broadcast room is still very high, compared with the previous live broadcast on Weibo, even with the invitation of Emperor Lai Yi, the popularity is still quite different. If it weren't for Song Wen's insistence, and the fact that Song Wen had originally held the dominant position in the cooperation between the two parties, Fan Zhi would really think this was a stupid move, however. As soon as Song Wen's Weibo post was released and quickly fermented on the internet, there was no need for Fan Zhi to advertise, as netizens followed suit. This brought a large amount of popularity to Fan Zhi's live broadcast room again. Of course, they were not there to say hello. Looking at the screen full of obscene words, Fan Zhi didn't know what to do. And then he saw a message from Song Wen on WeChat. Brother Fan, it's almost done, we can close the net now. After seeing Song Wen's message, Fan Zhi hesitated. Even his old face seemed a little embarrassed. But looking at the dense barrage of comments, Fan Zhi couldn't help but take action. The netizens who flocked into the live broadcast room were preparing to show their skills. And just as the valve was opened, they suddenly found that Fan Zhi had put condoms on them. Only fans are allowed to comment in this live broadcast room. In an instant, the netizens who were touched by Kunjai's words blushed. Fan Zhi looked at the barrage of comments that instantly went blank. Scratched his head and felt a little overwhelmed. He could only quickly ask Song Wen for help. Oh Zio Song, this is not possible. No one is posting comments. As soon as he sent the text message, Song Wen called him. Fan Zhi pressed the answer button. But before he could say anything, Song Wen's voice came over. Ha ha ha, brother Fan, I get it. I didn't expect the fans to like me so much. I'm always in your live broadcast room, and I can see everything they say. Thank you for the support, thank you. Song Wen hung up the phone right after he finished speaking, and then immediately sent a message. Brother Fan, the Navy can be arranged. This was obviously the first time for Fan Zhi to use such a complicated network. After a moment of silence, he remembered what Song Wen had told him and quickly contacted him. Soon, the barrage of comments began to appear. Fuck your mother, who are your fans? I don't want the tumorous face anymore. If you're not my friend, why are you barking like a dog? It's so funny. You think I can't afford a fan light board worth a few cents? Just treat the money as dog food. I must scold Song Zi today. With the first point, there is the second point. With the second point, there is the third point. when he saw that the barrage had become impenetrable again and the data in the background kept rising. Fan Ji couldn't help but sigh. This guy is so fucking bad. He disgusts the fans and still wants to make money from them. Not only a football genius but also a business genius. Li Yi had just come back from the toilet and looked at the surge in popularity with a bewildered look on his face. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? Fan Ji was in a good mood and joked, they are all fans from Li Yi Bar. Li Yi widened his Aishi's face full of disbelief. And he even swore, bullshit, Li Yi Bar is full of losers. Where do the fans come from, Cairo Road Stadium? Midfielder no. 22 Jacob Murphy moved his neck and looked at Song Wen on the other side. The eyes of this black player, who was not particularly black, were sparkling, and at the moment his mind was filled with thoughts on how to hand in an answer sheet that would satisfy the coach. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the game officially began. The ball came into Ipswich's hands. Seeing Song Wen walking slowly towards him, Murphy approached him immediately. Although in the first half, Murphy had been paying attention to Song Wen off the court. But when the two sides came into contact, he could still feel the soft strength in the other person. This made Murphy more confident. His physical fitness is even better than Holohan's. He didn't know why, but as soon as he came into contact with Song Wen, he inexplicably felt a strange feeling in his heart. Murphy couldn't describe the feeling. It was a bit like the last time he saw his uncle after a long absence. That kind of intimacy of a family reunion. He couldn't help but look at Song Wen again. There was a strange sense of trust in my heart. This inexplicable feeling made Murphy very uncomfortable. He shook his head, held Song Wen's body and said, "Hey, I will definitely protect you, don't try to run away from me." Hearing Murphy's words, the young Asian man turned around and said with a smile, "How are you going to defend me? Your dominant foot is right foot, and you always break to your right side. So no matter how you fake it, I won't be fooled." Murphy was stunned when he finished speaking. He didn't know why he just spoke out his thoughts so naturally. So he asked again, "I am right." Song Wen nodded, "You are right, you have caught my weak spot." After receiving Song Wen's affirmative answer, Murphy snorted and sneered. "I've seen through you a long time ago." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Wen had already received the pass from his teammate with his back turned. Song Wen lowered his left shoulder and took a step forward with his left foot, as if he was about to turn around and break through from the left side. Murphy didn't even think about it. He stretched out his right foot and lowered his right shoulder. This allowed Song Wen to easily break through from his left side. He was slightly stunned, his eyes widened. And he spread his hands. "Hey, what are you doing? I trusted you so much." I don't know if the Norwich manager has noticed this. In the live broadcast room, seeing his popularity soaring, Li Yi started talking again. But even if the Norwich manager didn't realize it, I checked the information of the players who started today. The No. 22 player who came on in the second half is a very good defensive player. In the first half of the game, we can actually see that Norwich's defense still caused Song Wen a lot of trouble. He obviously couldn't stroll around leisurely like in the previous games. And Song Wen is a very typical right-footed player. He is so typical that you hardly ever see him pass the ball, shoot the ball, or even do some moves with his left foot. As soon as he finished speaking on the live broadcast screen, Song Wen turned and broke through to his left side. Look at his left foot. It's obvious from the speed that his dribbling is not smooth. But this No. 22, what is he doing? He puts his center of gravity on the right. Song Wen didn't even make a fake move. How did he predict it? In the live broadcast, Song Wen's breakthrough was not very fast. But Murphy seemed to deliberately make room for Song Wen, allowing Song Wen to easily jump past him. 666, this is excellent defensive ability. Fuck, I got past just like that. My grandma can dribble past this No. 22. Is the great emperor the information from the 50-cent magazine on carpets? Could this old black man be a ghost? Beep beep beep. There's a traitor and the game. Not to mention Li Yi and netizens were shocked. Even Norwich coach Neil, who was standing on the sidelines, widened his eyes in surprise. The team's two core player who he was extremely optimistic about and who was known for his defensive ability was passed over like this as soon as he came on the court. And from the visual effect, it seems like Murphy is deliberately giving way to Song Wen. Based on his understanding of Murphy's abilities, it is absolutely impossible for Murphy to make such a low-level mistake. Could this guy be an undercover agent? The most important thing is, look at what Murphy did after he was passed. Even if he made a mistake accidentally, just go and pull him back. As a result, the boy spread his hands, stood there and opened his plump lips, complaining about something. Neil was so anxious that he couldn't help but shout angrily while standing on the sidelines. "Murphy, what are you doing? Chase back, chase back." It seemed that Neil's shouting woke up Murphy. The 22 player's mind regained a little clarity at this time, and he immediately buried his head in pursuit. It has to be admitted that Murphy, who is blessed with noble blood, has outstanding physical fitness. Even though Song Wen had already reached his maximum speed at this moment, he was unable to distance himself from Murphy. If the other party hadn't trusted me too much and started slowly, it would have been difficult for me to outsmart him by relying on my speed. Stop him, stop him. Two Norwich defensive players surrounded him immediately. After seeing that he had attracted enough defense, Song Wen passed the ball to McGoldrick, who was at the front of the penalty area, saw a wide view and chose to shoot directly. The ball flew straight towards Norwich's goal. With a bang, it hit the beam. Ouch, McGoldrick's shot. What a pity, as the commentator exclaimed. The ball bounced and fell into the penalty area. The ball was headed out by the Norwich defender, but it didn't go far and went directly to Song Wen's feet outside the penalty area. The penalty area was full of people at this time, so it was obviously unrealistic to shoot directly. He could only control the ball and wait for the formation to disperse. After the crowd dispersed a little, Song Wen, who was standing near the top of the arc, did not choose to pass the ball. Murphy stared at the ball under Song Wen's feet and said confidently, "Come on, there's no way I'll let you pass, you liar." Song Wen laughed. "Hey, do you want to know where I will break through?" Hearing Song Wen's words, Murphy became nervous in an instant, and the hairs on his body stood up. His body was telling him that there was danger. No. Shut up, I don't want to know, shut up. Murphy forced himself to restrain his gaze from wandering around and only stared at the ball under Song Wen's feet. But a hand suddenly stretched into his field of vision. "Then extend your index finger and point it to the left." "I'll break out to the left." As if afraid that Murphy didn't understand, the ghostly voice added another sentence. "My left, your right." "Shut up," Murphy yelled. He was already sweating profusely, even though he had only been on the field for a short time. At the same time, Song Wen also started moving. He pulled the ball with his feet and did a bicycle kick near the top of the arc, then suddenly changed direction to the right. Murphy's body also trembled to the right. Song Wen easily passed through his left side, fortunately. Norwich coach Neil had already seen through the plan. When he saw Murphy and Song Wen talking, although he didn't know what the two said, he shouted at the two defenders in the penalty area to surround them. Facts have proved that Neil would never misjudge his direct disciples. Sure enough, Song Wen just made a slightly perfunctory fake move and directly got past Murphy. In the live broadcast room, Fanji gasped as he watched. Oh, this No 22 is his limbs a little uncoordinated. Murphy was so angry that his lungs almost exploded when he saw Song Wen jumping past him like a monkey. At this moment, a power called awakening quietly appeared in his heart. Murphy clenched his teeth, forcibly controlling his somewhat unruly body. And a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. "I have a dream." He turned around suddenly and reached out to grab it. At this moment, he has defeated himself. Seeing that his big hands were about to grab Song Wen's clothes, Murphy glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Song Wen has already rushed into the penalty area at this time. He was startled and quickly retracted his hands and raised his palms like an innocent baby. But at this moment, Song Wen wished that Murphy would foul him. Because there were already two defenders blocking him from both sides. Song Wen looked around and found that there was no better route to pass the ball. No solution anymore, he sighed at this moment. Perhaps there is only one way to save the situation, Bengbu maneuver. Song Wen, who was moving, suddenly rotated 320 degrees. Before the players on the left had time to react, Song Wen had already turned to the other side. But on the other side, there is another defensive player. Beautiful Marseille. Before Fan Ji could utter the word Marseille, Song Wen on the live broadcast screen turned around again. Then just kick and shoot, accompanied by the commentators' excited shouts. The ball hit the dead corners. Song Wen's shot made the foreigner's eyes pop out. OMG. Look at this shot, it's amazing. He shot after doing 2 Marseille turns in a row. This is crazy, I have never seen a shot like this. How did he keep his center of gravity stable? For foreigners who have little experience, they only know the Marseille turn. But at this time in the country, the well-informed fans naturally know. This is not a double Marseille, this is a specialty of Anhui. This is Bengbu roundabout, what a fool, what did I see? It's Bengbu roundabouts. No, this kid really learned the legendary moves. What do you mean? Are you showing off your skills in front of me, Emperor Li Yi? Songzi really went too far, brothers. Songzi knows that Emperor Li Yi is watching him play football. This is a tribute, post the tribute on the public screen. In the live broadcast room, Li Yi opened his mouth and eyes wide, with a look of disbelief on his face. Then, as I looked at the tributes that filled the screen, a feeling of shame and embarrassment came over me. The most uncomfortable thing was that there was Fan Ji next to him who was helping him out. Oh my, this goal, what kind of move is this? Why do I feel like I've seen this move before? Oh my, isn't this your Bengbu turn? Damn, this kind of ball can be scored, it's unfair, hey Li Yi. As the inventor of the Bengbu spin, can you explain to the audience how difficult this goal is? Li Yi, who was hit in the face by Fan Ji, blushed all the way to his ears. He glanced at himself in the live broadcast, fortunately, with skin resurfacing and whitening. It doesn't look that red, he coughed and began to explain. Well, this goal is indeed very difficult. We know that after doing this collapse, this turn, it is very difficult to adjust the center of gravity. It is not easy for him to kick the ball into the goal. Seeing Li Yi still analyzing seriously, netizens were all delighted. Suddenly the atmosphere became cheerful. In the real-time scoring on the Hupu platform, Song Wen's score at this moment finally broke through the 5-point mark. Song Wen 5 points when Song Wen was 10 years old. He met a bald man in England who taught him the Bengbu spin. However, his talent for the method was limited, and he only learned half of it, however. The bald man also became a big shot in the English football world. The bald man tasted the power of this unique skill, but he also felt the jealousy of others. So he found Song Wen again and asked him, I am now famous all over the world. What should I do if a bad person wants to harm me? Song Wen thought for a moment and taught him Shaolin Iron Head Kung Fu. The bald man already had the footwork to show his power in the football world. And now he has learned the head work, so he is arrogant. Before leaving, Song Wen reminded him, practice first to cultivate the mind. The purpose is to warn him not to be arrogant and impatient. But the bald man didn't agree. Later in the World Cup, he faced off against the powerful people from various countries. He met a strong man who became a saint with his mouth. In anger, he used the Iron Head Kung Fu on him and was sent off. Rumor has it that the bald man burst into tears after leaving the field. If I, Zidane, could have trained with Song Wen for another 2 years, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Holohan 3 points. I originally thought you were made of glass. But after reading the story on the first floor, I realized that your broken hand is nothing serious. Murphy 0 points, Black Ghost bought it. McGoldrick 0 points, are you competing for favor with no? 22 Song Wen's black slave with the ball in front of him. no matter what the outside world discusses. The score between Ipswich and Norwich has now reached 2-0. After scoring the goal, Song Wen was extremely arrogant and celebrated wildly in front of Norwich fans. The boos from Norwich fans were deafening throughout the stadium. Feeling the fans' anger, Song Wen showed no intention of restraining himself. Sky Sports. Song's celebration drew the wrath of Norwich fans. But he didn't seem to care, though. Look at him, what he's doing. Under the surprised gaze of the commentator, Song Wen took off his team jersey in front of the Norwich fans. He was not a big man, but his muscles were clearly defined, as if they had been carved out by a knife. His body stood straight, like a strong pine tree rooted in the Carrow Road Stadium. Facing the waves of boos from the stands, he remained motionless. He spread out his team uniform with both hands and then slowly raised it up. Facing every Norwich fan, oh, this kid. Look what he's doing, he's holding up his jersey. He wants the entire Carrow Road crowd to remember his name and number. Ipswich's talented midfielder number 11 wins Song. Amid the cheers of the commentator, the referee slowly ran over and showed Song Wen a yellow card. Song Wen didn't care about the referee's yellow card. It doesn't matter whether he gets a yellow card or not. Anyway, he installed it well. The game between the two sides continues. With a 2-goal lead, Song Wen naturally started to go shopping for Song Wen. He now just needs to maintain good physical strength and has his eyes set on the next game. But for Norwich, they dare not think so, after all. Song Wen always pretended to take a walk and then suddenly rushed forward. So even if Song Wen was seen walking all the time, someone had to be sent to walk with him. And even someone had to remotely coordinate and monitor the walk. This resulted in Norwich being unable to focus all their attention on offense. After being fooled by Song Wen twice, Murphy stuck to Song Wen even closer. Tell me how you are going to break through. I will never be fooled this time. Hey, why are you talking? Why do you keep walking? Don't think I'll be fooled by you again, haha. You want to take advantage of my letdown of guard and suddenly sprint. Right, I've seen through you, it's been 80 minutes. Why aren't you moving? Hey, what the hell are you doing? Now everyone thinks I'm a mole, please Song. Can you break through once and let me block you once? By the end, Murphy's tone was almost pleading. With a look of despair in his eyes, Song Wen ended the game in the second half without even touching the ball. The final score was 2-0, and with Ipswich winning the derby, their position in the standings has finally completely escaped the quagmire of the relegation zone. On this day, the sky above the entire town of Ipswich was filled with songs praising Song Wen's victory. After 2 games, Song Wen has completely become the savior in the hearts of Ipswich fans. Of course, the number of people who looked at him with hostility increased. Portman Road Stadium meeting room Song Wen, who had taken a shower early in the morning, felt refreshed. He sat in his seat and played with a pen in his hand boredly. Today he will complete the signing of a new contract with Ipswich Town. In fact, this is not the first time he has sat here. It has been a week since the game against Norwich, and they just finished the game against Rotherham yesterday. In that game, Song Wen continued to perform stably. Although he did not score a goal, he contributed 3 assists, helping Ipswich to win 3 consecutive games in consecutive away games. In the past few days, Song Wen has had many exchanges with the Ipswich Town club. Although today is the last day of the winter transfer window, Song Wen is not in a hurry, because whether the transfer period is closed or not will not have any impact on him. Perhaps because the Ipswich club was not optimistic about Song Wen's future in the early stages. The first contract signed by both parties was only for 1 year. And now the contract has expired. In other words, Song Wen's status will become a free agent. Free agents can sign contracts with other teams at any time. Song Wen's performance in the 2 championship games has obviously attracted the attention of many people in the football world. Although just 2 games cannot help Song Wen find a completely satisfactory new club, he will definitely not have to worry about no one wanting him. The reason why they were willing to give Ipswich more time was, firstly, because Coach McCarthy was willing to take in his predecessor and gave him full support. And second, because of Douglas. Douglas' contract has been stuck until the last day, and he is visibly panicking at this time. He was confronting Pittman in the corner of the courts. "Hey, didn't you say they were preparing a new contract for me?" Facing Douglas' angry questioning, Pittman smoked the cigarette in his hand with a confused look on his face. "I told you not to drink. When did I ever say that to you? You must have remembered it wrong." Seeing Pittman's denial, Douglas' face turned red and he angrily stepped forward and grabbed Pittman's collar. "You clearly told me that yourself. You told me that on the phone. Why did you lie to me? Aren't we friends?" Seeing Douglas attacking him, Pittman's face turned cold. He pulled Douglas' hand away, threw the cigarette butt to the ground and stomped it out. "You're crazy." Pittman turned and left, sighing inwardly. "There's nothing I can do about it, my friend. Song Wen gave me too much, like Douglas." Pittman's contract also expires in this winter window. As the team's starting forward this season, Pittman does have some other options. But if you continue to stay with your old club, you can obviously get the highest salary. More than a week ago, Song Wen took the initiative to find Pittman. Facing Song Wen's lobbying, Pittman was still holding a cigarette and looking melancholy. "Just like today, Douglas is my beloved relative and me friend. My brother, no, I need more cake. Pittman is not stupid." With the strong rise of Song Wen, Douglas has obviously been marginalized in the team. If you have a good relationship with Song Wen, you will be able to get a piece of the pie in the future. If they continued to be bound to Douglas, both of them would be in trouble, in fact. He had advised Douglas more than once to admit his mistakes to the Asian monster, who always squinted when he smiled. But not only did the other party not do so, they also attacked Song Wen behind his back by spreading various rumors. Pittman knew that the boy not only had a high basketball IQ, but was also very smart outside the court. It was impossible for him not to know who spread those outside rumors. The two of them had obviously reached an irreconcilable point. Pittman felt that he had done everything he should do, and that it was no use trying to persuade the damned ghost. And in the last game against Rotherham, Song Wen did not break his promise to him. All three of his assists went to Pittman, helping him complete his first hat trick in his career. This completely wiped out any remaining apology Pittman had for Douglas. At the same time, he felt an indescribable awe towards Song Wensheng. It is hard to imagine that a 17-year-old boy could have such a vicious mind. "Fortunately, I have already defected to the loyal faction." He thought again of that big fool McGoldrick. He looks honest on the surface, but in Pittman's opinion, this old guy is very smart and has been following Song Wen for a long time. Now in the team, he has completely become a lackey. Whenever Song Wen got a little scratched during training, this big black guy would open his eyes wide and scream. "It seems that I have to work hard too," Pittman sighed, lit another cigarette under Douglas' desperate gaze. He walked alone towards his future. In the conference room on the other side, Song Wen had already heard noisy sounds coming from outside the door. As soon as he stood up, the door was pushed open and a man with golden curly hair walked towards him. The moment this person saw Song Wen, an exaggerated smile appeared on his face and he shouted excitedly, "Hey, look at our team's future superstar Win Song. I'm a big fan of yours. Can you please sign an autograph for me?" The man handed over a pen, rolled up his clothes, and motioned for Song Wen to sign on his clothes. Although Song Wen was surprised by the visitor, he quickly reacted. Ed Sheeran, this famous British male singer and music creator, is affectionately called Boss Huang by his fans in China. He grew up in Ipswich and is a die-hard fan of Ipswich Football Club. Song Wen remembers that Boss Huang later became the sponsor of Ipswich team uniforms, and eventually acquired a small number of Ipswich shares, becoming a small shareholder of Ipswich, however. At this time, Boss Huang does not seem to have any financial dealings with the Ipswich club and is just a loyal fan. After a brief moment of daze, Song Wen immediately began his exaggerated performance. "OMG Ed Sheeran, OMG. After expressing his excitement with two OMGs, he continued, "I can't believe my eyes. I have always been your fan, I love you so much. Especially your song Shape of You." He rolled up his clothes and stuffed the pen back into Boss Huang's hand, his eyes shining like a little fanboy. "Please sign my name first," standing behind Mr. Huang. Ipswich Club's major shareholder Ed Schwartz looked at the club's CEO Mark Ashton with satisfaction. Ashton turned slightly and said softly, "For a young man like this, there is no way to resist the power of idols." End of this chapter. Song Wen and Boss Huang hit it off right away and had a very pleasant conversation. After just a few words, they were already arm in arm and acting like good friends. It can be seen that Boss Huang is really humble. Song Wen really seems like Boss Huang's little fanboy. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ipswich's major shareholder Schwartz was very satisfied with Ashton's proposal. Ipswich, also known as the Tractor Boys, was originally a team spontaneously organized by amateur players. Because of its long history, it was once glorious in its early years. But with the intervention of Capital Ipswich, which failed to gain the favor of Capital, quickly lost its former glory and was even called a country bumpkin by some hostile fans. Ipswich's finances have not been very good over the years. In order to keep Song Wen, major shareholder Schwartz and CEO Ashton came here together, which actually proved their importance and sincerity to Song Wen. But after the previous few contacts, they also knew that this kid was not as easy to fool as ordinary young players. In Song Wen's words, "I am a midfielder. I always feed the cake to others. I don't like to eat the cake myself." So even though the two of them arrived at the same time this time, Ashton still found it a bit tricky. So they thought of their team's famous fan, Boss Huang. Boss Huang is already very famous, and in January of this year, he just released a new song, Shape of You. This song became the first #1 single on the US Billboard Hot 2017 singles chart, topping the chart on January 128, and became the 27th first-week #1 single on the Billboard Hot 12 singles chart, winning the championship for a total of weeks, which can be said to be a global hit. He has countless fans in the UK and is a household name. His reputation is like Jay Chou in China. If they could invite this kind of superstar to help them lobby Song Wen. Ashton tried to contact Boss Huang, but to his surprise, the other party agreed very readily and said frankly that he liked Song Wen very much. This is not difficult to understand, as Mr. Huang is a die-hard fan of Ipswich. As for Ipswich fans, no one would hate this arrogant boy who led the team to vent their anger. It turns out they made a very wise choice. Looking at the look of Song Wen's little fan, it seemed that the contract could be signed easily today. Song Wen and Boss Huang were chatting animatedly, and at the end, they even decided to go to the stadium outside to play a game of football. Seeing that their relationship was developing so well, Ashton and Schwartz naturally would not refuse. Only Coach McCarthy, who had more contact with Song Wen, had a look of suspicion in his eyes. Based on his understanding of Song Wen, he always felt that Song Wen didn't seem to be so excited. After all, this kid had a very deep mind, however. As the coach of the team, McCarthy naturally understands that the players are in the same boat with him, so he naturally won't say much. There was laughter in the meeting room, and Song Wen and Boss Huang were playing very harmoniously on the court. Half an hour later, Boss Huang, who had successfully scored a goal, came back happily with Song Wen, knowing that the other party was going to talk about serious business. Boss Huang said hello, said he was going to take a shower, and left. Seeing that Song Wen was in a good mood, Ashton chose to get straight to the point and said with a smile, "Song, our team has always valued you very much. This is not the first time we have negotiated. You should have seen our sincerity this time." Watching Song Wen take the contract from his hand and read it, Ashton continued, "The salary you and we are asking for is indeed a bit difficult at the moment. This is our best effort." Song Wen took a look at the contents of the contract. The salary was £30,000 per week. This was a far cry from the £50,000 he had proposed. In fact, a weekly salary of £50 is already considered the highest salary for championship players. Generally speaking, players who can earn £50 a week in the championship are already top players in the league. The £30 offered by Ipswich to Song Wen was considered sincere. This salary level is the highest salary for young and potential players in the championship. But Song Wen naturally knows his potential. And even with his current ability, he can definitely make a living in the Premier League. Song Wen said nothing and continued reading. The contract lasts for 6 years, and the penalty for breach of contract is as high as £60 million. If the previous weekly salary was still somewhat sincere, then the time and penalty for breach of contract in this contract were obviously a bit scary. If Ipswich refuses to let him go during these 6 years, and no club is willing to pay the high penalty fee to buy him, he will really become a slave. But Song Wen is not actually very worried about this. It only takes 1 year, even if Ipswich refuses to let him go. Although the £60 million penalty is high, he is absolutely confident that other clubs will pay for him. But having confidence is one thing, and being cheated is another. Song Wen pushed the contract back in front of Ashton. There's nothing wrong with everything else, but I'm still not satisfied with the salary. Ashton was delighted when he heard Song Wen's words, in fact. For Ashton, what he cares most about is not Song Wen's salary, but the 6-year contract term and the high penalty fee. Every club has its own business goals. For a club like Ipswich, it is impossible for it to focus on the Premier League or the Champions League all at once. Having only one talented player, Song Wen, is obviously not in Ipswich's current interests. Ipswich also understands that with their current capabilities, it is obviously impossible to keep Song Wen, therefore. How to obtain the greatest benefit from Song Wen is what Ashton and Schwartz need to consider. The high penalty fee will make it easier for them to adjust the club's strategic direction later. In case the team's development exceeds their expectations and they want to keep Song Wen, they will have more room for maneuver, and at least they can make a lot of money. So they deliberately lowered Song Wen's salary so that Song Wen could focus more on his salary. Sure enough, no matter how smart this 17-year-old boy was, he was still a little immature when it came to this kind of thing. But even so, he still pretended to be tangled and said, "Song, this is already the most we can pay you. It's almost going to drain our finances." Ashton was feeling proud inside, and Song Wen tapped the table with his fingers. This young Asian player always has a gentle and humble smile on his face. But there is no humility in what he says. I changed my mind. I think 50,000 is still a bit low. He paused for a moment. But what he said made everyone present drop their jaws in shock. 100,000. The negotiations lasted from morning to afternoon, in fact. Song Wen himself did not want to appear at the negotiating table. For a well-known player, his agent should negotiate contract-related matters with the team. But generally speaking, apart from those superstars, the agents of many players are actually their relatives. Unfortunately, Song Wen is an orphan with no relatives or friends, so he has to play on his own in the end. The two sides finalized a 3-year contract with a weekly salary of $3,000 and a penalty of $1 million. This weekly salary has made Song Wen the highest paid player in the team, and he is also considered the highest paid player among all players in the championship. And facing the cash-strapped boss, Song Wen also considerately proposed a feasible plan that could allow boss Huang to buy shares. After finishing the negotiations, Song Wen left the stadium without stopping and rushed back home. It is worth mentioning that Song Wen moved last week under the arrangement of the club. Although it was still an apartment where 2 people lived together, at least the location and environment were much better. It only takes 10 minutes to walk from the stadium to the apartment where I live. But halfway through the walk, Song Wen suddenly remembered that she had not taken care of her feet today. So under Wang Yao's angry gaze, she turned back and went to Chun Yang Spa Club. As soon as we entered the club, the Chinese lady boss said with a smile, "Hey, Xiao Song is here again." Song Wen nodded shyly, "Here I am, auntie." Lee Chunrong curled her lips, and the face of a 30-year-old woman revealed a coquettish look that only girls in their 18s and 19s could have. How many times have I told you to call me sister? Song Wen smiled and didn't respond. This woman is a widow. Although she is 30 years old, she is at a mature age. Her seductive face makes many men drool at the first sight. The big parts are not sagging, the round parts are also curved. The waist is thin and the buttocks are plump. She is a beauty on earth. For a widow like this to be able to run the largest local spa club by herself, there must be someone behind her. Seeing that Song Wen looked like an innocent young boy, Lee Chunrong stopped teasing him and waved her hand. You won't even bother to call me sister. Room 209 is for regular customers to go by themselves, right? I won't lead the way. Just think of my butt as a gift to you for free. As she spoke, she picked up the intercom. Room 209, one person for business foot massage. Hey. Sister, wait. Song Wen immediately stepped forward and interrupted Lee Chunrong with a serious expression. From today on, I will no longer be doing business. I want to be the ace, -3-month 23 day. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day because today, the Chinese national football team will play the 6th round of the World Cup qualifiers, facing South Korea at home. In Group A, where the Chinese national football team is located, apart from Iran, South Korea is the strongest competitor. In the first round away game against South Korea, the Chinese national team lost to South Korea with a score of 2-3. The competition is currently in its 6th round. In the past 5 rounds, the Chinese national team has suffered 3 losses and 2 draws, ranking last in Group A with 2 points. There are only 5 rounds left in the final 12. The Chinese national football team's hopes of qualifying seem very slim. If the Chinese national team cannot defeat South Korea in this game, then they will only have a theoretical chance of qualifying. But sometimes reality is magical. At 9 o'clock in the evenings, as the referee blew the whistle to end the game, the Chinese national football team successfully defeated South Korea with a score of 1-0. For a moment, the whole country was jubilant. After suffering a painful defeat of 0-7 in the friendly match, the Chinese national football team staged a beautiful comeback in the real arena. The captain of the national football team, Zheng Zhai, said after the game, "We will continue to use our victories to slap those grandstanding clowns in the face. The World Cup is waiting for us, needless to say." Who are the grandstanding clowns that Zheng Zhai mentioned? For a moment, everyone remembered Song Wen, who was still playing in the championship. During this period, Song Wen's popularity in China has actually been deliberately suppressed by the media. With Song Wen successfully renewing his contract with Ipswich, his weekly salary of up to £50,000 was also exposed. Fans have discovered that this guy seems to be really making it in the UK. Those haters who wanted to see Song Wen make a fool of himself suddenly lost interest and disappeared. But now, the Chinese national football team has helped them to win glory. The Chinese national football team defeated South Korea. They have hope of qualifying for the World Cup again. In response to Zheng Zhai's powerful counterattack, the fans were equally indignant and flocked to Song Wen's Weibo again. Just seeing the first pinned content, the fans' mentality exploded. The Chinese national football team may win 1-0 against South Korea, but it is impossible for the Chinese national football team to enter the World Cup in my lifetime. I think the probability of my immortality may be greater than the probability of the Chinese national football team entering the World Cup. I suggest that the world boycott the World Cup and stop hurting the feelings of Chinese national football fans. No games, no harms. The fans were just about to scold Song Wen for being stubborn, but they discovered that this Weibo post was posted 3 hours ago. At that time, the match between the Chinese national team and South Korea had not even started yet. Chinese national football team 1-0 South Korea. Did you really predict this, kid? What about the things that came after that? When the fans thought of this, they became even more angry, thinking that Song Wen was viciously cursing the Chinese national football team. But in fact, Song Wen's prediction was not at all. He was too familiar with the subsequent plot. The Chinese national football team first won a narrow 1-0 victory over South Korea, which gave the fans hope after all. South Korea is still in the process of improvement in 17. If you said in 24 years that the Chinese national football team defeated South Korea 1-0, the fans would go crazy afterwards. The Chinese national football team lost to Iran 1-0. In the crucial battle, we drew 2-2 with Syria and can only depend on other people's mood. Although in the last two games, they defeated Uzbekistan and Qatar with scores of 1-0 and 2-1 respectively. But that was the last dance and battle of honor at the high-speed rail station. Song Wen was not quite sure whether his time travel would bring about any butterfly effect. Maybe a 7-0 victory will make the Chinese national football team start to paint the wall with shit. But he didn't think it was a big problem after all. The Chinese national football team cannot touch the base of the World Cup trophy, even if it stands on the shoulders of giants. And even if a butterfly breaks its wings, it cannot blow up 11 pigs. Song Wen felt that his speech was just a little bit honest. And time would prove that he was right. But in the eyes of fans, this is naked tough talk and attack. While netizens were blasting Song Wen directly on Weibo, they suddenly discovered that Song Wen was also participating in the competition at this moment. English Championship Round 38. Ipswich is playing at home against Newcastle United, the favorite team to be promoted and ranked first in the championship standings. Countless netizens flocked into Fanfic's live broadcast room. In the last two games, with Ipswich's winning streak and Song Wen's performance, the popularity of Fanfic's live broadcast room has been growing inversely proportionally. Seeing the popularity declining, Fanfic became a little anxious. But Song Wen just told him not to worry. The national football team would help us, unexpectedly, with the Chinese national football team defeating South Korea. The first person to gain traffic was Song Wen at this time. The first half of the game between both sides had just ended. Netizens took a look at the score happy. Newcastle United has performed extremely well this season. This team, called the Magpies by fans because of the style of their jerseys, has the longest history among English teams. The team was founded as early as 1881 and is one of the earliest football clubs not only in England but also in Europe. Like Ipswich, they started out as an amateur team founded by football enthusiasts, but their ancestors were richer than the tractor boys. In recent years, Newcastle's performance has not been very ideal, but this year the club seems to be very eager to return to the top league, and has made considerable moves in recruiting players, and has achieved remarkable results. The championship is currently in its 38th round, with Newcastle ranking first in the standings with an impressive record of 26 wins, 5 draws and 7 losses and 83 points. However, Newcastle United is not sitting back and relaxing. Although there are only 8 rounds left in the games, Brighton, which is in second place in the standings, is only 1 point behind them. Reading and Sheffield Wednesday, third and fourth in the standings, are also closely tied in the standings, with only a 5-point difference. According to the rules of the championship, the first 2 teams will be directly promoted to the Premier League, and the remaining 4 teams from 3rd to 6th place will play in the English Championship promotion playoffs with a 2-round home and away elimination system. Therefore, in the final stage of the schedule, Newcastle United must go all out to maintain its top 2 position in the standings and avoid falling into the playoff zone, which would bring unpredictable impacts. On the other hand, Ipswich have already escaped the relegation zone, currently with 11 wins, 15 draws and 12 losses and 48 points. The team is firmly ranked in the middle of the standings. Judging from the league table alone, Ipswich Town seems to be in a position where they have no worries about relegation, but no hope of promotion. But in fact, fans who have been following Ipswich know that Ipswich is fully expected to break into the top 6 in the final 8 rounds and get a place in the playoffs. In the 17th round of the championship, Ipswich's record was 2 wins, 11 draws and 12 losses with points ranking last. And no, after 38 rounds, they have gone 13 rounds undefeated. And among these 13 rounds there were 4 draws. And this was because Ipswich's current star player Song Wen was resting and did not play. Song Wen is currently on a 9-game winning streak in the English Championship since his debut. Therefore, from the outside world's perspective, this game is even more exciting for Ipswich. Because every time Song Wen wins a game, it is equivalent to breaking the historical record. Compared with the very few reports on Song Wen by domestic media, Song Wen's name has already spread throughout the European football scene during this period. With an average of 1.2 goals and 1.7 assists per game, Song Wen has become the most outstanding midfielder in the entire championship. In the words of gamblers when they see Song Wen on the court, they bet on big balls. This kid always brings the ball onto the field during games. Of course, there are also many people who believe that whether it is Ipswich's unbeaten record or Song Wen's winning streak and outstanding average data, the main reason is still due to good luck. Because in these few rounds of games, Ipswich's opponents are almost all teams at the bottom of the standings. The Newcastle United we face today is the real strong enemy Ipswich has encountered in recent times. As the first half of the game ended, Ipswich fell behind by 1 goal, which seemed to verify the netizens' speculation. The tractor boy has come this far only because he was lucky enough to have met some easy targets. In Fan Ji's live broadcast room, Coach Fan and Jan Jun were summarizing the first half of the game. The reason why it was Jan Jun instead of Lee Yi was that after Lee Yi received Song Wen's tribute, he went back to Bengsbu and could never be found again. We saw that Coach McCarthy was quite brave in his lineup today. In terms of the strength of both teams, Newcastle United should be defined as a strong team. However, facing the opponent at the top of the standings, McCarthy not only did not choose a defensive counterattack, but instead deployed a 4-3-3 offensive formation. Of course, this may also have something to do with the absence of Ipswich's main defender Chambers and midfielder Skuse due to injuries. After hearing Jan Jun's analysis, Fan Ji nodded and said, "But to be honest, even if there is no one available, this formation is a bit too bold. In fact, judging from the data, the 4-3-3 formation did not help Ipswich gain any advantage on the offensive end. On the contrary, Newcastle United had an absolute possession rate with a 4-5-1 formation. In the first half, Ipswich's possession rate was only %. Oh yes, Newcastle United has been very attentive in strengthening its midfield this year. The total value of these 5 midfielders is close to 50 million, which is very high in the championship." After hearing Jan Jun's words, Fan Ji added, "It is worth mentioning that Ipswich's No. 11 midfielder Song Wen is currently worth €1 million. In fact, given the abilities Song Wen has demonstrated so far, this price is somewhat underestimated. But the player's worth is not just considered based on his ability on the court, but also includes his commercial value and so on. Song Wen's reputation has always been bad, except in the eyes of fans of his own home team. As soon as Fan Ji mentioned Song Wen, it immediately caused a stress reaction in the barrage. How come I heard Fan Ji being a bootlicker again as soon as I came in? Your worth of 10 million Song Zi was earned by playing against the team at the bottom of the standings. Haha, he is just a bully. He is nothing if he meets a strong team. You're talking as if I didn't watch the first half of the game. What else did Song Liuzi do in the first half besides strolling around? Ipswich lost the ball. Song Zi failed to return to defense and was the first to concede. I heard that Tractor Boy almost bankrupted himself in order to sign Song Zi, but ended up signing a weakling. And at this time in the Ipswich locker room, McCarthy looked at Song Wen, who was not sweating at all, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Song Wen's performance today was obviously not normal. Although Song Wen has always been famous for his strolling style of playing football in previous games, but this is also the most headache-inducing point for opposing players, because you don't know when Song Wen will suddenly rush into your penalty area. However, in today's match against Newcastle United, Song Wen was wandering around the entire first half. Not to mention a breakthrough. He didn't even attempt to get rid of the opponent once. This even made the opponent's defensive player Shelve, who was responsible for marking him, complain. He played for half the game without breaking a sweat. Even felt a little cold. Song Wen naturally noticed McCarthy's hesitation and took the initiative to speak. "Don't worry, coach. There will be no problem in the second half, of course." Song Wen was not wandering around meaninglessly in the first half. Instead, he has upgraded the Sea Cucumber player's abilities to level 3 through this period of training. Sea Cucumber player level 3. Sea cucumbers are rich in nutrients and will continue to expand. With your unremitting efforts, your sea cucumbers will store more energy. If you have not used the ability of the Sea Cucumber player in the first half of the game, the energy of the Sea Cucumber will ferment and expand during the halftime break. You can use the extreme speed unlimited times in the second half of the game. The third level ability of the Sea Cucumber player can be said to be very buggy. Theoretically speaking, a player who can maintain a sprint at maximum speed for more than 45 minutes in the second half can be called a football Superman and can be said to be invincible. Even if all 11 players on the opposing team were to take turns defending him, those 11 players would be exhausted to death. But this is only in theory. Whether it is the human body's muscles, bones, heart, etc., they all have their limits. Although he has the support of the system, as long as Song Wen's legs are not broken, he is still breathing hard and his brain is still working. He can use the maximum speed unlimited times, but the price it brings is bound to be extremely terrible. In fact, Song Wen had already upgraded the Sea Cucumber player to level 3 in the last game, but he didn't dare use it. Although his body has been much better than when he first crossed over due to the nourishment brought by the sea cucumbers and the effects of training during this period, Song Wen himself feels that his current physical fitness is on par with that of some ordinary players. Not to mention ordinary players. Even if you ask a track and field athlete to run at maximum speed for half a game, people will go to hell, but today against Newcastle United, Song Wen had to take a risk. The Magpies are in really good form this year. Their team's value ranks 6th in the championship, but they have been at the top of the standings since the beginning of the season. Before meeting Ipswich, the Magpies also maintained a 7-game unbeaten streak. This team is clearly the strongest opponent Ipswich have faced so far. In fact, Ipswich has been in very good form recently. A team's ability to go 13 games unbeaten is definitely not just due to one person. Of course, Song Wen did play a key role in this. His appearance, after leading Ipswich to several consecutive victories, has boosted the morale and fighting spirit of the entire team. If Ipswich City meet the Magpies in this form, they are not without a chance of winning. But the problem is that perhaps because of bad luck, the team's captain Chambers and main midfielder Skuse were injured in the first 2 games and had to miss today's game. One is the most experienced defender in the team. One is a defensive midfielder whose value is just lower than Song Wen. The absence of these 2 players is a huge blow to Ipswich's defense. Taking this situation into consideration, McCarthy wanted to give it a try and gain an advantage in the first half. But things went against his will and the Magpies scored a goal first. This was a severe test for McCarthy's game arrangement for the second half. The Magpies have an absolute advantage in ball possession. Plus, they are currently leading in the score. Based on McCarthy's understanding of Newcastle United's head coach, it is impossible for the opponent to start defending by positioning the bus after getting a 1-goal advantage. If Ipswich wants to catch up, they must first gain possession of the ball. Although Song Wen had just given him a guarantee, McCarthy felt that he still needed to change the formation. He has to deploy more players in the midfield. McCarthy turned his gaze to a young player sitting in the corner. This native English player has golden curly hair and blue eyes, but he doesn't seem to have the elegant qualities of the British. He is nodding and bowing as he hands Song Wen some water. "Song, I believe this is all your tactics. I've been reading your Chinese military tactics recently. And one of the tactics is called showing softness and meeting it with hardness. Haha, if I were your opponent, I wouldn't be fooled. Cough, cough, cough. Song Wen took the water and almost choked. He stared at the yellow hair in front of him in disbelief. He was actually seen through by this kid. Head coach McCarthy came over and said, "We have to make a change in advance, Moss. Get ready and go straight into the game in the second half." Song Wen was stunned for a moment. Who is Moss Diamo? Who had finally gotten the chance to play, was just about to get excited. But when he heard Song Wen's words, looked hurt. "It's me, Song Dale Moss." This made Song Wen feel embarrassed. He only remembered about hanging mouth. I don't think anyone really remembers the name Delmos. However, Song Wen had no objection to letting Diamo play. This kid is no longer the young and foolish man who could be sent off with a red card even in a friendly match. As if he had guessed Song Wen's thoughts, Diamo spoke first. "Song, don't worry, I have grown up. I have been training with you all this time and have been learning silently. There is an old saying in China that goes, even if you haven't eaten pig's trotters, haven't you seen a pig run?" Song Wen stood up and kicked Diamo. "Are you a bitch?" There was a cheerful atmosphere inside and outside the locker room. The shadow of losing the ball in the first half was also swept away. Fanji's live broadcast room. The live broadcast room was extremely lively at this time. As the Chinese national football team defeated South Korea and retained its hopes of qualifying, excited fans came to the live broadcast room to celebrate. The Chinese national football team won. Where is the tumor? The tumor is still shopping. The tumor grew on the grass. Today, Songzi officially banned horses. The Chinese national football team has the flavor of the male protagonist in a cool novel. I just love watching the Chinese national football team slap you haters in the face. The tumor is speaking, the black spot is speaking. Amid the fans' jeers, the 15-minute halftime passed in a flash. Zhan Jun looked at the players who had already taken their positions on the lawn and began to explain. "Okay, the second half of the game is about to begin. The players of both teams are already in position. The team wearing blue jerseys on the right side of the screen is Ipswich, who is playing at home today. And the team wearing white jerseys on the left side of the screen is Newcastle United. With the referee's whistle, the game officially begins." In the first half, Newcastle United took the lead with a score of 1-0. In the second half, Ipswich made a personnel adjustment. They replaced the striker Tom Lawrence with a midfielder. No 19 Dale Moss. Zhan Jun turned his head and glanced at the information. "I wonder if you still remember this Delmos. He is also a very young player. In the previous friendly match with the Chinese national team, he started the game and was later sent off with a red card for a foul. This was also his first appearance in the championship this season. I have to say that Coach McCarthy is very bold in using players. Hey, we saw a goal here too." As soon as Zhan Jun finished reading the information and turned around, he saw that the ball had already entered the goal. He spoke subconsciously and then widened his eyes. "Ah. The ball went in. The referee's whistle still seems to be ringing in my ears." The ball was already circling in Newcastle United's goal. Zhan Jun felt a little confused. He just turned his head to take a look at the information, which took only a few seconds. How did the ball go in? Fan Ji was also confused, because his attention was also focused on the barrage, and he was thinking about how to fight against the black fans. Not to mention Fan Ji and Zhan Jun were confused. At this time, the Newcastle United players were all confused, especially Newcastle United midfielder Shelvey, who was responsible for marking Song Wen in today's game. This tall and strong man with a glaring bald head was touching his forehead in confusion. Just before the start of the second half, he was still taunting Song Wen. "Hey kids, stop walking. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold if you play football like this?" However, a few seconds later, the opponent appeared in his own penalty area and sent the ball into the goal. In the live broadcast room, Fan Ji anxiously dragged the progress bar and finally turned the time back to the beginning of the game. Ipswich had changed into a 4-4-2 formation at this time. After the kickoff, Song Wen, who was supposed to organize the attack in the back, did not get the ball. He first jogged across half the court. And when Newcastle United defender Shelvey approached him, he suddenly kicked up without any delay and started rushing forward. Diamo, who had already communicated, didn't hesitate at all and directly made a straight pass with a long advance distance. Song Wen's sudden burst at the beginning of the game obviously caught Shelvey off guard. The bald player didn't even have time to adjust his center of gravity before he wanted to take a step to chase him. But in a panic, he simply pulled back his steps and stopped after taking just one step. Fan Ji was staring at the screen intently at this time. Song Wen's position was already at the forefront of Ipswich's attack line. Only McGoldrick was following up on his side, while the other forward pitman was even one step behind. In front of the two of them was a defense line of more than 6 people. Moss's pass was made very early. Newcastle United's midfielder No. 30 Atsu has already arrived. He directly chose to tackle the ball to destroy it. But Song Wen's speed was very fast, and the ball was kicked out by Song Wen before Atsu's toes were about to touch it. Song Wen jumped into the air and flew directly over Atsu's body. At this time, there were 3 players defending Song Wen in front of him. Relying on continuous explosive sprints, Song Wen suddenly changed direction during the sprint and got rid of the first defensive player. Newcastle United defender Hanley and fullback Dummett had almost buried their heads in the grass at this time. The 15-minute break at halftime allowed them to recover some of their strength. But the muscles obviously had not been awakened the moment the whistle sounded, although they had started the moment they saw Song Wen rushing forward. When Song Wen came to their side, the two of them still could not reach their fastest speed. Dummett was no longer able to overtake Song Wen, so he could only force his way over, stretching out his legs and using his body to push hard. But Song Wen's body was as solid as a rock and did not move at all. Instead, he knocked Dummett to the other side, causing him to stagger 2 steps and no longer have the strength to chase him. Although Hanley on the other side was still in front of Song Wen, the distance and speed difference between the two were not enough for him to turn around and defend. Song Wen gently kicked the ball under his feet. Pass it to yourself 3 seconds later, then. Relying on his speed and the physical strength that suddenly burst out from his small belly, he directly attacked Hanley. Newcastle United goalkeeper Darlow saw the ball rolling in, and then saw that Hanley had been squeezed aside by Song Wen. He knew that he had to take the initiative to attack at this moment, but he overestimated his own speed and also underestimated Song Wen's speed. This man, as fast as the wind, quickly followed the ball into the penalty area. Darlow knew that he couldn't go any faster, so he gritted his teeth and used his hind legs to make a flying tackle, trying to destroy the ball before Song Wen touched it. But Song Wen's previous pass seemed to have been accurately predicted. Before Darlow touched the ball, Agin took the ball, then lightly tipped it to the side, then jumped over Darlow's tackle and easily took the ball off with his knee. Shoot towards the empty goal. Fan Ji watched the replay on the screen with his mouth wide open. He was shocked beyond words, but due to his low level of education, he could only utter 4 big words: "I'm so fucking awesome." Jan Jun leaned back and his glasses tilted to one side. Wonderful, so wonderful. This shot changed the score. Song Wen, the No. 11 player from Ipswich, made a long run and scored a goal just 15 seconds into the second half. It caught Newcastle United off guard. Fan Ji looked at the barrage of comments proudly, as if it was his younger self who had scored the goal. At this moment, he no longer cared about public opinion and said, "This guy got the mail lead script. Do you know what a cool story is? Have you ever seen a player like this, 1-to-1? One person directly broke the opponent's back line, okay. Oh, this ball is so cool. Still blaming me, I find you really don't understand." The barrage also experienced a brief vacuum, but soon fell into dispute. "Fuck, this ball is so cool, a one-stop shot." I admit that Song Z was a little clever, and took advantage of the opening to catch the opponent by surprise. But what happened next? The second half has just begun and he's rushing like this. With Song Zai's physical fitness, this is probably the only time he can do this. What's there to be sad about if it's a 1-1 tie? The game has just started. On Hupu's real-time scoring platform, Song Wen's score also began to change. Song Wen 3 points. Looking at your activity radius in the first half, I thought you were picking mushrooms for me on the lawn. Looking at your 1 minute in the second half, I felt like you fed me poisonous mushrooms. Shelve 0 points. You chased me for one step and then stopped. What? Did you pull the boiled egg down there? Doomit 0 points. The tumbler even went to touch someone else's porcelain. Darlo 0 points. What are you doing running out? Your two legs added together are not as long as Song Zema's arm. McGoldrick 5 points. Although I didn't contribute to the goal, I am still proud to run for the team. Pittman 0 points. As a striker, you were still 5 meters away when Song Wen scored. I believe you are not without the ability, but you don't have the same firm belief as McGoldrick. Now read with me. I am a nigger on the court. When Song Wen kicked the ball into the goals, his entire body almost flew out of the baseline due to inertia. He lay on the grass, his chest heaving violently with every rapid breath. Even his eyes looked a little black. He ran at top speed from the halfway point until he scored the goal. A distance of nearly 60 meters. This distance may not seem very long, but you have to know that during this period, Song Wen is not just running in a straight line like a simple 100-meter sprint. He also needs to dodge, control the ball, and so on. The amount of physical energy consumed by fine-tuning the details of the body while moving at high speed is extremely terrifying. Just a long-distance run almost made Song Wen pass out. He lay on the grass with his limbs spread out, his view covering the vast blue sky and the enthusiastic and aggressive fans. This time what he felt was absolute support and cheers. Because he was now at Portman Road, home of the Tractor Boys. Song Wen's goal made the entire stadium cheer deafening. Just as no fans of any other team would like Song Wen, no Ipswich fan would hate Song Wen. Ipswich cannot do without Song Wen, just like the West cannot do without Jerusalem. They raised their arms and shouted, calling out Song Wen's name, Song Song Song, because of the pronunciation of song. With tens of thousands of people shouting in unison, each song is like some kind of indescribable but absolutely shocking slogan that makes people's scalp tingle. McGoldrick rushed to Song Wen's side as soon as possible and pulled Song Wen up. Pittman followed closely behind, but found himself a step slower and felt a little jealous. At this time, Newcastle United is under the greatest pressure. The atmosphere at Ipswich's home ground is so warm. When the fans shouted Song Wen's name, the whole venue seemed to have an earthquake. Except for those superstars. They have never seen a player who can make fans so crazy. Looking at Song Wen, who was walking back to the court slowly, Shelve couldn't help but say, "You are such a smart boy." Was your negative attitude in the first half just for this moment? I have to admit that you did it. You deceived the fans who loved you. But how many times can you run like this at this time? In the domestic live broadcast room, netizens' views were exactly the same as Shelve's. With Song Zai's physical fitness, he can probably walk until the end. I can only say that Sending Tumor knows how to kick the ball beautifully. You're running like this at the beginning of the second half. Can you still walk? It's okay. The data has already been updated. It doesn't matter whether we win or not, however. Neither the doubts of netizens nor Shelve's ridicule had any effect on Song Wen, because as he sent the ball into Newcastle United's goal, the anger from Newcastle United fans gave him new abilities again. The anti-fan value Newcastle United has reached 50,000. And the ability is obtained Phoenix. Phoenix, every time you run out of energy during a match, you will be reborn. Your body will be reborn in 5 days. And every time you are reborn, your body functions will be enhanced to a certain extent. Song Wen was overjoyed when he saw his new abilities. As expected, they are the strongest team in the championship at the moment. and their capabilities are indeed very strong. At first glance, the Phoenix's abilities seem similar to those of the Chinese national football team's belly. But in fact, there is an essential difference. The little belly gains skill points through continuous training to enhance its skills. But the problem is that many of his skills are linked to his own physical functions. For example, the maximum speed of the sea cucumber player is not the maximum speed that humans can reach, but the maximum speed that Song Wen's body itself can reach. Although through scientific and reasonable training, you can continuously improve your physical fitness and thus continuously break through your maximum speed. But everyone's body is different, and Song Wen's body has some congenital deficiencies due to malnutrition in his childhood, which means that his upper limit cannot be improved through exercise. The ability of the Phoenix is to increase the upper limit of his body. And judging from the ability description, the Phoenix also provides him with extremely terrifying recovery ability. With the recovery ability of the sea cucumber player, the 3 words glass man should not be applicable to him. The title of Iron Man of football is more suitable for him. However, if we understand the literal meaning, I am afraid that my body will not feel very good during Nirvana. Although the abilities of the Phoenix and the little belly complement each other, there are also some conflicts, after all. If a person is paralyzed, how can he complete high-intensity training tasks? This requires Song Wen to make his own adjustments and choices. And today's game is obviously the best time to use the power of the Phoenix. When drawing various abilities before the game, Song Wen also drew Wu Yan Liu Si. Wu Yan Liu Si improved positioning awareness, thus gaining a larger range of activities. And drawing Wu Yan Liu Si in the post-match heat map, the referee blew the whistle and Newcastle United kicked off. Shelvey saw Song Wen laughing for something and became angry again. "Don't laugh, kid. You are good for nothing except being clever." Song Wen glanced at Shelvey with a smile. "Bald guy, catch up with me if you can." After saying that, Song Wen ran away. Song Wen's starting speed was so terrifying that the bald guy almost broke his balls again. At this time, the ball was still in Newcastle United's hands, and Shelvey couldn't understand why this kid was running, until he saw Song Wen running towards his team's midfielder Diem, who had the ball. In the live broadcast room, even Fan Ji couldn't understand what Song Wen was doing at first. Never participating in defense has become a stereotype formed by everyone about Song Wen. "Hey, Song Wen is running so fast. Is he going to steal the ball?" When Fan Ji finished speaking, even he himself found it a little unbelievable. Diem, a black player wearing the No 15 jersey. He had just received the ball and was dribbling forward quickly when he heard his teammates reminding him that there was someone behind him. Diem looked back. "Hey, Diems." Song Wen's loud shout actually made Diem tremble with fear. Song Wen has already rushed over from the side. Diem originally wanted to dribble past Ipswich's defense, so he dribbled deep and there were no good passing routes at this time. He gritted his teeth, knowing that at this moment, he had to continue to break through quickly with the ball and pull to the sideline to have a wider passing vision. But Song Wen had already squeezed in with his speed, snatched the ball from Diem's feet with one kick, and then made several delicate footwork movements in succession to get rid of Diem's pull. Such a bizarre scene made McCarthy on the sidelines rub his eyes in disbelief and look at Connor blankly. "What did I see?" Song Hui successfully pressed the ball. Not to mention McCarthy. The netizens in the domestic live broadcast room at this time felt like they were hit on the head and the sky was falling. The shock that Song Wen's return to defense and pressing brought to them was even more intense than a one-on-one goal. After all, the thing that Song Wen was attacked most by the haters before was that he went shopping without defending himself. Now seeing Song Wen running back to defense, his 2 legs are almost leaving after images. He just ran half the court to score a goal. And now he is running back to defend and using his speed to beat the opponent and snatch the ball back. You play football so hard that you risk your life. How can we criticize my brother when he works so hard? Song Wen ran like a mad dog, obviously shocking everyone, including his teammates. When Song Wen passed the intercepted ball to Diorama, Diorama was so surprised that he almost did a 10-meter stop like the Chinese national football team. After passing the ball, Song Wen did not choose to stop, but ran directly towards Newcastle United's half. It is obvious that they are going to launch a quick counterattack. This scene made the Newcastle United coach on the sidelines so anxious that he started cursing. "Shelvey, what are you doing? Why are you standing there like an idiot, Shelvey?" Who was scolded by the head coach. Finally reacted at this time and watched Song Wen rush past him like a gust of wind. He immediately lowered his head and chased after him. Although Shelvey is tall and strong, he's still quite fast. Otherwise, the Newcastle United coach would not have let him be responsible for marking Song Wen. The only downside is that it starts up too slowly. By the time Shelvey started, he saw that Song Wen had already opened up a distance of 3 meters between him and him. But even so, he had no choice but to continue chasing after her. On the other side, McGoldrick and Pittman gritted their teeth and ran at their fastest speed, because they discovered that Song Wen had unknowingly been keeping pace with the two of them. The player in the backcourt did not stick to the ball. With the cooperation of several Ipswich midfielders, the ball quickly returned to Song Wen's feet. Coming towards them was a double team from Newcastle United. Song Wen lightly flicked the instep of his foot, and the ball was sent to McGoldrick's feet. Big Black and Song Wen had already understood each other's mind. Without stopping the ball, he just touched the ball with the instep of his feet and made a perfect wall-to-wall cooperation with Song Wen. Facing the third defensive player who was surrounding him, Song Wen again passed the ball to Pittman on the right. At this time, a 3-2 situation was formed in front of Newcastle United's penalty area, and the defensive personnel were seriously insufficient. Pittman dribbled the ball into the penalty area. At this time, there was only one defender in front of him, so he could indeed find some space to shoot. But just when he was about to kick his foot and shoot, a sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. Think about what Big Black would do. This thought only flashed through Pittman's mind, and his body had already reacted. Pittman faked a shot and passed the ball to Song Wen in the middle. If I shoot the ball directly, it may go in, but it may not. But if he passes the ball to Song Wen, his future goal rewards will definitely be far more than this one. The clever Pittman didn't know at this time that his pass almost ruined Song Wen's reputation. Seeing the ball rolling back, Song Wen's eyes almost popped out. In his opinion, Pittman could have shot from that angle. So after he completed the pass, he directly canceled the sea cucumber player's maximum speed. At this point, his body had lost its strength and his center of gravity was unstable. Let alone shooting. Even catching the ball smoothly was difficult. Song Wen directly expressed his condolences to Pittman's mother in his heart. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Song Wen suddenly felt something in his heart. This is a bond that comes from absolute trust and absolute loyalty. Influenced by his friend De Bruyne's ability, Song Wen didn't even turn his head. He already knew how to handle the balls. When the ball came to Song Wen's side, Song Wen took a step. The ball slipped directly from Song Wen's crotch and rolled towards McGoldrick, who was also on Song Wen's left side. But Song Wen knew that this alone was far from enough. Pittman's pass was obviously intended for himself, so the power of the ball was relatively small. By the time the ball reached his feet, the rolling speed was obviously insufficient. If McGoldrick wants to catch the ball, he needs to run a few steps towards him. So before Song Wen completely lost his balance, he forced himself to adjust himself and tapped his body lightly with his foot. The ball went straight to McGoldrick's feet. Although the path of the ball changed slightly due to Song Wen's knock, McGoldrick was not so comfortable receiving the ball. But at this moment, there was no one stopping McGoldrick. Newcastle United only had 2 defensive players at this time, who were restrained by Pittman and Song Wen respectively. At this time in front of McGoldrick, there was only a trembling goalkeeper. Big Black just made a slight adjustment and shot immediately. Hit the door. In the live broadcast room, Zhan Jun shouted excitedly. It's in. The game lasted for 48 minutes. And just 3 minutes into the second half, Ipswich broke through Newcastle United's goal again and reversed the score. This was a perfect combination of midfielder Song Wen and two forwards Pittman and McGoldrick in the Newcastle United penalty area. Wow, it's amazing. In just 3 minutes, Ipswich scored twice. And Song Wen played a key role in this. 1 goal and 1 assist, just as netizens said. Song Wen really brought the ball onto the court. And it wasn't just a ball. Fan Ji standing by couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Oh, Song Wen, this kid really gave me a big surprise today. He hardly stopped in the past 3 minutes and kept running all over the court. He really ran for his life." After Fan Ji finished speaking, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Song Wen's abnormal performance today made Fan Ji wonder whether he was under too much pressure from the outside world, which caused him to lose balance and want to prove himself as soon as possible. After all, he is just a 17-year-old young man full of vigor, and it is inevitable that he will act on impulse. But if he ignores his physical condition just to prove himself, it would definitely not be worth it for Song Wen, even if he wins this highly anticipated battle. Looking at Song Wen lying on the lawn gasping for breath again, Fan Ji couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "I really need to find an opportunity to go to England. I want to introduce my daughter to this guy as soon as possible. If she has health problems in the future, it will be terrible." As Ipswich reversed the score, Newcastle United players looked at each other in bewilderment. Losing 2 goals in 3 minutes was undoubtedly a very demoralizing thing. The Newcastle United manager shouted loudly on the sidelines, "Shelvey, keep an eye on him, everyone else. Control the ball, pass the ball more." Seeing the head coach call his name again, Shelvey's eyes burned with fighting spirit. "Boy, from now on, no matter where you go, I will follow you closely." Song Wen was wiping the sweat from his forehead. When he heard Shelvey's words, turned around in surprise. "We agreed that if you don't follow me, I'll be your grandson." 20 minutes have passed in the second half, and the score is still 2-1 in the live broadcast room. Jan Jun looked at the slightly tense game scene and spoke. Although Newcastle United scored 2 goals within 3 minutes due to Song Wen's sudden counterattack, they quickly adjusted. The fact that this team has been at the top of the standings for most of the season is enough to prove their strength, especially Newcastle United's midfield. All 5 starting midfielders are extremely valuable. In addition, Newcastle United's coach has placed great emphasis on passing and controlling the midfield this season, allowing them to quickly stabilize the situation. Faced with Newcastle United's passing and control, Song Wen had no better solution after all. No matter how fast he runs, can never fall as fast as others. But even so, Song Wen put great pressure on Newcastle United in these 20 minutes. Newcastle United's rhythm was repeatedly interrupted by frequent defensive pressing, and they have not yet been able to get a goal from Ipswich. We can see that Song Wen's performance in today's game was uncharacteristic. He was actively pressing back and running without the ball. This was very different from his performance in previous games. It might be because of the injury of the team's main rear guard and the strong opponent, which forced him to do so from the start of the game to now. Song Wen's performance was undoubtedly outstanding, but I don't know if this is what the head coach meant. We can see that although Song Wen is still full of energy, when he stops occasionally, it is obvious that his physical strength is actually a little exhausted. Hearing what Jan Jun said, Fan Ji nodded, but did not speak with a serious expression. From the start of the second half of the game to now, it can be said that the entire Ipswich is supported by Song Wen alone. His range of activities is very large. From the backcourt to Newcastle United's penalty area, it can be said that as long as there is a shortage of people, he will appear there otherwise. With Ipswich's sieve-like defense, Newcastle United would have scored at least 3 goals. But the problem is that the second half of the game has just begun. On the court while the ball was out of bounds, Song Wen slowly stopped, he bent his knees slightly, supported his hands on theme and breathed heavily. The stinging cold air penetrated his lungs and made his face turn pale. A panting sound like a dead dog came from behind me. Shelvey ran behind Song Wen with weak legs. gasping for breath and cursing, "Are you crazy? Are you crazy?" as soon as he finished speaking. The ball was kicked out of bounds. Song Wen, who seemed to be about to fall down from exhaustion in the last second, suddenly started running again. Shelvey couldn't even cry at this moment, and could only keep up with his weak legs. The second half had only started for 20 minutes, but Shelvey felt more tired than if he had played a full overtime game. Although Song Wen did not run all over the field for the entire 20 minutes, he was running for at least 15 minutes. No matter whether there is a ball at his feet or whether his teammates have a suitable passing opportunity, Song Wen always kicks the ball at zero frame. And he wasn't just jogging, he was just running forward. This made Shelvey, who was responsible for marking Song Wen, miserable. You should know that this sudden burst of alternating stillness and movement is the most physically demanding. And as a defensive player, his rhythm can only follow Song Wen's rhythm. He really couldn't figure out what medicine this kid had taken wrong today and why he could run so fast. Didn't we say that this kid's physical fitness is not very good? Urine test required. The Newcastle United coach had obviously noticed that Shelvey's physical strength was a little insufficient, and could only shout on the sidelines, "Shelvey, bite him. There are only 5 minutes left." The coach's shout seemed to give Shelvey a glimmer of hope for relief. He held his breath and continued to chase after Song Wen. However, Song Wen also heard the opponent's coach's call. He looked up at the big screen to confirm the time, then rushed even harder. Shelvey, who was following behind Song Wen, was now wide-eyed. This kid is absolutely crazy. His movement didn't even make any sense to Shelvey. It's just like running for the sake of running. Are you crazy? Shelvey's face turned pale and he was breathing heavily. Shelvey was already faltering on the field. As the ball was kicked out of bounds, approached Song Wen, who was also bending over to rest with difficulty. His tone desolate. "How can you still run?" Song Wen glanced at him. "Run again this time." Shelvey no longer had the strength to follow up immediately, and instead looked helplessly at the coach on the sidelines. How he wished he could see a request for a coaching change at this moment. But obviously the coach couldn't empathize with him. "What are you daydreaming about, Shelvey?" Shelvey could only turn around and chase Aginbut this time. He was so tired that he couldn't even lift his head. Fortunately, Song Wen also stopped not far away. Seeing Shelvey running over, Song Wen said with a smile, "Great, you caught up with me again." At this moment, Shelvey only felt that his legs were trembling, and the pain in his muscles was getting more and more intense. Logically speaking, with his adrenaline pumping right now, he shouldn't be feeling this way. This means that his legs have reached their limit, or even exceeded it. If I keep running, my legs might become useless. So even in the face of Song Wen's ridicule, Shelvey no longer had the courage to speak wildly. "Brother, please don't run away." Song Wen sneered and walked away. Shelvey felt like crying but had no tears. Just as he was about to chase again, he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his calf. In pain, he hopped twice on one foot and could no longer hold on. So he fell to the ground. The poor man rolled on the ground several times without anyone noticing until the ball was kicked out of bounds. And the referee came over soon. Medical staff came on the scene and carried the once unruly man away. In the live broadcast room, Jan Jun adjusted his glasses and wanted to laugh in disbelief. "Well, we saw that Newcastle United's No. 12 player seemed to be injured without contact and could not continue the game. I saw that the place he was covering seemed to be his calf." This game was indeed a bit difficult for Shelvey. The fans who had been watching the game actually had a rough idea of what was going on. In this game, Song Wen almost ran all over the court, and Shelvey kept running after Song Wen. No. Did this guy run himself into cramps? What kind of rubbish is this? Can't even outrun Song Zi. To be honest, Song Zi must have been hurt today. It was really scary. I have never seen anyone play like this in a game. Song Zi wasn't much better. He squatted down and gasped for breath as soon as the game was paused. Is he crazy today? Is he playing football like this without caring about his life? Have lost. Probably because he saw the Chinese national football team win and wanted to prove himself. It's all Zhang Zhai's fault. He pushed Song Zema into a corner, although it's 2-1 now. Newcastle United will win this game, I said. Classic remarks by gamblers, I said it. I don't believe that this bald guy was injured and left the field. But Song Zi can still run in 80 minutes at most. Newcastle United will definitely score a goal. Portman Road Stadium as Shelvey was carried off the field. Newcastle United also made a substitution. Midfielder Gamez wearing the No. 20 jersey took to the field with the head coach's hopes. In the opinion of the Newcastle United coach, although Song Wen's performance today made him feel incredible, he could also see that this kid is now at the end of his strength. The player named Gamez has excellent physical fitness. The only reason he is not a starter is because his skills are a bit rough. Using it now to target Song Wen is the best option. As soon as Gamez came on the court, he came up to Song Wen with a menacing look at this time. Song Wen was hunching over to rest when he felt a dark shadow blocking his way. Looking up, Gamez was holding his head high and poking himself with his chin. The referee blew the whistle and the game continued. Song Wen glanced at Gamez, who was standing still like a mountain, and started running again. Gamez followed Song Wen calmly without even taking a breath. Oh, this is a bit tricky in the live broadcast room. Fan Ji seemed a little worried. If I were the coach, I would replace Song Wen first. The player who just came on the field is marking you. How can you run past him? Time is running out. The best option is to send a defensive midfielder to defend the score. You can't let him run like this, he can't run anymore. As the game time progressed, Song Wen's active running became obviously less. For Song Wen, the game has basically exhausted all his physical energy by now. Although the Phoenix's ability allows him to not worry too much about physical and recovery problems, he cannot allow himself to die suddenly on the court. Without Song Wen's wide-ranging movement, Ipswich soon seemed unable to cope with Newcastle United's attack. In the 80th minute, the Newcastle United striker almost scored with a powerful shot from outside the penalty area. But it hit the crossbar of the Ipswich goal. The ball bounced and fell to the ground, and Ipswich got the first chance to land, and quickly launched a counterattack. Song Wen started to accelerate immediately. But Gamez's speed was also very fast. And at this time Gamez was full of energy. So even at the maximum speed he could not get rid of the opponent. And as soon as Song Wen moved, half of Newcastle United's defense line focused their attention on him, resulting in Ipswich having no chance to pass the ball to Song Wen. After Pittman received the pass, he was intercepted by the opposing defender in front of the penalty area. The offensive and defensive situations of both sides changed instantly. Newcastle United launched a quick counterattack. Ouch, Pittman made a big mistake with this ball. Now it's Newcastle United's chance. Defender Jamal made a precise pass to the sideback Atsu. Atsu dribbled the ball very quickly. Ipswich must return to defense quickly. Atsu made a straight pass. The ball slipped directly in front of Ipswich midfielder Ward. Murphy got the balls. Now Bella is the only one left on Ipswich's defense line. But Newcastle United has two attackers. Murphy didn't choose to dribble the ball himself. He just passed it out. Ipswich goalkeeper Bielkowski knew he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He took the initiative, but Richie was very calm. He dribbled past the goalkeeper. Now he is facing an empty goal with no one guarding it. Facing the unguarded goal, Richie knew the chance to equalize the score was right at his feet. He kicked the ball lightly and it rolled steadily towards the goal. Lippy kept running towards the baseline. The hot atmosphere at Portman Road has made him unhappy for a long time. Now he gets to celebrate to his heart's content in front of these country fans. Richie ran to the sidelines and opened his arms. But the expected boos did not come. There was a cry of surprise afterwards. He clearly saw expressions of ecstasy on the faces of these fans. Then, the shout that he least wanted to hear rang out like a deafening roar. Song, 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 Richie turned around in confusion. But the scene behind him was like a bolt of lightning. There was no ball in the goals. Instead, there was Song Wen lying there looking back. Ipswich players were rushing towards Newcastle United's half with all their might. Richie couldn't understand the situation, but Fan Ji, who was watching the live broadcast, was so excited that he almost jumped up from his chair. Zhang Jun's face was also full of shock. And he said in disbelief, "Oh my God, Song Wen." He ran half the field and cleared the ball in front of the goal line. They could see it clearly on the live broadcast. When Ipswich launched a counterattack, Song Wen was even in Ipswich's half. But he kept his head down and ran all the way. He did not give up the chase just because he felt he could not catch up. He ran all the way back to the penalty area of Ipswich from Newcastle United's half. Finally, at the moment when the ball was about to cross the goal line, a tackle cleared the ball, turning the tide and supporting a collapsing building. At this moment, this is the best interpretation of the player Song Wen. Listening to Zhang Jun's inspiring commentary, Fan Ji was shaking with excitement. The scene of Song Wen running thousands of miles to clear the ball brought back some memories for him. At this moment, he seemed to see his younger self in Song Wen. End of this chapter. Goods, please read. Running 10 kilometers in half a game. Ipswich's star midfielder refreshes people's perception of him. When Song rushed to the goal line to save the game, Ipswich counterattacked and won 3-1 against Newcastle United. Portland Road Stadium played the victory song again. Ipswich ended Newcastle United's unbeaten streak and extended their unbeaten streak to 14 games. 10 consecutive wins since debut, averages 1.3 goals and 1.5 assists per game. Who can stop this young player? After the game, he had to be carried off the court on a stretcher. Song Wen has used up his last bit of energy, and it is doubtful whether he can play in the next game. Ipswich is expected to enter the championship promotion zone. Many clubs have expressed their interest in Song Wen, including some of the top 5 league clubs. Value skyrocketed. He proved his all-round ability with one game. Ipswich midfielder Song Wen's value soared to 20 million, becoming one of the most valuable players in the current English Championship. 2017 3-month 28-day, Azadi Stadium in Tehran. Zhang Zhai looked at the message on his phone, pursed his lips, and looked a little unhappy. As the saying goes, fortune changes. After the Chinese national football team defeated South Korea in the last round, Zhang Zhai's call to Song Wen on social media attracted great attention. In fact, as a mature man, Zhang Zhai will naturally not talk nonsense like a young man. He knew that the match between Ipswich and Newcastle United was going on, and Ipswich was 1 goal behind. This is the best opportunity for Zhang Zhai and even his teammates to turn the tables. However, no one expected that Song Wen would suddenly explode in the second half of the game. A one-stop attack to score a goal, perfect pass in the penalty area, and the final 1,000-mile run to the goal line to save the game. This made Song Wen the undisputed savior of that game. Because of his words, many fans started paying attention to Song Wen again. For many fans, it is hard not to be conquered by Song Wen's performance. In Europe, Song Wen's name has frequently appeared in reports on major sports channels during this week, due to the influence of various circumstances. Although the domestic media did not report much, Song Wen still became a hot topic. Now the pressure is back on the national football team. If the Chinese national football team cannot win this game, it seems that the clown's hat will be put on their heads again. Moreover, this match with Iran is crucial to whether the Chinese national football team can enter the World Cup. It is the most crucial battle after 6 rounds of matches. They are ranked last in Group A with 5 points on win, 2 draws and 3 losses. If they lose this game again, their hopes of qualifying will be extremely slim. But Zhang Zhai knew that their chances of winning this game were almost slim. To use the words that fans often use to mock the Chinese national football team, a draw is already a win. Their opponent, Iran, is currently ranked first in Group A with an unbeaten record. In the first half of the game, the Chinese national football team lost the game against Iran at home. And now they still need to play away, you know. Iran's home stadium today is the Azadi Stadium in Tehran, which is known as the Devil's Home Stadium in Asia. Thinking of this, Zheng Zhai couldn't help but click on Song Wen's Weibo. After defeating Newcastle United, this kid left a very arrogant message on Weibo. Let me see who's wearing the big red nose in 4 days. As a crucial match for the Chinese national football team to qualify for the World Cup. This game has already attracted a lot of attention, now. With the conflict between the Chinese national football team and Song Wen, it has almost become a topic of discussion among the entire nation. Zheng Zhai sighed inwardly. Seeing that the time was almost up, he adjusted his mood and stood up to give his teammates some more chicken soup. Only to see Feng Xiaoding standing up angrily. Fuck. This guy even started live streaming, Douyin. Fan Zhi's live broadcast room has now become the most popular live broadcast room on the entire platform. The popularity of the last live broadcast of the match between Ipswich and Newcastle United exceeded 1 million. So much so that the platform server, which was not well prepared, crashed several times. And today, just after the live broadcast started, the popularity of the live broadcast room reached a new high again. Because just half an hour ago, Fan Zhi posted a Weibo. Live broadcast of the Chinese national football team's World Cup qualifiers at 8 o'clock. With a mysterious guest from the English Championship to commentate tilde. The fans were already extremely nervous at this time. After seeing the words mysterious guest of the English Championship, they all speculated whether it would be Song Wen who would commentate on the game. After seeing that Fan Zhi's live broadcast started, and there were only Fan Zhi and Zhan Jun on the screen, they were all disappointed. Fan Zhi grinned and didn't keep anyone in suspense, and started the live broadcast directly so far. Due to technical reasons, only Fan Zhi is still live streaming on Douyin. But behind Fan Zhi is actually Song Wen. And today a live broadcast room was specially opened for Song Wen. In fact, Song Wen's body has not recovered yet. But the reason why he still drags his injured body to commentate is certainly not because of his deep love for the national football team. I want to come to purchase goods. As soon as the picture appeared, Song Wenjin was seen lying on a chair similar to a sofa chair. The light was dim and he greeted me with a smile. Dear fans and friends, Coach Fan, Teacher Zhan Jun, hello. His be gentle. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the fans couldn't hold back anymore when they saw the yellow bath suit Song Wen was wearing. Fuck Song Liuzi, you are going too far. No, what are you doing washing your feet? Song Zi, is he serious about washing feet? I saw a report before that said Song Zi washes his feet every day and has a special fondness for middle-aged women. It is said that he is a close friend of Rooney in private. Song Wen seemed to have seen this comment, and he raised his eyebrows and said dissatisfiedly, "Rumors stop at the wise who likes aunties." He flipped the camera. The content of the picture made the fans stunned. Song Wen was seen with his legs stretched out, with a technician sitting on each side of his left and right feet. One is a young and beautiful Asian girl wearing a JK uniform. One is a big-breasted blonde wearing a maid outfit. Katie, Betty, and my fans all say hi, they are all my family. Seeing Song Wen taking pictures of them with his mobile phone, the two technicians waved and greeted him happily. This made netizens very greedy. Song Zi is really a dog. 66,666. I have a friend who wants to know the address. From pink to black. I never order two when I go to a foot massage parlor. Again, is this serious? Although there are still many nasty attacks in the barrage, such as scolding Song Wen for being extravagant, corrupt, and greedy for enjoyments. Guinan also accused Song Wen of not being kind to girls and letting two girls massage his feet, when he should have been the one to massage the two girls' feet. But Fan Zhi knew that these barrages were much better than before. It feels like these haters have developed feelings for each other as they continue to hate each other. However, Fan Zhi still couldn't figure out why Song Wen did this. This guy seems to be uncomfortable unless he is criticized. It is foreseeable that what Song Wen did to the two technicians at the foot massage center today will soon be reported by the media. He coughed and reminded Song Wen. The match between the Chinese national football team and Iran is about to start today. Do you have any opinions before the game that you can share with us? When faced with Fan Ji's question, just when netizens thought Song Wen would take this opportunity to criticize him, Song Wen was unusually humble. I think the Chinese national team has a great chance of winning today. They just defeated South Korea, which ranks second in group on their morale is high. This match is very important for the Chinese national team to enter the World Cup. If they lose then even if they win all the games, they will have to depend on other teams. I believe the Chinese national team players will never put themselves in such a situation. What's more, there are so many fans watching this match. And the Chinese national team will definitely not disappoint the fans. After hearing what Song Wen said, Fan Ji cursed in his heart that this kid was so mean. Everyone knows that today's game is as difficult as hell for the Chinese national football team. As a result, this kid expressed his great hope of winning as soon as he opened his mouth. And he even hijacked the fans' hopes. This is clearly an attempt to flatter the Chinese national football team. He was about to speak when Song Wen on the other side shouted again. I'm talking to you, JK girl. Why didn't you cover your nose when I talked about the Chinese national football team? What did you say? The smell of the Chinese national football team's stinky feet is overflowing through the screen. Song Wen was surprised and then he became furious. Who do you say has stinky feet? Who has stinky feet? Do you know how hard my brother works? His expression changed and he looked to the other side. What are you laughing at, big boobs girl? What? Even a foreigner like you knows that the Chinese national football team has stinky feet. Song Wen, who was still praising and criticizing in the previous second, suddenly started to criticize wildly from zero frame, directly controlling Fan Ji and Zhan Jun on the spot. Song Wen sighed and said, "Don't worry about it, brothers. Different trades are like different mountains. These technicians don't know anything about football. Our national football team is still very strong. I just took a look at the roster, our starting lineup today. It's the same lineup as the one we played in the friendly match. All of it doesn't matter. Our three forwards are still very strong. As long as we don't let Wu Lei get a one-on-one chance. Yuning shoot from the Lin and Gao Lin take a penalty. We'll win the game. And we also have the Asian flying man Jiang Zhaipeng on the back line. If things don't work out, we can just kick the opposing forward in the head." Seeing that Song Wen was getting more and more ruthless, Zhan Jun quickly interrupted. "We can see that the players from both teams are ready. The game is about to begin with the referee's whistle. The team wearing white jerseys attacking from the left side of the screen to the right side is the Iranian team, while the team attacking from the right side of the screen to the left side is our national football team." At this moment at the Azadi Stadium, amidst the deafening cheers, the Chinese national football players had just started the game and were already extremely nervous. As Iran ranks first in Group A, their world ranking is higher than South Korea, and their players' physical fitness is also higher. If South Korea's style of play is Manchester City's, then Iran's style of play is Manchester United's, in fact. The Iranian coach himself has also served as an assistant coach for Manchester United. Iranian players are stronger than the Chinese national team, both in terms of physical fitness and skills. Especially their long passes and high aerial balls in the penalty area are enough to crush most Asian teams. But the good news is that perhaps because they did not take the Chinese national football team seriously at all, Iran did not send out their talented young player Azmoun today. Due to Iran's playing style not long after the game started, it seemed that the Chinese national team had more time with the ball. This makes the fans of the Chinese football team eager to raise their tails. However, anyone who understands football knows that the Chinese national team's back passing is meaningless. The sieve-like defense line will become a fatal flaw once facing Iran's quick counterattack. Iran obviously understood this, so it simply let the Chinese national team control the ball. In the 19th minute of the games, the Chinese national team got a corner kick opportunity. Seeing how Junmin standing at the corner kick spot, Zhang Jun said, "We are not as physically fit as the Iranian players. So for corner kicks like this, we should have some special designs." And Hao Junmin is a very strong player in set pieces. As soon as Zhang Jun finished speaking, Hao Junmin did not disappoint Zhang Jun's expectations and sent in a very high-quality corner kick, accurately finding the back post. This corner kick of the Chinese national football team was obviously carefully designed by Lippi. Zhang Yuning did not squeeze in the crowd with other players, but deliberately stood outside the penalty area and quickly moved forward when Hao Junmin took the corner kick. However, Iran did not make any preparation for this, and a gap appeared in front of Zhang Yuning. Looking at Zhang Yuning's raised right leg, Zhang Jun shouted, "Zhang Yuning, look at this shot." A volley shot, he passed the ball back to Hao Junmin. Zhang Jun couldn't even believe what he was saying. His eyes were about to fall out. He was sure that Zhang Yuning's kick was definitely intended to shoot. But the kick failed. The ball flew high in the air and flew towards Hao Junmin, who had just run into the field from the baseline. Wow, Song Wen's exclamation was then heard. Zhang Yuning's kick was beautiful. It was a 2-on-9 pass against the wall. Fan Ji nodded, "Hathai's pass is good. It does have some technical and tactical aspects." Hao Junmin was stunned when he received the pass from Zhang Yuning, but he still passed the ball back after several scrambles. The ball came to Gao Lin, who retreated to the periphery. Gao Lin, he rushed into the penalty area. He made an abrupt stop and turned, he fell down. Was this a foul? The referee blew the whistle instantly. Penalty Gao Lin's. Amid the anticipation of countless fans, the referee ran over and gave Gao Lin a yellow card flip. At this time, the live broadcast also started to replay. Gao Lin stepped on the ball for a while, as if he wanted to dribble past the opponent in disguise. But his legs suddenly went weak and he fell down. Zhang Jun frowned and said, "It seems like it was hit by the grass." Gao Lin's fall against gravity is very handsome, Song Wen said in amazement. He was pulled by a mysterious force. Newton would cry when he saw him fall. But we Newton have no jurisdiction in our Chinese football world. It belongs to Newton's brother Newby. Gao Lin's fall can be said to have overturned Einstein's energy equation. He should be awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, Gao Lin, who was shown a yellow card by the referee, spread his hands, looked dissatisfied and kept muttering something. On the other side, Iran has already served the ball and is rushing towards the Chinese national team's half. At this critical moment, Jiang Zhaipeng stood up without hesitation. Just as Zhang Jun was about to speak, Song Wen, who had already adapted to the role of commentator, spoke first. Jiang Zhaipeng, a tackle, oh that tackle. He must have seen that the opponent's striker Bellwind was too tired from running, so he considerately wanted to let him go down and rest for a while. The game had only been going on for more than 20 minutes. But netizens were already completely stunned by Song Wen's commentary. No, if you send a tumor, it will grow in your mouth. It is well known that Song Zi is a street slicker on the court and a toxic person with his mouth. Okay, what is a cancerous midfielder? You know what? Listening to his commentary is more interesting than the official one. +1, I came here from the official commentary. Haha, this person is so popular, logically speaking. There shouldn't be any Chinese national football fans in this live broadcast room. Right. My fingers are almost broken from reporting the Chinese national football team, so I don't have time to post comments in the live broadcast. The Iranian striker, who was knocked down by Jiang Zhaipeng, sat on the grass hugging his legs in pain. The referee had already blew the whistle, but Jiang Zhaipeng was faster. He went straight behind Bellwind, put his hands under his armpits and lifted him up. When Bellwind saw the referee coming and was about to lie down to pretend, he suddenly felt his body flying into the air, and the next second he was standing on the grass. His mind was confused and he even forgot to continue acting. Jiang Zhaipeng seized the opportunity when his opponent was performing a blank and quickly shouted to the referee, who came up, "It's okay, he's fine." Jiang Zhaipeng's tackle just now was a relatively dangerous action, and he will definitely be given a card. but whether he will be given a yellow card or a red card depends on the referee's judgment. When Song Wen saw Jiang Zhaipeng's actions, he couldn't help laughing. Oh, Jiang Zhaipeng. Our national football players are very skilled. Jiang Zhaipeng can not only kick people in the head and feet, but also perform medical skills. Look at this Balandrin, who was lying on the ground in pain and unable to get up just now. He was pulled up by Jiang Zhaipeng and everything was fine. What a miracle, doctors. I never thought that one day on the court I would be able to see a medical miracle at this time. Balandlin, who was standing there in a daze, finally reacted. He felt deeply humiliated and walked up to Jiang Zhaipeng, cursing and wanting to argue with him. The referee immediately separated the two and showed a yellow card to Balandlin, who pushed Jiang Zhaipeng twice. Jiang Zhaipeng stood behind the referee and couldn't help but grin. But his mouth was only half open, because the referee immediately turned around and gave Jiang Zhaipeng a red card. Looking at the red card in the referee's hand, Jiang Zhaipeng widened his eyes, kicked his legs, spread his hands and shook his head. Huh, what do you mean? Why did you give me a red card? In fact, the referee originally only wanted to give Jiang Zhaipeng a yellow card. But Jiang Zhaipeng's action of lifting the player obviously made the referee give him another yellow card in his mind. The referee ignored Jiang Zhaipeng's questioning. But Jiang Zhaipeng was furious. Why give me a yellow card? He wasn't injured at all. Do you know how to judge? Have you watched the Championship League? The match between Ipswich and Norwich at that time. Song Wen used his head to break the opponent's striker's hand bones, and the big black man from Ipswich lifted him up in the same way. Why did I get a red card? The players of the Chinese national football team also gathered around and negotiated with the referee in a righteous manner. The Chinese national football team is not as strong as Iran's to begin with. If one player is sent off with a red card just 30 minutes into the game, what is the point of playing? Thinking that Song Wen must be watching their jokes in the live broadcast room, the national football team became even more angry. A group of people surrounded the referee, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Look, Song Wen said in amazement. Look at our national football players. Just look at them like this. How can you have the nerve to always criticize them? What a brave player, not afraid of powers, and dare to confront the referee on the court. The protests of the national football team naturally had no effect. After being warned by the referee for the third time, Jiang Zhaipeng left the court in anger. To be honest, the referee did go too far. He obviously misunderstood Jiang Zhaipeng's good intentions. He just wanted the opposing players to take a break. What did he do wrong? Jiang Zhaipeng's rage is justified. Jiang Zhaipeng came to the sideline seemingly still angry, and kicked the mineral water bottle on the ground. Song Wen widened his eyes and exclaimed, Hey, Jiang Zhaipeng is out of the game, but his muscle memory is still there. This is proof of his hard training. Even though the kick missed, he didn't even hit the cup. Jiang Zhaipeng, whose kick missed the target, was obviously even angrier. Seeing a small plastic stool not far ahead, he felt unwilling to give up and kicked it again. As a result, his leg got stuck in the stool and he almost tripped himself. At this point, Heaven, the famous speaker Song Wen, was stunned. Not knowing what to do, after a while he spoke. Everyone, please understand that a bench is not a ball after all. A ball is round while a bench is square. Jiang Zhaipeng's feet are either used to cripple people or to make them useless. After one player of the Chinese national football team was sent off, Iran began its full-scale attack, but even so, the Chinese national team was still able to get the ball occasionally. In the 35th minute, Zhang Zizhi received a pass from his teammate. Zhang Jun introduced, now that Iran has the ball and leads. Zhang Zizhi's performance is crucial as a midfielder. You can imagine that he is under a lot of pressure, but he must find a way to hold the ball. Zhang Zizhi once studied abroad for Wolfsburg in the Bundesliga. Facing Iranian players, he has a certain ability to compete with them both physically and technically. Zhang Zizhi got the ball and his whole body started shaking when he saw the Iranian players coming up to press him. He kicked his legs quickly on the spot. causing the grass to splash in the end. When the opponent approached, did not break through, but instead passed the ball to his teammate. This time even Fan Ji couldn't help himself and started cursing. No, what is he doing? Is he sick? What the hell is going on here? You're just standing there on a spinning bike. If someone doesn't know, they'd think you stepped on the throttle and got electrocuted. After hearing Fan Ji's words, Song Wen smiled and explained, I think this is actually a tactic. Fan Ji obviously didn't react and asked seriously, Ah. What tactics? Song Wen couldn't close his mouth anymore. This tactic can make the opponent laugh so hard that they can't play football. If you don't believe me, just look at Feng Xiaoding, who was following behind him. He was laughing. Thanks to the wonderful operation of the Chinese national football players, Iran successfully broke through the goal of the Chinese national football team in the 41st minute of the first half. After losing the ball, the Chinese national football players became more and more irritable and started to perform various Shaolin Kung Fu techniques. In the end, the first half of the game ended with 1-0 after the referee's whistle. But everyone knew that the nightmare of the Chinese national football team was still in the second half. Song Wen no longer had any interest in watching the second half of the game. He had other things to do after hanging up the call. Song Wen directly called reporter Ling Feng and asked him to help contact various media people to spread his live broadcast clips on the internet. If the team was not under too much pressure in the standings, forcing him to come to the Chinese national team to buy some goods. Who the hell would want to give the Chinese national team a dirty look? I've worked so hard on live streaming for so long, but I haven't even had time to wash my feet properly. Now it's time to harvest the fruits of my labor. End of this chapter. After a month of live broadcast, it is almost impossible to see Chinese national football fans in Fan Ji's live broadcast room. Even some fans, although they have not turned from haters to fans, have turned from haters to brown, of course. There are still a small number of Chinese football fans who stay in the live broadcast room and curse you in the live broadcast room in wind and rain. Song Wen didn't find this group of people strange, after all. It's normal for a fan of the Chinese national football team to have a bit of masochistic tendencies. But it is difficult for this group of fans to provide him with enough black fans' value. Therefore, he needs to distribute his live broadcast slices to various platforms through online channels. Ling Feng's work efficiency is also very high. As soon as Song Wen got off work, a prompt from the system rang in his mind. The anti-fan value Zhang Zij has reached 50,000. And the ability is obtained hat-trick Zhang Zij, who once played abroad for Wolfsburg in the Bundesliga, always sat in the first row of the bench to watch the team's games. Because the weather was hot and the sun was glaring, he would wear a hat one day before the game. You can choose different hats to wear on your head for 24 hours to achieve different effects. Safety helmet. The safety helmet can keep you safe. In the next games, your skull will become harder. Cowboy hat. The cowboy hat will give you the identity of a cowboy. In the next game, your physical strength limit will increase slightly because cowboys are busy. What? Baseball cap. Baseball cap is a standard for baseball players. In the next game, the ability to throw the ball will be improved. Duckbill cap. The duckbill cap is one of the equipments for golfers. In the next game, the ability of positioning the ball will be improved. Looking at the abilities of Zhang Zij, Song Wen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a famous player who has played in the top 5 overseas leagues, his strength is indeed different, and this time, Song Wen gained more than just Zhang Zij's abilities. The anti-fan value angry Chinese football team has reached 1. And the ability is obtained Shaolin soccer level. The angry Chinese football team showed their courage and fighting spirit and profound martial arts background on the field. Shaolin soccer level 1, Iron Head Kung Fu. Iron Head Kung Fu is a hard skill that is strong on the outside and has a masculine strength and inner strength. You can use Iron Head Kung Fu once in each game. When you use this ability, your head strength, flexibility, and hardness will be greatly improved. Seeing the ability from the national football team, Song Wen was somewhat excited. Because this is an upgradable ability. All the abilities he had previously acquired have been upgraded to the top level. Players like Sea Cucumber can only be upgraded to 3 levels in total. The other 2 abilities can only be upgraded to level 2. Now that he has a new upgradable ability, his Phoenix and Little Belly have once again achieved a perfect cycle. Moreover, this Iron Head skill ability can complement the hat-wearing ability he just acquired. People on the internet used to say that he was stubborn. But it was just an adjective. He is really stubborn now. Song Wen was so impatient that he wanted to bang his head against the wall to see how hard his head was. But after thinking about it, he calmed down. I will definitely wait until the next game and try it on someone else's head. Having gained a lot, Song Wen limped down to the first floor. Although it has been 4 days since his last game, his body is still in an extremely weak state. The still charming proprietress glanced at Song Wen's walking posture and looked strange. Hey Zio Song, would you like to take a few days off? Although I am a businessman and cannot close the door to customers, it is not a big deal for you to come every day and order 2 at a time. You are lame but still come to take care of my business. I really don't know how to thank you. Hearing Li Chunrong's words, Song Wen smiled and said, It's okay, I just have to massage more since I'm lame. I'll come again tomorrow. Watching Song Wen walk out of the store, Li Chunrong thought about it and walked towards the private room on the second floor. Twisting her plump buttocks, she was going to check the room for any strange smells or leftover tissues. Although the name is Chun Yang, they are a purely green business. After a round of inspection in the private room and finding nothing, Li Chunrong returned to the technician's room and emphasized and reiterated the green concept to the technicians who looked confused. And even the few aunties in the corner were not spared. At the same time as Song Wen stepped out of the door of the spa, he felt a figure walking towards him quickly in the shadows. This instantly made his nerves tense. It's bad we've been ganked under normal circumstances. Song Wen wouldn't be so nervous. Although he offended a lot of people, even if he couldn't beat them, he could still run very fast. England is not like the free and ugly United States, where truth is everywhere and there is no need to race with bullets. But the problem now is that his legs are still limping and he can't run at all. Song Wen silently clenched his fists, turned around, and saw an old face, Wang Yao the reporter, who had been following him in the UK for more than a month and had turned from a hater to a fan, now had an expression of anger and anxiety on his face. Wang Yao couldn't help it, he is now a loyal fan of Song Wen. In Ipswich, he will meet with the townspeople in the bar to cheer for Song Wen every time there is a game. During this period of time, he has even become the leader of a small local Song Wen fan club. Although he knew before that Song Wen loved washing his feet very much, even as frequently as once a day. It even seems to have some strange habits. But under the filter of fans, Wang Yao convinced himself. Players' feet get tired easily during training and competitions every day. So there's nothing wrong with washing their feet to relax. Wang Yao, who like the ant, felt sorry for Song Wen. What's wrong with an orphan who lost his mother at a young age having a bit of mother Oedipus? But now, Wang Yao really couldn't bear it anymore. In the last game, Song Wen was so exhausted on the court that he couldn't even be helped off the court by his teammates and was directly carried back by medical staff. And guess what? That night the boy dressed up fully armed and then went to Chunyang Spa Club in a wheelchair. Wang Yao was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. He had never seen anyone work so hard to wash feet. Song Wen's bath lasted for 4 days. Even during the live broadcast, it was conducted in a private room of the spa club. Looking at Song Wen, who was a head taller than him, Wang Yao's face showed no fear but was filled with anger. Song Wen, I'm your fan. I want to advise you that you are still very weak. Please respect your profession, don't joke with your body. And don't come out to wash your feet every day. Hearing Wang Yao's words, Song Wen was overjoyed. This guy has been submitting articles praising himself to China every day recently. Even though he has been suppressed by many platforms, it has not changed his determination to support himself. Song Wenjin was worried about how to make the other party change from hater to fan and then back to hater. You have to know that black fans who repeatedly turn against you are really destructive. So he didn't show any politeness and replied coldly, "What does it have to do with you?" "I just like to wash," he thought Wang Yao would be furious. But unexpectedly, Wang Yao took a deep breath and suddenly stuffed a note into his hand. As the moonlight grew brighter, Wang Yao turned around, waved his hand and walked away gracefully. But his words lingered in Song Wen's ears. British suburbs to your home, UK home massage. 30 minutes to your home. Hundreds of technicians waiting for you to choose. National chain quality assurance. For a moment, tears filled my eyes. He was even reluctant to let Wang Yao turn evil. What is a considerate and rational fan? This is called a considerate and rational fan in a trance. He suddenly understood the Chinese national football fans a little. Although the players of the national football team do not treat these fans as human beings, these fans still follow them wholeheartedly. When he thought of this, Song Wen was shocked. "Oh no, I'm a member of the national football team." He even suspected whether the Chinese national football team also had a black fan system like his own. After decades of enduring humiliation, one day you will soar to the sky, sweep the World Cup, and lift the World Cup. The Chinese national football team is truly the modern-day Gaujian. Song Wen was thinking about all sorts of things as he wandered back to the apartment. Diama was watching a pornographic movie in the living room. Song Wen took a look and stood there to watch for a while. The film is set in a European prison, where the prisoners are all fierce and vicious, and the prison guards are all blondes with big breasts. This 17-year-old body was at the age of full vigor and vitality. After just looking for a while, Song Wen left silently. His De Bruyne almost took off in a spiral and turned into a helicopter to sprinkle water manually. Song Wen entered the bedroom, lay on the bed, did some handicraft work for a while, did not forget to wash his hands, and then picked up his mobile phone. He first looked at the message on WeChat. Fan Ji said that he plans to visit the UK for a few days in the near future and will bring his daughter with him. They will get together at that time to discuss the subsequent live broadcast plans. Lao Fan is now very successful on the TikTok platform. In addition to being the top live streamer, he also posts some short videos from time to time. The number of fans has reached millions. Song Wen also frowned and fell into deep thought. Currently, they have a lot of traffic in the country, but the problem now is how to monetize this traffic. The end of live streaming is to sell goods. But he knows that in a few years, many people will become rich overnight through live streaming of goods on Douyin. But there is no rush for this matter now. The most urgent task is the game the day after tomorrow. The physical aches and pains still persisted, although the system said that it would recover in 5 days. There had been no improvement yet, which made Song Wen a little worried. And the opponents they will face tomorrow are also very strong and should not be underestimated. Leeds United is currently ranked 6th in the championship points list, although they just defeated Newcastle United, who were at the top of the standings. Leeds United's 6th place doesn't seem to be a big deal. But there is no such saying on the football field. And it is not uncommon for the Giants' galactic battleships to be defeated by weak teams. And the reason why Leeds United is ranked 6th now is that they have defeated many opponents ranked higher with a record of 4 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss in recent games. Song Wen found out that the reason for Leeds United's sudden rise was that Leeds United suddenly changed its coach 2 months ago. Argentine Marcelo Bielsa took office in Song Wen's memory. Bielsa should not have been the head coach of Leeds United at this time, and he didn't know whether it was because of his appearance that triggered a chain reaction. But he knew that this coach was very difficult to deal with. He is the best coach in the world, in Guardiola's words. His apprentice is a world-famous coach like Simone Pochettino, who is called a crazy coach. The 3-3-1-3 formation pioneered by Bielsa requires his 3 central defenders to quickly get close to the opponent, a midfielder to roam in the space in front of the defenders, and 2 mobile and versatile fullbacks to play their specialties according to the specific situation in the offensive phase. In addition, in terms of attacking in the front court, He will arrange a creative attacking midfielder, a center forward and two wingers. Bielsa's defensive strategy is very simple. That means running without stopping. All in all, Bielsa's team is an extremely offensive team. After he took office, Leeds United's red card number reached an average of 0. 4 per game with an average of 1 red card in 3 games. And the number of yellow cards reached an average of 3. 4 per game. This crazy coach is extremely strict with his players and once said, "If my players are not human, then I will never lose." Under the leadership of Bielsa, both the players and fans of Leeds United are full of madness. The match between the two sides has not yet started, but Leeds United fans have already begun to actively provoke each other on the internet. But Song Wen does not have the time to manage the European public opinion battlefield now. He always understood that one should never forget one's roots. And the facts have proved that it was his family far away in the East who provided him with sufficient support and enabled him to get to where he is today. So he went on Weibo without hesitation to chat and talk with his family. Ipswich is working hard to get promoted to the Premier League. While on the other side, the Chinese national football team is chatting and laughing as they get off the chartered plane. In yesterday's match, they lost to Iran with a score of 0-3. The fans were cursing, but this did not affect the mood of the national team. You couldn't beat him anyway, right, even with one man less. They only conceded 3 goals to the opponent, which is a long-term improvement for the Chinese national team. You know, they were able to score 0-7 even with one more player. If calculated based on the equivalent, if one player had not been sent off, the Chinese national football team should have swept Iran 4-0 yesterday. And Uzbekistan and Syria are ranked above them. Also lost yesterday. The Chinese national football team's hopes of qualifying remain. Zheng Zhai was also in a good mood because he found that the fans of the Chinese national football team had grown. After losing to Iran yesterday, many people cursed them. But there were also many people who defended them. This game was a glorious defeat. He took out his cell phone with a smile and saw dozens of calls and text messages. Just a glance and his face froze. What's wrong? Feng Xiaoding came over. Zheng Zhai's face turned pale and he opened Weibo. Song Wen. Dear Chinese national football team, I am writing to you. Yesterday I watched the live broadcast of the national football team's game and was deeply impressed. The excellent skills of the national football team made me ashamed. But at the same time, I believe that I have learned a lot from the national football team and benefited a lot. I also realized that I have many shortcomings. Now I will face the strong team Leeds United tomorrow. And I learned that the national football team's game has come to an end. I would like to specially invite Captain Zheng Zhai to come to the live broadcast room for guidance. At Chinese letter, looking at the Weibo post by Song Wen. Zheng Zhai's face turned pale. If there is anyone who can make these national team players furious now, it must be this cancer far away in the UK. It would have been fine if he had gone live to mock them before. But now he even has the nerve to ask him to go live. It's so shameless. Feng Xiaoding, who was beside Zheng Zhai, took a look and said immediately, "Ignore this idiot." Zheng Zhai's face also looked very ugly and he said, "This guy is very insidious, he must have hired some trolls." Now my comment section is full of people saying, Song Wen dares to watch you live. Do you dare to watch Song Wen live? This group of stupid fans are still following the formation and being used as guns by the trolls. Hearing Zheng Zhai's words, Feng Xiaoding smiled. You've already called them stupid, what else can they do? We should play football the way we should. They're just a bunch of keyboard warriors. If you have the guts, let them come up and play. Jiang Zhaipeng was obviously still angry and he cursed. I should have kicked him in the head. Zheng Zhai sighed and was about to put his phone down when he felt it vibrate. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Fan Zhi calling. Zheng Zhai now also has a lot of opinions about Fan Zhi. In his opinion, this old guy is disrespectful and just enjoyed some benefits of the times. He always jumps out to point fingers at their national football team. Now that Song Wen has suddenly appeared, This old thing has become even more amazing. He has directly turned into Song Wen's old slave. But after all, they were all adults and they had to save face on the surface. So Zheng Zhai still answered the phone 10 minutes later. When everyone got on the team bus, Zheng Zhai put down his phone and said, "I'm going to the Magic City tomorrow." Feng Xiaoding was a little surprised. "You want to go live with Fan Ji?" Zheng Zhai nodded in the same serious manner as his brother. His face expressionless but his mind filled with mixed thoughts. There is no way Fan Ji gave too much. Just by sitting in the live broadcast room for 2 hours, you can earn hundreds of thousands. Isn't this faster than making money by playing football? Who wouldn't do such a good thing besides? If you think about it carefully, there is really no disadvantage for him. Not only can he get a huge sum of money, but according to him, Ipswich may not be able to win against the White Rose Leeds United tomorrow. You have to know that Leeds United has been playing in an extremely tough style since the madman Bielsa took office. And they are also the team that has run the longest distance in recent championship games. Song Wen's poor physical fitness is a well-known problem. Although he suddenly exploded in the second half of the last game against Newcastle United, shocking everyone, but the way he was carried off in the end looked equally miserable, which did not change many people's impression of him. After experiencing such severe exhaustion in the previous game, the outside world was unanimously pessimistic about Song Wen's performance in this game. Even if Ipswich won by chance, he would at most be ridiculed by the fans. He was used to this kind of thing and wasn't afraid at all. Shameless. But Zheng Zhai obviously underestimated Song Wen's insidiousness. Month 29 day, West Yorkshire, England. Elland Road Stadium. The home stadium of the White Rose has now blossomed at its most wildest amid the cheers of the fans. McCarthy is busy planning tactics. Today's game is still very important for Ipswich. And if they beat Leeds United today, they will be able to break into the top 10 of the standings and will be only 2 wins away from the top 6. The English Championship has currently reached the 39th round. And after this game there are still 7 rounds left. It can be said that if we can maintain the current momentum, then there is a very good chance of getting a ticket to the Premier League. But in McCarthy's view, today's game against Leeds United will be even more difficult than the game against Newcastle United. Although their main defensive midfielder Skuse has returned from injury, defender Chambers is still unable to play for the team. And most importantly, he is really worried about Song Wen's physical condition. You should know that just a day ago, Song Wen was unable to participate in training normally. Not to mention training, he even walked with a limp. Originally, McCarthy planned to give up today's game and let Song Wen have a good rest. As a result, early in the morning, Song Wen, wearing a yellow safety helmet, stood in front of him, looking energetic, indicating that he had recovered. McCarthy has been coaching for many years and has never seen such a magical thing. It was not until Song Wen easily completed some training programs in front of him that McCarthy agreed to bring Song Wen to Elland Road. But he still felt that Song Wen's body might have recovered a little. But it was definitely not as easy as it looked on the surface. Thinking of this, McCarthy secretly wiped away tears several times. While blaming myself for my incompetence, I was also amazed that a 17-year-old child could be so responsible for the team. He couldn't help but take another look at the yellow safety helmet on Song Wen's head. Song Wen said this is the most fashionable outfit among young people nowadays. Song, I still want you to come on as a substitute in the second half. Seeing Song Wen was about to speak, McCarthy quickly continued, I'm not worried about your abilities, but Leeds United's tactics will consume a lot of players' physical strength. You can play more effectively in the second half. Song Wen naturally knew that McCarthy was concerned about his health. You know they are playing away today. If we allow the opponent to score too many goals in the first half, then with the boost of home morale, the second half will be just as difficult. He shook his head and said, Coach, I think Leeds United is strong in their offense. Defense is useless if we want to beat them. Let me go directly to the field if I can score a goal first. Bielsa's urging will make their defense a mess. McCarthy had a complicated expression and tears in his eyes. Thank you for your hard work for the team, it's not hard. Coach Song Wen said as he adjusted the helmet on his head. Today he was mainly eager to try out his Shaolin Kung Fu. Leeds United plays an aggressive style of play. And the appearance of this team is simply tailor-made for others to show their prowess. On the other side, Fan Ji had also started the live broadcast on time. In the live broadcast, Fan Ji and Zhan Jun sat on both sides, sandwiching the somewhat uncomfortable Zhang Zhai in the middle. Hello friends in the live broadcast room. I am your old friend Lao Fans. Fan Ji is now very familiar with live streaming and is no longer as shy as he was at the beginning. Zhan Jun standing by also greeted with a smile. Zhang Zhai sat in the middle with a fake smile and whispered, "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Zhai." As soon as the three of them finished speaking, the players from both sides had already started to enter the field. There is almost no need to look for it. The huge yellow safety helmet stands out in the team, huh? How come there's a worker among the football players? Who else is this? Fuck, isn't this Song Z? Ha ha ha. I can't hold it anymore. What's the point of wearing a helmet? It's okay for the iron-headed kid to wear a helmet. Song Z said, I will play with a hat trick in this round. Sorry guys, I'm going to get on the bus first on March 3.5. Hey McGoldrick, how many times have I told you? You should be more serious when warming up, didn't you eat? Bring out your energy. The players have already gone on the field to warm up. Song Wen is standing on the sidelines wearing a helmet, loudly scolding Lao Hai, who is working on the field. The Iron Head ability requires him to wear a hat for 24 hours a day before the competition begins. Because he had just acquired this ability last night, Song Wen was a little late in putting on the hat. And now he still has more than 10 minutes before he can wear it for a full 24 hours. Naturally, the referee would not agree to let Song Wen walk onto the court wearing a helmet. So Song Wen simply stood on the sidelines and directed his teammates' training. McGoldrick, who was slacking, offered Song Wen's scolding. He felt a throbbing in the depths of his soul and immediately began to warm up seriously. Pittman, what are you doing? You can't even stop the ball. Can you kick it? If not, let someone else do it. Pittman's butt tightened, and he repeatedly said that he would concentrate on it next. Song Wen put one hand on his waist and pointed at his teammates on the field with the other hand to give them instructions. With the safety helmet on his head, he looked like a foreman directing workers on a construction site. And the audience was stunned. It was not until he received a prompt from the system that Song Wen took off the safety helmet on his head and placed it aside solemnly. The moment he took off his hat, Song Wen felt that his head had become extra heavy. It seemed as if he could smash someone's skull with a hammer at the next moment. He stepped onto the field, and the moment his left foot crossed the sideline, he received another system prompt. A variety of things start to be drawn. You have gained the ability Wu Lei's Head Blast. Gather the energy in your palm, cultivate palm power. Increase the strength of your hand. And it is not easy for the referee to find out. Song Wen hissed in his heart. This ability is extracted incorrectly. Is this going to develop into a full-scale fight? As soon as he came on the court, he also attracted the attention of all the players. The Leeds United players stared at Song Wen with burning eyes, as if they had some deep hatred against him. In fact, this is all thanks to Bielsa. This crazy coach was frantically instilling offensive spirit into his players before the game. As Ipswich's current star player, Song Wen naturally became Bielsa's primary target of attack. During the warm-up period of the players from both sides, Zhan Jun also began to commentate. We saw that Bielsa did not use his 33-13 formation today, but chose a more stable 4-5-1 formation. Maybe today's game will not be as offensive as before. After hearing what Zhan Jun said, Fan Ji said, I think there's nothing wrong with Leeds United choosing a 4-5-1 formation. Bielsa is a very smart man. He knows that most of the responsibility for organizing the attack at Ipswich will be borne by Song Wen. What are the characteristics of Song Wen? First, he passes the ball well, has a broad vision and good awareness. Second, He has outstanding dribbling skills and is very fast. How do you play against such a player with a three-defender lineup? You can't do it, and there is another problem. We know that when Bielsa was the head coach of Athletic Bilbao, he led Athletic Bilbao to win the Europa League and the King's Cup, and his offensive tactics achieved great results. But therein lies the problems. Bielsa's tactics are very dependent on the personal abilities of the players. Obviously, it is still difficult for Leeds United to meet Bielsa's tactical requirements now. Jan Jun also nodded and continued, but I think it is foreseeable that with Coach Bielsa's coaching style, today's game is still very likely to be an offensive battle. Leeds United's striker Chris Wood is the fourth most valuable striker in the championship, and he has been in great form recently, averaging 1.1 goals per game. Their two defensive midfielders, Ronaldo Vieira and O'Kane, are also very experienced players. The most important thing is Vieira, who plays very aggressively and has a hot temper. He often clashes with opposing players, and he just finished a red card penalty. After hearing what Jan Jun said, netizens also became excited. Okay. Let this black guy go and fuck Song Zi. What are you doing? I just want to say one thing. I don't want to see Song Zi walk off the court standing today. Don't do that. I just got on board with the 3-5. I'm thinking of jumping off the bus. Gamblers will not die a good death, hahaha, that's right. Fan Ji said, and we saw that today. Ipswich Town did not show any signs of being nervous when facing Leeds United coached by Bielsa. They even took the initiative to adopt a 4-4-2 formation. Chinese letter, 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 4-4-2, Chinese letter, 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 4-3-3, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. As the two of them explained, the game time officially began amid the anticipation of countless fans. Song Wen moved his neck uncomfortably. From the moment he came on the court, he felt that someone was staring at him strangely. Now that the players from both sides have taken their positions, he finally found that hint of darkness in Leeds United's lineup. The black midfielder noticed Song Wen's gaze and subconsciously turned his face away shyly. But Song Wen still sensed the other party's rich emotions in the fleeting glances. It was a feeling of wanting to hate but being unable to. Obvious resistance mixed with a hint of awe. Clearly wanting to escape, but inexplicably feeling a desire to be close to someone complicated. Mixed feelings, love at first sight. A heart-pounding feelings. Song Wen couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. In terms of skin color, Vieira is darker than McGoldrick. This is a purebred with the referee's whistle. Ipswich passed the ball and Song Wen slowly ran towards the opponent's half. Vieira came up closely at the first moment. Song Wen received the pass from his teammate, and Vieira rushed directly towards him. Seeing Vieira's actions, Song Wen did not show any mercy. He lowered his shoulders slightly and collided with Vieira. Vieira bumped into him. Felt like he had hit a wall and was knocked off balance. The fans watching this scene were amazed. No, that's it. How could a collision with Song Zi almost make me fall? My grandma is more powerful than this be. Not to mention the fans. Even Song Wen himself found it incredible. After the devilish training that was almost life-threatening in the beginning, Song Wen has improved his weak body to a certain extent. After experiencing this nirvana, he could feel that both his muscle strength and physical fitness had been greatly improved. His physical condition now is almost the same as when he was young in his previous life. But this is the standard physical fitness of a professional player. It just allows him to not have to deliberately avoid physical confrontation with opposing players like before. After all, physical confrontation on the field is tiring. But it is also part of the fun of football games. So when facing Vieira's collision, Song Wen couldn't wait to test his physical confrontation ability. But what surprised Song Wen was that Vieira, who looked tall and strong, actually gave him a feeling of softness and powerlessness. He was sure that it was not because his physical fitness was too outstanding. It's just that the opponent didn't exert any strength at all just now, facing the Leeds United players rushing up to defend. Song Wen passed the ball and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Vieira, who followed. Why is it that this big black man has a silver wax-headed gun that looks good but is useless? Noticing Song Wen's gaze, Vieira turned his head. But Song Wen kept looking at Vieira. This made Vieira extremely embarrassed. He looked at Song Wen and shouted, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you," under her black skin. A deep red hue appeared on Vieira, who had turned into an apricot, roared loudly, shocking everyone around her. Even Bielsa on the sidelines heard Vieira's roar. Before the crazy coach could react, a long high ball flew towards Song Wen. As a professional player, Vieira's muscle reaction allowed him to quickly move forward and block Song Wen's position. But his brain was telling him that it was wrong to do so. Vieira could feel that something was not right with his brain, and he shook his head, trying to dispel these inexplicable thoughts. However, a huge force suddenly came from behind him. Even though Vieira was well prepared and put almost all his focus behind him, he still staggered when faced with this force. Song Wen behind him had already jumped high and headed the ball to the feet of the quickly attacking fullback Knudsen. Vieira stared at the referee, who was not far away, and shouted, "Hey, didn't you see he fouled?" The referee ran past him without even looking back. He even gave Vieira a look of contempt out of the corner of his eye. He was just beside the two of them and could see everything clearly. Although Song Wen put his hands on Vieira's back, he did not exert any force at all. The other party didn't even bend his arm. But Vieira reacted so strongly. "Could you please act a little more realistically?" The referee even felt that his IQ was insulted. Bielsa on the sidelines couldn't help but burst into cursing. "Vieira, what the hell are you doing?" He made it clear to Vieira before the game that Song Wen must be watched closely in this match, and that Song Wen must be given more intensity. Even if it means committing a foul, it doesn't matter. As a result, this kid started acting. And the acting is so poor, hearing Bielsa's angry curse. Vieira came to his senses and hurriedly continued to chase Song Wen. He knew how terrifying the methods of this crazy coach were. At this time, Ipswich had already formed a siege in front of Leeds United's penalty area. After several passes, the ball once again came to Song Wen's feet outside the penalty area. Facing Vieira's scorching eyes, Song Wen lowered his left shoulder slightly and then stepped forward with his left foot. Vieira reacted quickly and stirred his feet. With just a fake move, Vieira was shaken by Song Wen and fell to the ground, which caused exclamations from the fans at the scene. The netizens in the live broadcast room were so happy watching this scene. Fan Ji even chose to shoot close to Zheng Zhai. Ouch. This fake move directly knocked down the opposing player. No. 25. Seriously, I was a bit too harsh on Feng Xiaoding at the time. It's only natural that he got knocked down by Song Wen. No problem, Song Wen broke into the penalty area directly. Faced with a double team and passed the ball, McGoldrick raised his foot and shot. But unfortunately, the opponent's goalkeeper showed his bravery and saved the ball, which made everyone who saw it break out in a cold sweat. However, although the ball did not go in, Bielsa's heart fell to the bottom on the sidelines. The game had just started for less than 5 minutes when Ipswich launched such a dangerous attack. If the goalkeeper hadn't saved the ball in time, the score would have been changed under his coaching. Leeds United has always been known for its crazy attack, especially the first 30 minutes of the game, which is the best time for a strong attack according to Bielsa's arrangement. As a result, Ipswich Town has snatched the lead. Bielsa saw clearly that the reason for this situation was entirely because of Vieira. As the team's main defensive midfielder, Vieira has always been favored by Bielsa, because Vieira is very offensive in defense and runs very actively. Although he often brings some trouble to the team overall, he is very consistent with Bielsa's blueprint for building the team. But Vieira's performance today was really incredible. I feel like this guy seems to be weak in the legs for some reason today. Like a fucking woman, not right. There was definitely something wrong with this Vieira today. This guy is not a nigger, he is a mole. The Leeds United goalkeeper kicked the ball out with a long kick. After several headers, The ball returned to the backcourt and landed at Vieira's feet. Song Wen chose to move forward and press. This game was obviously not suitable for him to use the third-level ability of the sea cucumber player. Even the first level of walking reserves depends on the situation. If you are at your home courts, you can also play a defensive counterattack. But now in such a fanatical Leeds United home ground, if they lose the ball first, the blow to morale will be devastating. Vieira, who was originally calm and composed, staggered with the ball after seeing Song Wen coming. He hurriedly passed the ball and was even extremely reluctant to have any physical contact with Song Wen. Song Wen really couldn't bear it anymore. He has endured humiliation for so long and finally improved his physical fitness. He wants to have a real fight with his opponent. As a result, I met such a sissy, hey. He spread his hands helplessly towards Vieira. Watson Visu. Vieira didn't know why Song Wen attacked him. He just apologized subconsciously, "I'm so sorry, master." Although Jensen is the team's defender. In Bielsa's tactical arrangement when the team attacks, all players need to participate in the attack. After seeing Vieira stop running, Jensen wanted to move closer to Vieira for tactical cooperation. But he heard Vieira's timid voice, "I'm so sorry, master." Although the apology was not loud, it was like a thunderclap out of the blue, exploding directly in Jensen's heart. He widened his eyes and looked at the black man next to him in disbelief. He widened his eyes and spread his hands. "Hey, Watson Visu, what did you call him just now?" Vieira turned his head with a confused look on his face. Jane Sen looked at Song Wen with disbelief again. Song Wen responded in the same way and gave Jensen an incredulous look. He never imagined that the farmer's ability could have such a terrifying impact on his black friend. In fact, Song Wen is still exploring the determination and influence of farmers' abilities. At present, there are two main factors affecting farmers. One is the purity of blood. The second is the country and region. Vieira's skin color is shiny black, and it can be seen that his blood is very pure. But Song Wen has been playing for so long, and it is not without encountering purebreds. None are as abstract as Vieira. He had to wonder what Vieira's ancestors had really been through. While Song Wen was still thinking, Leeds United coach Bielsa could no longer stand it. He shouted wildly on the sidelines and directly asked Vieira and another midfielder O'Kane to complete the position adjustment. Looking at Vieira running to the other side. With Song Wen's personality, if it were usual, he would have to switch over and continue to compete with Vieira. But today he wanted to test his strong, beautiful and fresh body. Leeds United, returning to normal, began to show their strength in offense. There were 11 players in the Leeds United team. If the goal hadn't restricted the goalkeeper would have wanted to rush into Ipswich's penalty area. So under Leeds United's fierce bombardment, Song Wen, who did not participate much in defense, once again became the most eye-catching presence. Sending Toomer started walking again. Ipswich's goal is about to be destroyed. But they just don't want to defend right. Just a passerby, may I ask if this no 11 player is some kind of superstar? Why is he always walking around? I used to think that Song Zi didn't have the ability to return to defense. But in the last game, I found that this guy could obviously return to defense. But he was just lazy. There is really a problem with his professional attitude. The outside world praises him too highly. He really thinks he is the Chinese Messi. Please don't try to scam me, okay? Song Zi is not even worthy of carrying Boss May's shoes. Oh. Yes, you Princess Sissy are only 35 meters tall and wear size shoes. There is no way Song Wen can lift them. No, there can't be anyone who is a fan of Song Zi, hahaha. It's obvious that this bitch is a fan of Avero. Song Zi said no matter Messi or Ronaldo, they are both rubbish. Song Zi said that he is the best midfielder in football. Song Zi said that Ronaldinho were both exaggerated. Only he was exaggerated. Song Zi said that young people should not receive overtime pay if they work overtime to improve themselves. Song Zi said that League of Legends plagiarized Dota. Fans from all walks of life began to attack each other crazily in the live broadcast room. But without exception, they would add a sentence before all the black words, Song Zi said it. Unknowingly, Song Zi's status has quietly risen. Song Zi in the football world. Three kingdoms in the gaming circle. And Sun Xiaochuan in the forum, amid the netizens' jokes. Ipswich finally got the ball in the chaotic penalty area. Skuse made a long pass and found Song Wen, who was strolling in the center circle. O'Kane, who was defending closely, bumped into him directly. Feeling the huge force coming from behind him, Song Wen groaned and did not move at all. O'Kane was even more rude and pushed again. Then wanted to make another move. But suddenly a man's cry was heard, "Fight, it's fun." Song Wen stomped his feet and jumped high. O'Kane was not willing to be outdone. He noticed that Song Wen's body blocked the referee's view. So he exerted force with his hands and jumped at the same time. The two of them hit the ball almost at the same time. Looking at the flying balls, Song Wen landed and turned around to chase it. O'Kane started at the same time and kept pulling at Song Wen's clothes with his hands. McGoldrick grabbed the balls. But at this time, the entire Leeds United team had already rushed back to defense and could only wait for their teammates to catch up and reorganize the attack. After a few kicks, the ball returned to Song Wen's feet. Just as Song Wen was about to break through with the ball, O'Kane fell to the ground and tackled him. Song Wen jumped the ball and jumped over O'Kane. But just as he landed, defender Jensen, who came up to replace him, made another tackle. Beepa beepa beepa. When the referee saw Song Wen being knocked down, he immediately blew the whistle. Song Wen lay on the ground holding his foot. Seeing that the referee had no intention of showing a yellow card, he was too lazy to act anymore and simply stood up. 35 minutes into the game, Song Wen was already sweating profusely. He didn't run much. The sweat was just caused by the actions he had to take to protect himself. During these 35 minutes, Leeds United used every possible means to defend against Song Wen. Pushing, pulling, and shoveling are all normal. There are countless hidden elbow strike-stripping kicks. Shoulder drops at Song Wenguang fell to the ground no less than 5 times. Even so, the referee today only showed a yellow card to Leeds United defender Bartley. After testing the referee's bottom line and Leeds United's bottom line, Song Wen wiped the sweat off his face, and the expression on his face became more excited. Okay, that's how we all play football, right? With the right time, right place, and right people. It can be said that everything is now in place. Thinking of this, Song Wen couldn't hide his excitement at all, and the smile on his face became brighter. O'Kane looked strange when he saw Song Wen's expression. This kid was violated for most of the court. If it were any other player, he would have been furious. But this kid always got up with a smile on his face. And it seems like the more you violate him, the more he enjoys it in the live broadcast room. Netizens have gained great satisfaction at this moment. Even Zheng Zhai had a sincere smile on his face. The only thing he felt a little regretful about was that when they played the friendly match, he did not beat Song Wen to death like Leeds United did. But then I thought about it, so our national football team doesn't have that kind of blood either. Fan Ji frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "What's wrong with this referee today? Does this person have no eyes if you don't want the eyes? Just give them to someone who needs them. What the hell is this?" The opponent committed a foul like this, but he didn't even give a card. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Wen and O'Kane jumped at the same time in the live broadcast. The ball flew high in the air as O'Kane, who is standing behind Song Wen, is still using the same old tricks. 1 push, 2 press, 3 push. Song Wen's body was pushed sideways in the air by O'Kane. Then due to inertia, the back of his head hit O'Kane's forehead. Looking at the back of Song Wen's head, O'Kane was naturally not afraid. You should know that the back of the head is very fragile. I've never seen anyone whose forehead is afraid of the back of the head. O'Kane barely thought about it and just ran into it. He even added a little more strength, wanting to hit Song Wen on the back of the head with a heavy hammer. Noticing O'Kane's actions, Song Wen laughed out of anger. It's no longer a question of whether the other party is dirty or not. Since this beast likes to play football like this, he can only let this kid see why the flowers are so red. At the moment when the two sides are about to collide, Little Belly's physical strengthening and Iron Head Kung Fu abilities take effect at the same time. At this moment, Song Wen felt that his scalp had become as tight as a piece of steel. Boom, a muffled sound rang in the ears of both of them. O'Kane felt as if he had hit a wall, his brain was shaking. His eyes went dark, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. The violent collision caused him to lose consciousness for an instant. Song Wen stopped the ball, steadily stepped on it, and looked at O'Kane lying on the ground with contempt. He knew that there was no point in dribbling the ball in this situation, and the referee would definitely blow the whistle. But there was no need for him to pretend to be injured this time. From any angle it was clear that O'Kane had committed a foul. Song Wen looked down at O'Kane lying on the grass, and the entire Elland Road Stadium erupted in loud exclamations. In the live broadcast room, netizens were already confused. Fuck, what's going on? Is this a head that knocks people unconscious? Did you hit your forehead against the back of your head and knock yourself unconscious? I can only say that Song Z was really ruthless. This is a pure joke. It's obvious that it was the Leeds United midfielder who pushed the player and took the initiative to bump into him. Hahaha, I can only say that no 14 is still too young. Don't you know that I Song Liuzi? I'm known as the Iron-Headed Kids. Jiang Zhaipeng couldn't even kick Song Z in the head with a flying kick. How could you do that? Jiang Zhaipeng, do you believe me now? He was the one who hit my foot with his head, fuck. My brother Wen looks so handsome when he steps on the ball and looks down. Is there really anyone who is a fan of Song Liuzi? Zhan Jun adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down due to his shock, and said in surprise. We saw some minor accidents during the game. Leeds United's no. 14-player O'Kane took the initiative to hit Song Wen's head with his head, but he seemed to have knocked himself unconscious. Fan Ji couldn't even help laughing. Oh my, this is too funny, it's so funny. You're committing a foul like this. Oh, you should protect your body. Playing football like this, hahaha. Zheng Zhai, who was sitting between the two of them, also widened his eyes. Obviously, the scene in the picture gave him a great shock. How can people? At least you can't hit someone with the back of the head and make them unconscious. Right? He suddenly felt a little emotional, fortunately. Their national football team does not have bloodiness. Beep, 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 the referee's whistle sounded. And at the same time, woke up O'Kane, who had lost consciousness for a short time. He lay on the grass, not knowing what was happening for a moment. It was not until the referee approached that his brain began to shake a little, and he quickly covered his head and rolled over. The referee frowned as he watched O'Kane's performance. Song Wen watched the referee's performance quietly. He even doubted whether he had bought it, fortunately. The referee still had some bottom line and did not blatantly give himself a yellow card in front of so many eyes. But he also didn't give O'Kane any cards. Whether a foul is committed or not is not determined by who is injured. O'Kane's action just now can be said to be a very obvious foul. Seeing that the referee did not take out a card, O'Kane got up from the ground and looked at Song Wen with hatred. Boy, you will pay the price for your little tricks. He still seemed to not believe that the other person's back of the head could knock him out. Think this is a 1 in a million coincidence. Looking at O'Kane's stubborn eyes, Song Wen responded with a smile. Whose child was hit and screamed? Oh, it turned out to be our baby O'Kane's. O'Kane's face turned red due to the ridicule. And just as he was about to speak, he felt a swelling on his forehead. He subconsciously touched his forehead and felt a large, soft lump. Song Wen's mocking voice rang out at the right time. Yo baby O'Kane, why do you have a tumor on your head? O'Kane's face turned red due to the ridicule, and his hands moved more diligently. Rubbing Song Wen all over his body, Song Wen felt dirty. The game reached the 0th minute and the first half was about to end, with the score between the two sides still 0. This made many impure fans start to get anxious. Damn, where's the big balls? Where is the offensive war that was promised? There's nothing wrong with players attacking each other. No, what are you doing, Song Liuzi? Didn't you wear a hat as promised? Hahaha, how are you guys at 3-5? The wind on the rooftop is a little noisy. 44 minutes as the first half was coming to an end. The confrontation between the two sides became more intense. In fact, in these 40 minutes, both Ipswich and Leeds United had several extremely dangerous attacks. But either the goalkeeper performed exceptionally well or they lacked some luck in saving the goalpost. And the two sides were unable to break the balance of the score. The game entered the final injury time. Ipswich got the ball and began to control the tempo. Time is running out. They need to control the time until the last minute. In the 47th minute, Ipswich passed the ball near Leeds United's penalty area. At this time, Leeds United had no time to counterattack, and Ipswich almost used the entire team to press forward. Fullback Knudsen quickly went down the flank and passed the ball into the penalty area. Song Wen, who was in the penalty area, jumped high. At the same time, O'Kane was not to be outdone. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and came between the two people. But Song Wen, who used the supreme Dapunk, jumped a full head higher than O'Kane. Song Wen headed the ball and it went straight towards the Leeds United goal. Header, Jan Jun exclaimed. Green jumped up to grab the ball but couldn't reach it. This ball goal as Jan Jun finished speaking. He was about to say a few more words when he saw that the Leeds United penalty area was in chaos. O'Kane lay on the ground, holding his head in pain and rolling around. Leeds United's penalty area was already full of people. Seeing O'Kane lying in pain in the penalty area, the sensible Leeds United players surrounded him immediately. Some were complaining to the referee about Song Wen's foul, while others had already rushed directly to Song Wen's face and spit on him. Song Wen raised his hands and stepped back. But he had a smile on his face, and the words that came out of his mouth were 100 times dirtier than the other person's asshole. This look instantly aroused the anger of the Leeds United players. 4 or 5 of them rushed over at once, seemingly ready to attack Song Wen. But Song Wen was not afraid at all. In addition to the excellent physical fitness and iron head skills he now possesses, he knows that as long as he is brave enough to be himself, there will always be someone to protect him. McGoldrick rushed over without hesitation, his face full of murderous intent. But what surprised Song Wen was that Big Black was not the first one to come to the rescue. The first one to rush in and stand in front of him was Pittman, a man whose skin was not black but whose heart was very black. His face flushed and he looked extremely excited. I'm warning y'all, keep your mouth shut, you sons of bitches. Pittman's obstruction obviously did not play a positive role. Instead, it further stimulated the conflict between the two sides. And the two sides directly started pushing each other. There was also a commotion and booing at Elland Road. The referee kept blowing the whistle, and it took a lot of effort to get the players from both teams to separate. Then he looked at O'Kane, who was still rolling on the ground. Can you continue the game? There were Leeds United players around who kept complaining. He just scored a goal through a foul. He attacked our player. The referee was a little annoyed by the noise and directly showed a yellow card to the Leeds United player who was pestering him. Referees with lenient standards like this are more likely to show yellow cards when faced with player complaints, because they think their eyes are the ruler. If you go up and question their judgment, it would obviously be too disrespectful. Seeing that his teammate was shown a yellow card instead, O'Kane knew that there was no point in continuing to act. Just now, the heads of both sides did collide in the penalty area. But that happened after Song Wen headed the ball out. And although he felt that the kid did it on purpose, from a rational point of view, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the guy's head continuing to smash down due to inertia after the header. The only problem is that this guy is too damn stubborn. O'Kane even suspected that this guy had secretly embedded a steel plate in his scalp. He climbed up with a grin on his face and touched his forehead behind him. Just as he felt the slightly different touch, he heard someone laughing in the distance. Ha ha ha, O'Kane. Why do you have a pair of prickles on your head? The cameraman seemed to know what had happened and gave a close-up of O'Kane's forehead. There are two bulging bumps on O'Kane's forehead, which looks extremely cute. Ha ha ha, this thing has horns. Fuck, I always thought Song Luzi's head was a metaphor. But it turns out to be realistic. On this one, Jiang Zhaipeng owes Song Luzi a leg. Song Luzi actually gave O'Kane a tumor, ha ha ha. In the real-time scoring of Hupu, netizens posted more introductions. They read, Song Wen 6 points, I give Song Wen a 6. Not because of his football skills, but because of his character. Maybe many people will be surprised. Song Zi has always been criticized for his character. I can't just praise him, but in today's game, I saw a quality called truth in his character. You say he is stubborn, he has practiced iron head skills. You call him Song Lump. He really sent lumps to the opponent on the field. And he sent a pair of lumps. Even if you call him Song Zi, he is really stupid. Today's football world is eroded by capital. And the players have more or less personalities. But Song Wen is different. His truthfulness is destined to make him never collapse in the future. A few comments follow below. For a moment I didn't know if it was a friendly force or not. Remember to send dog heads next time. Song Zi's house will not collapse, he has no house at all. In the first half of the game, several players who performed brilliantly in the final moments also received high marks. McGoldrick 6 points. Every time I see you I start to doubt genetics, otherwise. How can yellow-skinned Asians give birth to dark-skinned people? The case has been solved, Song Wen likes black girls. Pittman 7 points. She is a woman with a white skin and a black heart. She competes for favors in front of others and has a strong desire to show off. Vieira 10 points. It was originally a love affair with Song Zi. But Bielsa broke up the couple in the matter of slavery. He was able to cross teams and races. But McGoldrick was still inferior to him. He is a rare person in the world who has great love. O'Kane 0 points, very handsome. Especially when he was so angry that his face turned red. He was the first person to cosplay in the stadium. Cosplaying Helba picture JPG. Amidst countless arguments and jokes, the first half of the game between Ipswich and Leeds United finally ended. It can be said that teammates from both teams left the game with a lot of anger in their stomachs. In the live broadcast room, Zhan Jun said with some concern, "We can see that in today's game." The performance of the players on both sides was very intense. It is foreseeable that the second half of the game will be even more intense. I also hope that under such circumstances, the players must learn to protect their own safety, which is the first priority. After hearing what Zhan Jun said, Fan Ji nodded and looked at Zheng Zhai. We know that Captain Zheng Zhai is also a very experienced player. In terms of protecting themselves, do you have any advice for the young players? It is unclear whether Fan Ji was asking a question in good faith or mocking the Chinese national football team's weak play. But Zheng Zhai could only say in front of so many people, you have to be strong yourself to make the best shot. You have to improve your physical fitness. You can't prevent the opponent's players from fouling. So you can only improve your physical fitness in this way. Even when a conflict occurs, you dare to stand in the front. And others will be afraid of you when they see you. Zheng Zhai was obviously well prepared. His answers were an explicit and covert mockery of Song Wen's physical fitness and his behavior of standing behind his teammates in front of the penalty area just now. Just as Fan Ji was about to reply, he heard Zhan Jun shouting, "Hey, we saw that Song Wen also posted a Weibo and at Zheng Zhai." Hearing Zhan Jun's words, Zheng Zhai's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad premonition. End of this chapter. After hearing Song Wen's Weibo post, Zheng Zhai, the battle-hardened veteran, could no longer keep a straight face and instantly became uneasy. You should know that Song Wen's Weibo is now like a taboo word within their national football team. It would be fine if this kid didn't post on Weibo. Every time he does, their national football team will be tortured to death. And their Weibo general Feng Xiaoding was as vulnerable as a young child in front of Song Wen. At the beginning, Feng Xiaoding would post several long articles to criticize each other. As a result, he didn't last more than 3 rounds and was almost sent to the emergency room for oxygen. Zheng Zhai now only hopes that Zhan Jun and Fan Ji can be more restrained. But he obviously underestimated how low Fan Ji's bottom line would be under the influence of Song Wen. After hearing what Zhan Jun said, Fan Ji almost instantly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and skillfully logged into Weibo. "Hey, let me see what this kid posted," as Fan Ji spoke. He took out a pair of reading glasses from somewhere. Then the corners of his mouth tilted, his brows frowned, and his head lowered slightly. And he actually started reading in the live broadcast room. "Hello, dear fans, during the break in the intense game. I can't wait to share my joy with you, because I heard that our national football team Captain Zheng Zhai is watching my game today." Captain Zheng Zhai is the sole leader of the Chinese national football team. I have always regarded him as my idol. We have had friendly exchanges in friendly matches. We are also close friends in private. I am very excited that Captain Zheng Zhai can come to guide and watch the game this time. In order to thank Captain Zheng Zhai for his support, I think I also need to respond on the court. In the second half of the game, I will wear this handsome DIY vest under my jersey. Whenever I score a goal, I will show this shirt to the European audience. A player as good as Captain Zheng Zhai should not only be famous in China. I want to spread his name throughout the European continent. As Fan Ji's voice of trying not to laugh died down, Zheng Zhai could no longer sit still. He couldn't help but lean over and look at Fan Ji's cell phone. Then he saw himself on Fan Ji's mobile phone, Zheng Zhai, with a ferocious expression, was giving him a death stare. Although there was an animated character drawn on that piece of clothing, it was obvious that it was me from the characteristics of the animated character. Zheng Zhai was stunned for a moment. Fan Ji, on the other side, no longer cared about his image. He burst into laughter and disappeared directly from the camera. At this moment, Zheng Zhai came to his senses. Because in that picture, he saw Song Wen's head above Zheng Zhai's head with a death stare. Song Wen smiled brightly, revealing his shiny white teeth, which was in stark contrast to the ferocious Zheng Zhai. Only then did Zheng Zhai see clearly that this guy had printed a cartoon image of himself on his vest. And that photo was of him giving the fans a death stare. And in the direction of Zheng Zhai's finger, there was a line of English, "I will kill you with my eyes." At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room had already run back from Weibo, completely unable to hold it anymore. "Fuck, I am dying of laughter. Song Zi is really good at making things happen." Zheng Zhai sat here and felt like his hemorrhoids were about to burst out. Song Zi is really cruel. This guy can really torture people to death, damn. This idiot. Zhaiji should just sue him for violating his portrait rights. Haha, don't be funny, this guy is very smart. He just drew an animation character. And he didn't write your name, Zheng Zhai. Everyone knows who this is, but no one can prove who he is. Sue me, I'm in the UK, so you can take your time. Zheng Zhai glanced at the barrage, and it was obvious that it had entered a red-hot state. He never thought that this kid could send him away, even though he was thousands of miles away. Zheng Zhai felt insulted. But Fan Ji was smart and only paid him 10% of the deposit. This made Zheng Zhai grit his teeth. But he still couldn't leave in anger now. Except for those die-hard fans. The Chinese national football team can be said to be condemned by everyone. According to the information Zheng Zhai learned, it is foreseeable that their lives will become increasingly difficult in the future. Anyway, now they have been humiliated if he left directly. Zheng Zhai would carry the shame of this day for the rest of his life. But if I don't leave now, Song Wen might not be able to score in the second half. While Zheng Zhai was feeling anxious, the 15-minute break between the two sides passed in a flash, and the players on both sides had returned to the court. Compared with the start of the first half, the momentum of both sides in the second half was obviously much higher. Bielsa gave the players a lot of encouragement during the halftime break. Now the Leeds United players wished they could rush up and eat Song Wen alive. The two sides changed sides and fought again. Leeds United kicked the ball out from the center circle. O'Kane, who had horns on his head, had a fierce look in his eyes and approached Song Wen aggressively. He saw Song Wen twisting his neck as if intentionally or unintentionally. His steps froze, and he was actually a little afraid to get closer. Bielsa, who was on the sidelines, was furious when he saw this. The two main defensive midfielders in the team were completely useless today. When he was off, the court even sought out Vieira for a chat. Vieira, you have to treat him as your enemy. Do you understand? Haven't you always done well? Why did you play so weakly today? In response to Bielsa's accusations, Vieira gave an answer that Bielsa was no longer able to respond to. I don't know why. I don't know if you have this feeling that when you see someone you always feel very close to him. Don't want to hurt him and even want to protect him. Bielsa nodded solemnly. I have. Vieira seemed to have found a soulmate. You have one too. Yes, Bielsa's tone remained unchanged. In his heart, he had already sentenced this fool to death. On the day I first met my now wife, I think you were in love, Vieira. So he directly replaced Vieira, no 21 Taylor, who came on as a substitute as an attacking midfielder. With the score behind, he needed more offensive power. Although Ipswich has remained unbeaten, its goal conceding rate is also very high. This is partly related to the absence of the opponent's main defender Chambers due to injury. But Song Wen's strolling style of play is also a big reason. In previous games of other teams, many coaches only thought about how to limit Song Wen's performance and did not hesitate to send 2 to 3 people or even more to defend Song Wen. But this led to their weakness in the offensive line. And the kind of football Bielsa wants is one in which offense is the best defense. In fact, this is how Bielsa arranged the game from the very beginning. However, Leeds United's rhythm was disrupted due to repeated problems with the two defensive midfielders. Now in the second half, he only made 2 requests. 1. Just attack Ipswich's goal. 2. Just foul Song Wen. At the beginning of the second half, Leeds United launched a fierce attack. Just like in the first half, the first 20 minutes of the game were always the stage for Leeds United to attack. However, in the first half of the game, Ipswich kicked off, and Song Wen successfully muddied the waters, resulting in Leeds United's attack failing to work. And now, the moment Bielsa saw Helby O'Kane's fear of Song Wen, he immediately instructed defenders Jensen and O'Kane to switch positions again. Directly let O'Kane retreat to the defender position. We see that the player who is marking Song Wen has changed from no 14 O'Kane to no 18 Jensen in one game. Bielsa made 3 personnel adjustments targeting Song Wen. I can only say that Bielsa is worthy of being a crazy coach. Only he dares to directly replace players in different positions like this. Hearing Jan Jun's words, Fanji nodded and analyzed. At present, Jensen's defense has indeed played a certain effect. The defender is almost always following Song Wen, and Ipswich's defense is under great pressure now. From the start of the second half to now, they have hardly left their own half of the field for more than 10 minutes. Leeds United's attack was very strong again for Song Wen. He really had no better way except to walk around and accumulate energy. The first half of the game was very intense, and he didn't have much time left at top speed. And many of his abilities don't have a very good effect on defense. So instead of returning to defense to participate in the defense, it is better to walk around the center circle more and find opportunities to launch a quick counterattack. Ipswich's defense did not disappoint Song Wen. In the 59th minute, Leeds United scored a goal and the score between the two sides became 1-1. Leeds United equalized the score, causing the crazy Leeds United fans to cheer excitedly. Fans who are even crazier than the Leeds United fans who are dubbed as crazy are all gathered in Fan G's live broadcast room at this moment. As Leeds United equalized the score, the fans went completely crazy. Haha, is Song Z embarrassed? Did he start the rebellion on Weibo? He takes off his clothes every time Leeds United scores a goal. Right, it just keeps walking there. No wonder it's called a ball slide. Leeds United has found its rhythm and Ipswich is now dizzy. Leeds United wins, Ipswich fans for life. No goal in the first half, but a goal in the second half. The banker is trying to lure the big one and the big three. 5 jumped out first, same as the 3. 5 jump, this game is only 1-1, I said. Can't you please block this gambler if you're not an administrator? Do you really think this is lightning speed? Zheng Zhai in the live broadcast room also looked a little better at this time. After being silent for more than 10 minutes, he finally spoke. It feels like Song Wen still hasn't really integrated into the team. He is indeed a very talented player. But football is a team sport, and he still needs to cooperate more with his teammates. It doesn't mean that just because you are in the front court. You don't have to worry about the back courts. And the forwards have already returned to defense. As soon as he finished speaking, the Ipswich goalkeeper made a mistake in kicking the ball, giving Leeds United an opportunity and conceding another goal. The score went straight to 2-1. Zheng Zhai could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He hadn't even finished his last sentence yet. And he couldn't wait to continue, you see. This is the impact of not participating in defense. 2 goals were reversed in 2 minutes, which was a huge blow to morale. To be honest, Song Wen should be held responsible in this. After Zheng Zhai finished speaking, he began to talk about himself again. I am also a midfielder in the national team. The coach always requires us to keep running, not only to organize the offense but also to defend well. I think Song Wen should play as a striker so that he can show more of his talent. Zheng Zhai finished speaking with his head down, then silently put the manuscript in his hand back into his pocket. Zhan Jun's glasses were crooked from looking at it. As expected of the captain of the national football team, he is in control of the team and is well prepared. Zheng Zhai's words were so flawless that people could not find any reason to refute them. In fact, Zhan Jun and Fan Ji also discussed this issue. In their opinions, although Song Wen has excellent dribbling and passing abilities, as a midfielder, his running distance is seriously insufficient. If a midfielder does not cover enough distance, it will be difficult for him to create space for his teammates. Moreover, Song Wen basically never returns to defense, which forces the entire team to make coordinated changes to accommodate his playing style. Judging from the current situation alone, McCarthy has absolute trust in Song Wen. The whole team and Song Wen also have a very good working relationship. Otherwise, Ipswich would not have been able to achieve a streak of 14 unbeaten games. But they all understand that Song Wen's future will definitely not be limited to Ipswich. Now that the championship season has come to an end, Song Wen has already made a great name for himself in the European arena. According to many rumors, many clubs have contacted and negotiated with Ipswich Town. If Song Wen can lead Ipswich to promotion to the Premier League this season, he will become the hottest new star in this summer transfer window. But problems arise if he joins a top team in the top 5 leagues in the future. Will those coaches and clubs be willing to pay for his way of playing? The answer is that the chances are very small. From the perspective of career planning alone, it is indeed better for Song Wen to move to the forward line than to stay in the midfield now. What they didn't know was that Song Wen was unwilling to move from midfield to the forward line because of this consideration. He wants more than just to lead the team into the Premier League. In fact, Song Wen had already held talks with Ipswich. If the team successfully enters the Premier League, he will not leave the team in this summer transfer window. He has to lead the team to fight in the Premier League for at least another half a season. It is far from enough to just enter the Premier League. If he wants to have a say in the team in the future, he must be able to gain a foothold in the Premier League after entering. And Ipswich's current squad depth is obviously far from enough. And because their salaries are already very high, it will be difficult for them to make too many reinforcements next season. So Song Wen must stay in the midfield. You know, the midfield is the engine of a team. No matter how many goals and golden boots those forwards who always score goals win, it is undeniable that a good midfielder is the real core of the team. The game had already reached the 70th minute. In the live broadcast room, Zheng Zhai looked visibly relaxed after seeing that Leeds United were already besieging Ipswich. It seems that I just made the right bet. There can only be one clown today, and that is Song Wen. You can't play like this. Although I know Song Wen wants to attack very much. What's the point if your teammates can't get the ball? As soon as Zhang Zhai finished speaking, Song Wen on the field suddenly moved. Leeds United was attacking at the top of Ipswich's arc at this time. Song Wen observed the position of the opponent's players. And when his eyes met with Scuse's, he pointed at Vieira behind him. The experienced Scuse reacted instantly after Song Wen's reminder. He had predicted and headed the ball out in advance the moment Leeds United striker would kick the ball back, directly intercepting Leeds United's return pass. The ball flew towards Song Wen the moment he got the ball. Song Wen raised his right foot and made a gesture to clear the ball with a big kick. Jensen immediately stepped forward to block it. However, Song Wen's move was a fake. He instantly kicked his left foot and then jumped lightly to get rid of Jensen's side. However, at this time Song Wen was still surrounded by 4 Leeds United players. He looked up at midfielder Sears not far away, as if he was going to pass the ball to him. The 2 Leeds United players retreating immediately caught this action and chose to close the door to defend in an attempt to block Song Wen's passing path. But in fact, Song Wen just turned around and drew a circle on the spot. Taylor, who had just come on the court, used too much force and was unable to react in time. So he fell to the ground at this time. In front of Song Wen was his old acquaintance Helba O'Kane. Facing O'Kane's interception, Song Wen simply lowered his shoulder and made O'Kane, whose brain was already festering, stand still and be controlled for 0.5 seconds. Then Song Wen used his left foot to pass the ball, completely getting rid of Leeds United's encirclement. Ipswich's fullback Knudsen quickly moved forward and received the pass from Song Wen. Jan Jun's speaking speed has obviously become faster. Song Wen, after attracting 5 double teams, he still passed the ball perfectly to Knudsen. This is Ipswich's counterattack opportunity. Song Wen started quickly after passing the ball. He is very fast. Hey, O'Kane, he is going too far with this. In the picture, Song Wen had already run ahead of O'Kane. But O'Kane reached out and grabbed Song Wen's clothes tightly. The jerseys were deformed due to the pulling of the 2 men. The referee naturally saw this scene. But at this time, Knudsen had already brought the ball to the top of Leeds United's arc. And McGoldrick and Pittman were already ready to assist in the penalty area. The referee was about to blow the whistle. But Knudsen had already kicked the ball into Leeds United's penalty area. At this time, there were only 2 people in Leeds United's penalty area. And the 2 forwards McGoldrick and Pittman were also in the penalty area. This was clearly a very threatening attack, based on the principle of offensive advantage. The referee could only look into the penalty area and did not choose to blow the whistle. Pittman has found the shooting position and his right foot is raised high. But Song Wen did not stop running after seeing this scene. He still ran all the way while pulling O'Kane behind him. All I heard was a ripping sound. Song Wen's jersey was actually torn apart by the pulling. But this also allowed Song Wen to get rid of O'Kane's entanglement. At the same time, Pittman had already raised his foot to shoot. Pittman. Shoot, ouch, what a pity for this shot. Pittman was too focused on the angle and the shot hit the crossbar and bounced out. But Song Wen raised his foot and shot. Oh. World wave, the ball went in. The situation on the field changed so quickly that the commentator Zhan Jun couldn't even finish a sentence. Fan Ji stood up excitedly. Oh my Song Wen. This world-class shot is of such high quality. Oh my, the speed and arc, he didn't even stop the ball. When the ball was still in the air, it was an absolutely perfect outside of the foot shot. The opponent's goalkeeper didn't even have time to react before the ball went in. At this moment, an incredible cry of surprise was heard above the stadium. Then there were violent shouts. Among these shouts there were many Leeds United fans. Although Leeds United fans and their head coach are both called crazy, their fanatical attitude is not only towards their own team, but also towards the sport of football. Song Wen's world-class shot was so brilliant that many Leeds United fans were completely convinced. Sky Sports. The commentator had already praised Song Wen to the sky. OMG, look at this young man. This world-class shot is so shocking, Song. He can always create miracles. He alone held back 5 defenders in the midfield and launched this attack. But even after seeing their forward enter the penalty area, he still didn't forget to run, even when the opponent committed a fouls. Maybe he is not too active in defense, but you can never deny that he is a complete lunatic on the offensive end. Who's the crazy one now? It's when Song, look at his clothes. His clothes were even torn by the other parties pulling, revealing the vest underneath. Hey, wait. The commentator paused, opened his eyes wide, looked at Song Wen, who was running around the sidelines to celebrate, and asked curiously, "We see that Song Wen's vest is very interesting. It seems to have a cartoon character of a football player. But who is this person? Judging from the character's black hair, it seems to be an Asian player. Who is this person? To be able to print the opponent on his vest. He must be Song Wen's idol, right? And the words on it are also very interesting. I will kill you with my eyes. Wow, look at it. He is worthy of being Song Wen's idol. What a domineering line. He must be a great player. Since Song Wen is now doing great in the championship, his name appears in football media and newspapers almost every once in a while. This also means that Ipswich's games always attract a lot of attention from fans, even on the internet and on TV for a time. Who Song Wen's idol was instantly became a hot topic among English fans. At this moment, Zhang Zhai, who was sitting in the live broadcast room, had visibly turned red. Fan Ji laughed and said, "Oh, this O'Kane is really bad. Why did he tear Song Wen's clothes?" After he finished speaking, he patted Zhang Zhai's shoulder with a smile. "It's okay. You're not that well known. I don't think the British people will know you. It will be available on Friday. After it is available, it will be updated daily."